undefeated.
GG bro!
Don't worry, be unleashed with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids
Sa MCC.
Season 2.
sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game. Para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, reunite with winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So what I would proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and weapon for the 3 stars. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Maligayang pagbabalik dito lamang sa MPL Arena. Ako, si Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin. Grabe Hans, last week tayo ang magkasama nung linggo to close out week 3. At ngayon na nagkita tayo ulit, sobrang dami agad nagbago.
Alam mo, ang dami nung naging pangyayari, yung init na mga laban during that last week. Pero wala naman masyadong nagbago dun sa mga teams na nasa itaas because it's still Team Liquid Philippines and Aurora being a 1-2 punch right at the top with Doming Kite being the player of the week para sa ating week 3.
That's right, Hans. Pero let us not also forget ang first wins na nakuha ng Smart Omega and Twisted Minds. But the question is, madala kaya nila ang momentum na to coming into week 4?
Malalaman natin yan sa mga sumusunod pang araw. Pero kung sakali na na-miss out nyo at na-miss out mo rin, merong mga nagbabalik na mga manlalaro dito sa MPL Philippines that are simply looking for retribution at kailangan din nating aralin at alamin kung ano ba yung patch updates at kung paano ba makakaapekto ito sa mga teams natin dito sa MPL.
Tama yan, Hans. At excited ako kung paano ba nito mababago ang takbo ng ating season. At dahil nga sobrang daming nagbago, dito natin na malalaman kung sino ba ang pinakamalakas for now.
Alam mo, buti na lang talaga naka-sweater ako ngayon kasi parang
Sana
nagbago
all.
yung ihip ng hangin eh.
Parang mas lalong lumamig nung mga nakaraang linggo malamig na pero ngayon parang may iba. Hans, ano ba ang weather update natin ngayon?
Alam mo, hindi ko alam hindi ko sure pero parang nag-landfall yung bagyo dito mismo sa MPL Arena.
At parang naririnig ko na rin yung kulog. Kaya para sa ating lahat, maghanda na tayo dahil ito na ang linggo na matutunghayan natin ang tunay na lakas ng Pinas. Dito lamang yan sa
MPL Philippines Season 15!
Warmup Bruin. We got a big patch going in the Land of Dawn, and we are here to give you all the action for today. It's week 4, ladies and gents. I'm Rockhart. We got Ingan and Renmar with you today. And boy, we have so much to talk about.
You know, I can't even get over the fact that we're already in Season 15, much more week number 4. But again, a new patch isn't so right for us this weekend.
Yep, my head's gonna start hurting, and you really gotta be careful. Every week I'm with you, our monitor almost falls off the table. That's the kind of action I'm expecting today. That's the real-life version of what will happen to my brain trying to explain what's going on with this current patch meta.
I'm gonna try. I was trying to pretend not to see that, but yes, it does happen with Ingan a lot. And you guys, you are gonna be so in for a treat. So grab your drinks, grab everything you can, and get settled in. It's gonna be a great one today. But you know what? You also want to play like a pro with the Infinix GT20 Pro. The MPL Philippines is definitely, that's the official tournament phone, so please grab yours now. And we got a voucher code INFINYMPL. That's 1,000 pesos off with exclusive freebies. And we will be sure to get hashtag lakas sa laro with that one.
Yeah, I mean, we can already see the players, even their hand cams, whenever they would play, they're geared up. The phone supports their very fast mechanics, so I'm excited to see what faster rotations, what faster plays and exciting plays we can witness with these players whenever they would have this phone.
Once again, the voucher code that you're looking for is MPL, INFI, MPL to get up to 1,000 pesos off and exclusive freebies.
That's right. Hashtag lakas sa laro. Oh my goodness. We have been in this, it's literally a mid-season patch, right?
Yep.
Literally middle of the season, week 4, and we get this big one. We have been asking for a big shakeup in the meta. And I think Moonton has graced us with this. Initial thoughts for this one, maybe we'll talk about that in a bit later on. But for now, if you need pro-level speed, make sure to get the Smart Switch and stay ahead of the game. Get your Smart eSIM today for only 99 pesos and experience ultra-fast 5G connectivity on any device. No SIM swapping needed at all. Available now at Smart stores nationwide or online via the Smart online store.
I mean, you have the fastest device already now paired up with a fast network. I mean, what can we expect more from these players? So again, coming into week number 4, I mean, what else? What surprises still are in store for us? I mean,
got a lot of surprises.
Yeah.
Well, just be ready for a lot of that because we're just getting warmed up. We haven't even gotten to the big meet of today yet. Let's have a look at the standings for the previous 4 weeks, so we're about done. We're almost done with our head-to-heads, and next week we'll start going with our rematches.
Yeah.
Right? So, standing so far, TLPH has been stomping everybody. It's been a stampede for TLPH and Aurora. Top 2 at both 5-0. Falcon TNC following close by. Onyx and Omega, not the start you expected, and Twisted and AP Bren on the bottom 2.
Yeah, fortunately, last week already saw Omega and Twisted Minds get their very first win. But again, looking at the top of the pack, TLPH only lost a single game, and it was up against Smart Omega.
Last week, we got to see Twisted Minds get their first series victory against an AP Bren squad that has yet to find a series win, although they already have game wins against the aforementioned Twisted Minds and even Aurora, who, as we mentioned, is already second in the standings. Things are starting to look up for the Super Fam as they finally got back on the winning column, still retaining a 5th spot after they were able to defeat AP Bren 2-0 at the end of Week 3.
Man, 2-0, by the way. Huge. But for today, we got a hot one to start off the week. I cannot believe that this is the first match. It is TNC Pro Team versus TLPH. AP Bren and Omega following suit. Now for this one, it's highlighted for a very, very good reason. TNC does have a fielded roster where a lot of them actually did come from Echo/Aura, Echo/Aura/ TLPH. So that's going to be something to talk about later for sure. AP Bren looking for maybe a possible win against Omega, who only feels like they're on the upbeat.
Yeah, for now, AP Bren, the time is now. Literally, shout out to John Cena. If they want to come back and salvage their season, they have to do it today up against a team like Smart Omega. And for TNC TLPH, again, the much-awaited matchup. Even the Roamers, Yowie versus Daddy JP.
Yeah, there's a lot of history between TNC and Team Liquid Philippines, and we are about to run that down now. Again, I'm pretty sure at this point, after going through the loading screen, you've been following MPL Philippines, you know the main characters involved, but let's just run through again.
Yeah, it is going to be a very exciting comeback for I would say one of the oldest players in the league at this point as well. We'll talk about that in a few moments. For the meantime, we got a big one. Renmar, are you ready to get fired up here?
I'm ready.
We're going to go and talk about the patch.
All right, folks. Number 1, the new hero Kalea is out, but she cannot be played for, here's an update for you, another 7 days. Usually, we have a 14-day ban since the release of a new hero before they're used in competitive. But now, she will be available by MPL Philippines Week 5. Ooh. So watch out for her there. And she's already showing up in ranked games. Please ban her when you are not the first blue side pick. By the way, there's also adjustments on Ju Sin, and my theory is she might start to fall off of the meta, considering that Farsa got a pretty bonkers buff, which we will get on more later on. The biggest adjustments outside of the heroes, though, so we'll talk about the heroes throughout the day, would have to be for the emblems and most importantly, the battlefield. The Lord no longer, enhances at the 12-minute mark. He straight up at the 8-minute release of the Lord will already be able to charge turrets. And when the 18-minute mark hits, that's when the Lord will evolve and we get to see the Lord that we're used to seeing at around that minute mark. The base turret, Holy Defense, also knocks back enemy minions and heroes in front of the turret. And of course, for the gold lane, Scavenger Crab gold rewards, and along with the siege minions in the gold lane, had their rewards reduced. So the Scavenger Crabs only give 20% gold. Now, for the first 10 siege minions in the gold lane, it went down from 35% to 25% extra gold. Again, as always, all throughout the day, we will be updating live in real time about the changes in the patch if ever the hero or the item or whatever shows up.
That's right. And for this one, we also have some mid-season roster transfers. So Yuk TZ's going on to MDL, and Perxiva is going to be on the MPL roster here for Team Liquid. Of course, it's going to be Benny Cutie coming in from MDL to the MPL stage once again, just after a short break.
Yeah, this is the calm before the storm. Again, we are going to see Benny Cutie in action up against his former team, Team Liquid Philippines, who now fields Oheb, the Filipino sniper. So it's an M3 versus M4 finals MVP matchup.
I'm excited to see what form Benny QT will be in, considering that the Filipino sniper is looking really hot lately. And this is going to be the first game of Benny QT coming back to MPL Philippines after missing out on the first 3 weeks. If the Storm will be in top form is the biggest question of it all.
And I do hope he's been catching up though, right? Because I feel like the battlefield has really shifted so much ever since he did kind of take a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
He didn't catch the start of season roster lock-ins. And at this point, I would be also very happy to hear what they have to think. I hope we get some mic time for those people later on. Because like you mentioned, Ian, this is going to be huge, especially in terms of the history that these players have. Like you mentioned, the Benny QT, Zaida as well, did come from TLPH. So all of that is something that we'll talk about maybe later. Maybe there's some underlying stuff that, we don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe stuff that happens on the boot camps. Yawi as well, right? I mean, the interaction with Yawi is going to be so interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Something's going to be brewing up again. It's going to be a much-awaited lineup. And what else can we expect?
That's something that we would like to hear for All Access happening right now. Let's get something spicy here.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Gaya nyo ay nandito rin ako sa MPL Arena kung saan napabalita na dito banda sa aking kaliwa ay may namumuong low pressure area. Hindi lang ako sigurado kung dito ba siya mismo lalapag. At napabalita rin kasi dati yung low pressure na area na yun magiging tropical storm daw. Kasi nakita natin during that time low pressure area was found in TNC Voltes, yung MDL team ng TNC Pro Team. And then right after that, ayan, ito na pala siya, yung bagyo, ayan na mismo po. Siguro nakikita nyo na yung highlight ng pagkakataon na ito na posibleng manalasa muli dito mismo sa MPL Philippines. Kaya ang katanungan ay kung maglalaro ba siya ngayon at makikita ba natin yung pananalasa sa gold lane. Kasi nga from MPL ay babalik siya dito sa MPL going forth with all of the rest of the members in para maipakita kung gaano nga ba siya kalakas. Yan si Benny, kamusta naman? Siya ay papangalanan natin na Bagyong Benny QT. All-time stats are already showcased here. In fact, ito ang pangatlo sa pinakamalalakas na bagyo na rumagasa sa MPL Philippines, being third all-time in terms of kills with 1,300 all-time kills dito mismo sa MPL. Kaya inaabangan natin kung tuluyan bang raragasa ang bagyo dito sa MPL or will it be another matchup na kailangan nating abangan dahil posible na dapat asahan nyo ang malakas na pag-ulan ng bala sa gold lane at ang mainit na laban because TNC Pro Team, the Phoenix Army, is gonna be ready to bring it in kontra sa Team Liquid Philippines. Yan muna ang ulat ko para sa ngayon. Casters, balik sa inyo.
Thank you so much, Hans. And in other news, we are going to... I felt like a weatherman vibes there. Was that what they meant to do anyway? Very happy to see Benny QT back in form here. Yeah. I was hoping that maybe he would get some mic time, and maybe later on, maybe later today.
Maybe the mic check. We never know. But yeah, right?
I will keep my fingers crossed.
But something for sure is I've been seeing also Benny QT during his streams. He's pretty much in very good shape still. Yeah.
Yeah. How so?
What?
Like physically or?
I mean, physically, mentally, and in-game. I think he's still the Benny QT, but I believe he's still going to take time to adjust once again because he missed 3 weeks, as you mentioned.
Yeah, that's true. And as we've seen so far this season, if the gold laners really want to do a good job here, then the roamers have to make sure they're going to be looking good. Yawi and JP are going to be going up against each other. And yeah, no comment section. I feel what you are feeling. It is an awaited matchup. We have seen them play against each other in terms of who's going to be playing today, but we're going to be seeing them play against each other right now, as in mano a mano. And of course, going with Yawi and Benny QT, 3 Martizi and Zaida also went through the ecosystem, not the Liquid Academy, but the Liquid School of Cavalry Studies, I guess. In case you need a reminder, Yawi, 3 Martizi, Benny QT, Carl TZ, Kurt TZ, they were all together during the peak super team era of Echo in Season 9. Of course, we know how that ended before they reconfigured themselves with the addition of Sanford and Sanji to eventually become the Echo and the Liquid that we're all familiar with today. It's going to be so cool to see Yawi, Zaida, and Benny QT playing together yet again. This time, though, against their former squad.
That's right. So that's what I was saying earlier, right? It feels like half of Echo right now, sorry, half of TNC right now have some blue blood on their side.
Oh, yeah.
And also kind of wonder how, Yawi and Benicudi, they did play together. They were M4 champions together. I wonder if there's just a lot of just built-in synergy there that might be just plug and play.
Yeah, I think chemistry is still going to be on point. Going to take a few time, but again, even Zaida and JP spent a lot of time in MDL being back-to-back champions. I believe JP was up with the
Season
only
1.
until season 1.
Yeah, he was a Season 1 Grand Finals MVP as well.
Yeah. And Zaida was back-to-back MDL champions also for Echo's MDL team.
There you go. So overall, so much accolades, so much strength, and so much unity you can expect from TNC that I don't really think they'll have a lot of jitters. Oh boy!
There's a reaction.
Oh boy, you know what it is. The most awaited matchup. That's the stats.
Oh, okay. I thought JP was somehow going to transfer the flowers to Yawi over there. But yeah, on your screen right now, the head-to-head stats. 328 games played for JP, 260 for Yawi. Of course, their shared heroes would have to be the Cho. There's a current generation right now of youngins who are saying that they want to play Cho like JP, not like Yawi. So it's interesting, actually, to see that even JP gets his flowers in other countries as well. M4 World Champion, MPL PH Season 11 Champion, of course, MPL Indonesia Season 14 Champion is Yawi, while JP has such a long list of allocates that I do not have the time to recite all of it.
That's right. That was too long for anyone to actually recite, because just a bit of a reminder, JP has been in the league for quite a while. Also back-to-back champions. Too much. There's so much championship experience with JP right now that definitely is being utilized by TLPH quite a lot this season, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, obviously Yawi is he's becoming a legend on his own, right? With not just because of the championship list, because of how many people can relate Cho to him.
Yeah, actually, this might be the second part of the showdown we've witnessed last week between Renegade and Yawi. This time it's going to be between Renegade and JP. I mean, Yawi and JP.
That's right. So, what signal number should we expect from Bagyong Benny this time around, though? Don't forget, it's going to be the first time we'll see him play again this season. We got number 1, he still needs to adjust. Number 2, he knows his enemy. Obviously, they do. And number 3, he'll end TLPH win streak. That's spicy.
Yeah.
If you choose letter C, you're very interesting.
Yeah. For me, it could be all 3. Game 1 could be A, Game 2 could be B, Game 3 could be C.
That's what someone says when they can't decide. Don't be indecisive. Pick one right now.
One.
3, 2, 1, go.
A.
All right.
He's still an LPA, low pressure area.
Yeah. I agree with you there. He still needs to adjust. Not to say that I'm discrediting the greatness of Benny Cutie, but it's really just dude hasn't played the first few weeks of MPL Philippines. Teams have always been vocal about adjusting to a new season every time. If he shows up here and gets back-to-back MVP, or you can clearly tell that he's one of the main reasons why the win streak of Team Liquid Philippines ends today, then man, give Benny Cutie a raise. Get him a Player of the Week for this week already. At that point, come on.
That's right.
Even Jordan, actually, when he went back from retirement, had a very rough first game up against Reggie Miller. So who says that Benny doesn't have the opportunity to shine still? But although we're expecting that, he's still a bit tamed.
That's right. That's from tennis, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, for the meantime, though, obviously, we still have new battle emotes available until August 5. 109 diamonds only. You can get new emotes for Aurora, TLPH, and Twisted. We got some few...
TNC, Liquid, si Week 4, Day 1, magingay tayo lahat para sa paparating na laban. Oh. Paingay tayo. Sa kanan ko, mula sa Phoenix Army, magingay tayo lahat para kay Shanghai. At sa aking kaliwa, mula pa sa Team Liquid, magingay tayo para kay Jeric. Okay. Tigda 2 banat lang kada round. 1 segundo. Umpisa tayo para kay Shanghai. Shang, ano ba palag mo?
Humanda-handa na kayo dahil nasa amin na ang bagyo.
Malamig, malamig. Okay. Nasa kanila na yung bagyo. Ano naman ang palag mo?
Okay lang. Nasa amin naman ang mga pumapaldo.
Bagyo, pumapaldo. Siyang, kailangan mo pa ibigay eh. Kung meron ka ng palag kanina, ano naman ang rebat mo?
Okay lang, mas masarap naman yung ulam sa amin, lalo na yung giniling.
Pre, patingin nga ng giniling, patingin ng giniling. Pinakitaan ng giniling, boss. Kayo, ano bang meron? Ano ba ang rebat nyo?
Okay lang. Nasa amin naman ang mga baby cakes duo.
Ay, pasilip nga ng baby cakes, isa ba? Ang cute! Itigil na natin to kasi mag-uumpisa na yung laban. Magingay tayo lahat para sa Team Liquid at TNC! Rekta na to. Game time na. Kaya naman, officials, kayo nang bahala.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, please welcome our marshals. On the stage right now, it's Joshua, Chico, JJ, and Patrick. A storm is coming in the MPL arena. Can you hear the winds blowing and the thunder clapping? It's TNC Pro Team. It's Lord JM in the EXP lane. In the jungle, Zaida. In the mid lane, Lancy. In the roam, it's Yowie. And making his debut for TNC in the gold lane, the Storm, Benny Cutie. There's no friendly fire here. Former members of the cavalry are now their enemies. Can the Filipino sniper strike through the storm? It's Team Liquid. It's the Apex Predator, Sanford. The young goat, Carl Teasy. Due to popular demand, the hamster mage, Sanji. It's Daddy JP! And in the gold lane, the rich guy, Oheb! Please welcome their coaches to the stage. For Team Liquid, it's Coach RC. For TNC Pro Team, it's Coach Imba DJ. Phoenix Army and Cavalry, I wanna hear you scream!
And we are here. It is TNC Pro Team looking brand new here with Lord JM and Zaida, Lancy, Yowie, Betty Cutie slotting in for Kozen.
After suffering 2 losses to the likes of Team Falcons Philippines and Aurora, will the addition of the M4 Finals MVP, the Storm, Benny Cutie, make way in defeating their former team, Team Liquid Philippines?
It feels like they might need some time here, and I really do wonder how much playtime has Benny Cutie actually taken with TNC Pro Team just to be ready for this one. And again, I mentioned earlier, they are up against top 1 right now. And on the leaderboards, that is saying something. This is Team Liquid Philippines.
Sanford, Carl Tizzy, Sanji, JP, and Oheb have been the definition of having fun while winning. I was talking to other players and coaches around the league, and they all pretty much said the same thing. It looks like it's just coming naturally to Team Liquid Philippines this season. The combination of Sanji and JP alongside Carl Tizzy in the center of the map has been sublime. Sanford has been doing Sanford things. Oheb has just been the perfect fit for this Team Liquid squad, perfectly meshing with Carl Tizzy. But there's another comment showing up around the internet right now that I'm seeing. A lot of people are starting to see just how good Sanji is.
There you go.
Not to mention, he was actually the main factor in how TLPH was able to defeat Onyx Philippines back-to-back games of Aluyi. And who could forget the amazing, crazy play to end game number 2 with a backdoor diversion play.
Yeah, it's the so-called hamster mage coming in for...
Due to popular demand.
Due to that's not us. Just letting you know, guys, it's not us. That's them.
It's the cavalry themselves who did it. A part of me is thinking that's a little bit of a Carl Tizzy and Oheb's revenge.
Yeah.
Because Sanji was the one who came up with baby cake, so they were like, all right, you're the hamster mage now.
All right.
Sure, why not?
A bit of a comparison here with TNC and TLPH. TNC does feel like they have a lot of catching up to do here, especially on game win rate. But you know what? This could be the start of something very beautiful here as well. The same rate, the same way that Oheb came in to TLPH.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what TNC needs.
Yeah, and the good thing is Benny QT is coming into the season with a new patch. So who knows, maybe he's adapted well already, or the battlefield may have been even because of this existing patch.
Yeah, the way I'm seeing these two right now is TNC Pro Team or Team Liquid Philippines are what TNC Pro Team are looking to be. A lot of the beats in the center of the map, the beats around the EXP lane and the gold lane, they're very similar, except TLPH is just, of course, way more refined and way more confident and way more aggressive. But if you look closely, and if TNC Pro Team makes this a competitive series, you'll just see how close these two are.
That's right. And let's see how quiet or noisy they are during our ping test.
Sila mo. Oh, Dodge. Oh, okay na, pre. Naka-warm up na, baliw. Nagsasalita ba si Lancy? Ang pinaka-has na sila no, pag nag-set up ko ng pulbo sa daliri, diba? Pag nag-CR na, wala, ulit. Diba, in-stand mo, edi patay ka na sa akin ngayon. Yun yung punish, pre. Yun yung tawag natin yung punish, diba? Binigay ko sa'yo, pero kinuha kita. Buhay ka pa? Okay na, pre. Di na ako. Okay, thank you. Good luck.
Kel, tingin ka sa kanan mo, aurahan kayo.
Dad, salta ka, Dad.
Friends versus foes. All teammates battle each other right now in the Green Sun Makati. As JP and Yawi battle each other in the big stage. Parang kinakabahan si Kel, pre. Parang di yata makatingin si Kel sa kanan niya. Miss ko na ang dati nating mga ka-teammates. So bibigyan natin sila ng magandang laban ngayon. So G, if ever man mahuli ka ni Yawi, okay lang yun Huwag kang malalaw moral kasi alam mo naman dating teammate yan, so magaling din talaga gumalaw yan, pre. So huwag tayo magpapasavage pag nasa base na. Pag di na talaga kaya i-dep, back na kung may nyak na si Benny, ha?
Okay.
We're so sorry.
That is the best mic check this entire season. All right, just to sum up the last thing he said. The last thing he said was, we won't allow them to get a Savage. If Benny QT's Maniac, I'm going back to base so that he doesn't get a Savage. Let's look at other keys to victory here brought to us by Infinix. Show them what they've lost, TNC Pro Team. Yawi, Zaida, Benny QT. Show Team Liquid Philippines why you got to shine with them. Win championships and multiple accolades with them. Show them what they lost out on. Show them what they're missing out on, Oheb. Show them that even though a good chunk of Team Liquid, as we know it, is already in the opposing team, that you, the Filipino sniper, the rich guy, was the perfect addition to the squad, and maybe Team Liquid Philippines just got even better than they were before. Familiarity results in readability. So don't be so damn predictable. Let's keep it as simple as that.
I think they already kind of shown that a little bit in the mic check, right?
Yeah.
Like Carl Tizzy, he already said, we know how good this guy is. We played with him for a long time. We know what he's capable of. We gotta respect that. I mean, he said that half jokingly, but you know what? It kind of does set the mood, set the tone for TLPH with their blue side win rate for TNC though at 66%. This is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, and for Benny QT even, it's like he was already part of the team. He was like present during week #1 because of his mic check. He was actually very vocal, so you can feel that in his body. You can feel that in his presence. That
in his body.
Yeah, I can feel it in his body.
Whole body. All right.
The way he looks very comfortable coming into this game. That's why I'm feeling like this will go to game 3.
Let's get in the draft, ladies and gents, for game #1. Yawi versus JP. The only summarization for that is Yee. Let's see how they're gonna see, and let's see if that's gonna be a priority here. Maybe someone's gonna get the Cho today.
Yeah. You see, TNC Pro Team respecting the low Yi. Team Liquid are still going under the school of thought that you gotta ban out the two Sim. Now, since the adjustment of chip came into effect, of course, with the not the shortcut, but the Y walk now usable anywhere, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it the portal? Oh wait, no, yeah, it's the shortcut. You don't have to walk on the portal. You can just go ahead and take it in. Chip gets banned out by Team Liquid Philippines right away. That's TLPH signaling that Chip, there's a good chance if he's not the very first pick blue side now, he could already be first phase pickable blue side.
So it's like last season all over again.
Yeah.
Chip's gonna be stuck in the red side ban. And now, again, with the recent adjustments, Jushin still banned out, so that leaves Farsa up for grabs later on.
What's your command?
Fanny taken away by TNC Pro Team, so Cartesi won't end up with that. Farsa is going to be definitely respected by either of these two, as it will go very well for either Lancy or Sanji, who, by the way, was acknowledged also that it seems like Team Liquid Philippines are going to this with the thought of Sanji being the #1 target of TNC, specifically Yawi. During that ping test, he was saying, don't worry, Sanji, if Yawi catches you off, he actually said the joke along the lines of, oh, it's because he's our old teammate and he's actually really good, so don't worry about it.
Yes, a lot of half-meant jokes in that last mic check. Really one of the most legendary mic checks so far this season. I actually completely agree. And also gives us a bit of a preview, maybe, of how they plan to actually approach the game today.
Among the planes exists the equilibrium.
Mid-focus that we're talking about.
Suyo, Granger. Joy wasn't banned out, actually.
One chose me to vanquish the shadows.
So Suyo gets picked up. Will it be
Magic is my Harith on the way.
Harith Matilda? Okay.
They're not rushing anything.
Yep, they want to match the speed. Does Yawi instantly lock in either the Jawhead or the Cho here? Let's see. Granger locked in by TNC Pro Team, and it is a Jawhead for Yawi.
Wow, all right. Beautiful blitz draft here. Kind of just reading into what people know. And you know what? The Alpha making an appearance today. That's third pick for the season so far. He did kind of experience a big fall off, especially on the jungle, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see where this Alpha slots in today.
Yeah, but if you pair it up with Mathilda, you know it's going to be effective because you can always use the Spear of Alpha just to go in and not necessarily to go out because you have the Guiding Wind that can come from JP.
Classic combo.
Yeah, what you're seeing right now are two lineups and identities that are actually very similar. They're both playing around that quick scaling, around the 4th to 7th minute mark. These two can go fast, and these two can blast the opposing squad really quickly. We know how well Jawhead, Granger, and Suyo mesh well together, maximizing physical damage, while TLPH goes for the more true damage, magic damage focused route around the Alpha, Harith, and Matilda. So we're going to be looking for 2 EXP laners for both sides that are good with stabilizing speed. You need a good, solid presence to hold. Lucas is still available here and could be the 4th pick for Team Liquid Philippines if available.
And no mid laners picked today, so yet. So that will be very interesting.
Fight for the ultimate
a lot of them banned out as well. Cecilion getting banned out, Valentina getting banned out. Might be a bit of a scuffle here. Lucas feels like a no-brainer.
Yep.
There it is.
There you go.
So the Lucas picked up with no Hilda, Fovius, CC. The Lord JM pick here might struggle. Let's see if he's going to still settle for Badang, who did get nerfed. Did have a little bit of his cooldowns reduced.
Quite
so,
heavily, I heard.
Yeah, even the range of the first skill. So it's kind of a big nerf. per se. If ever you witnessed Badang in the latter, the earlier weeks, it was just really spamming the walls and even the first kill.
Let's see if Farsa gets locked in here by TNC Pro Team, but with all of the dive Team Liquid Philippines has, this might actually be risky. They might settle for something really safe, like a high loss, but then you're going to lose against the Lucas. I think TNC Pro Team might have been out drafted here in terms of the EXP lane pickups. It's not a lot right now can match the Lucas in terms of aggression. So TNC Pro Team will try to control the map in the center with the Novari and the pokes, and as expected, they go safe and pick up the high loss.
Very, very safe draft so far for TNC. I say not taking any big risks. I would say not even too worried about the patch or like the major big changes to most heroes here.
Farsa.
Yeah, I like the Farsa here. You need that reach. You don't have easy to pull off backline access. I mean, the Jawhide can still commit the flicker anyways, but it's going to be quite relatively easy for Farsa to be able to position themselves well, get info. Let's see if Sanji will decide to lock that in. And they go for a Fairness, so they go full commit on the hard dive and with a lot of sustainability, playing around the Nether Realm and of course the shields provided by the Matilda. Team Liquid Philippines drafted a very Liquid Stampede style lineup, while for TNC Pro Team went for that in the first phase, but then were forced to balance it out in the second phase, so they aren't going to be as fast and as aggressive. However, if Lancy has a crazy good game here as the Novaria and Yawi and him really set the tempo alongside Zaida, Team Liquid Philippines window might get shut early. However, Team Liquid Philippines does have the easier lineup to pull off.
That's right. Very easy to actually just get into the fight, get started on the fights, and maybe come out with 1 to 2 kills.
Yeah, and even towards the objectives, again, we have to mention that there was an adjustment towards the Lord, wherein 8-minute Lord will already siege in onto the turrets, and it'll be more valuable coming into this game.
Let's load up into Land of Dawn here for game number 1. TNC Pro Team versus TLPH, undefeated so far in the season. TLPH, will TNC stop that? We'll have to find out.
All right, it's an orange start for TNC Pro Team, while it's an orange start for Carl TZ and Liquid. Let's see how heavily Team Liquid Philippines will contest the first turtle. Because if ever they have an opening to go for a purple buff invade, if they decide to give up the very first one, while TNC Pro Team might actually be the one to go for giving up the first turtle, actually, because their lineup, they might want to play it safe, especially if Sanji is already level 4 then. You already see the aggression showed up by Team Liquid Philippines as them showing they know just how good their lineup is for the early game, so they want to set the tempo and they want to be aggressive.
Yeah, and it's easier to set the tempo if you're on the side of TLPH. Again, in terms of the gold lane matchup, Oheb has more potential to snowball early. At the same time, they also have the mostly banned out Matilda on their side, so they can actually decide to go for the aggressive or go for the defensive.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
All right, okay.
First time I saw that.
Yep. Sanji getting the new focusing mark. So by the way, the change to the focusing mark is that after dealing damage to an enemy hero, you increase the damage taken of that enemy hero from allies by 6%, and you gain a 10% movement speed boost. That has a 3-second duration and a 4-second cooldown now. So it's really good for heroes in the mid lane. You're essentially just allowing your teammates to deal more damage, 6% more.
Yeah, and it could be a very viable tool for Sanji and JP as well to gank up the side lanes, especially if they want to go up aggressively up against Lord JM, even with a Hylos, because he's outmatched up against a Lucas.
Wow, community prediction, 3% difference, TNC. They wanted to get started here.
Okay. Still, TNC holding on. Here comes the glorious pathway coming in from Lord JM as Sanford goes in with the Unleash the Beast. And Zaida secures the first turtle, plus the first blood onto Sanford.
That's a win. Dash out, Carl TZ gets tossed!
Yawi manages to catch Carl TZ once again. He knows the capabilities of his former roamer. And Yawi just reminding him how good he is.
That's massive here. 1.3k gold lead, 2 kills and a turtle. TNC is coming out on top in this early game. forcing even the flicker from JP here. That's a pretty slick move from Yawi.
That's exactly what we were talking about earlier. TNC Pro Team does have the capability of win early on against Team Liquid Philippines if Team Liquid aren't careful. Now their window is almost completely closed. Yes, after just losing the first turtle, after losing 2, that means that the crazy snowball that an Alpha Matilda can have together has been it's been close to shut down. So TNC Pro Team, they can now continue to set the tempo here and be more aggressive. They've shown that they actually have the damage for it already.
Pretty good damage as well coming in from our junglers so far. More on the side of Suyo, obviously. Carl Easy might actually have a lot of catching up to do with everything that happened.
Yeah. Especially since the adjustments on specifically the gold cards at the gold lane. It's going to take time for them to feel the wrath of the Filipino sniper Oheb, but you can see already Yawi playing mind games up against his former team.
All right. So Team Liquid Philippines are trying to get pickoffs here and there, but Yawi is not giving it, to maximizing the extra movement speed that he could get with the second skill activation. Meanwhile, in the EXP lane, seems like Sanford is being relatively handled well by Lord JM. So he's not beating Sanford in lane, he's just shutting down what Sanford can do by controlling Sanford in the EXP lane. Meanwhile, in the gold, Oheb and Benny Cutie seems to be a chill matchup up top. Nothing too crazy, but I might have spoke too soon.
That's why Oheb goes in with his Salmon Enforcers. Carl Teasy was there, but Benny Cutie managing to sustain 4 members. Here's the full dive. Plus the ultimate coming in from Sanji, but Benny lives! But JP catches him still. And here comes the clapback. Yawi once again with the throw. Daddy JP no more. And a shutdown kill onto TLPH. Oh, here comes the pull coming in from Sanji. One more hit to the lover boy. But OM says, wait a minute, I'm still here. Gets a kill for the Filipino sniper.
That was a lot of effort being thrown by TLPH on the top side of the map. Making sure, even with TNC's, counterplay, so with Yawi's good movement, I feel like it was just so overwhelming. Look at that. Good hits coming in from Lancy. But you know what? The Suyo actually did do a lot of farming while all that was happening. Yeah. So the goal just kind of equalized.
Yeah, that was like a 30% blast off of the health of Sanji once that Star Shatter from Lancy hit, and you do see the familiarity between these two. Benny Cutie and Yawi danced that tower dive gank up top by Team Liquid Philippines very well. They still ended up getting taken down, but yeah, you can clearly see just how well they know each other right now, their timings and their tendencies.
Yeah, and it was also a good opportunity for TNC because during that time wherein they re-engaged, Sanji already used up the Nether Realm. So in terms of a clapback potential for TLPH, they already used it up against TNC.
At this point, TLPH does feel like they are on recovery mode, making sure that no one just gets picked off, while Oheb is still on the farm on that Harrick. Now at this point, I don't think TLPH is going to go for anything spicy, but they could maybe pick off someone who is off the radar.
I mean, so far, towards the third turtle take, we could potentially see a power spike coming in from the Matilda Alpha combination. So, again, the window getting smaller, but still not close because Carl TC goes in with a Spear of Alpha, brings down Lord JM, even forced to use a Glorious Pathway, but TLPH will get the kill.
Okay, this is an opening up top for Team Liquid Philippines as they were able to take down Lord JM, but the minion wave's not just there for them. But it looks like they might be able to take this turtle without that much of a problem. Because if TNC Pro Team heavily contests this, it might be detrimental for them. Lord JM just spawned, but I don't think the high loss will get here in time.
A good pickoff, maybe ideal for TNC, but the pokes coming in from TNC.
Jeez, Ida hurts. He's hitting like a tank so far.
Yeah, Lord James gonna get here on time. This is actually not good for Team Liquid Philippines now.
Yeah, Sanford as well in the picture, but Yawi catches him. Here comes the Nether Realm coming in from Sanji Oheb. Cast the Salmon Force. The first man down is Yawi, but they're targeting Yawi, Lord JM inside as well, forcing them back. Sanford with the Unleash the Beast, and Carl Teasy with a turtle.
There you go. Big team fight win here for TLPH. TNC only losing 1, but it feels like it's a big statement that we have the mid-game team fights, and you gotta be careful if you're TNC. And now they are forcing TNC to just turtle back into their turrets.
Clutch Nether Realm there by Sanji. Now has 4 assists to his name. Looking at the items locked in. A Flask of the Oasis for the Matilda. interestingly enough, a Dreadnought armor actually for Yawi. So that's actually to more shut down Sanford and, of course, Carl TZ somewhat. So that was TNC Pro Team, specifically Yawi, respecting the early game damage that could pop off from the Lucas and the Alpha. Now, though, Team Liquid Philippines are starting to find more footing around the map. Let's see if they can translate this into more towers, because up until they destroy a tower, TNC Pro Team are still encouraged to continue going forward and applying pressure on Team Liquid's side of the river.
Speaking of applying pressure, they're trying to go for the young gold, and Benny Cutie says, Carl TZ, did you miss me with one? That Sonata brings down the young goat.
And you know what, you guys are absolutely right. I think despite being a little bit pushed back here by TLPH, their lineup kind of forces them to keep fighting. That's what their lineup's made for.
Yeah. Yep. Unfortunate that the rotational timing was off for Team Liquid. However, you can credit Yawi and the rest of TNC for reading that situation. They had a feeling maybe the Team Liquid Philippines were more positioned up top, which left Carl TZ and his purple buff open to be invaded by TNC Pro Team. Now they're going to translate that into even more of a push up top, as they're going to be able to break the first tower in the top lane. Great Astral Echo there by Lancy. Now Team Liquid Philippines are controlled by TNC. Tower doesn't get broken just yet, but that should be broken up next.
It's coming very, very soon now. TNC, they're just lurking around these bushes, waiting for someone to just make a misstep. But then again, we are talking about TLPH here. They did not come with that win streak out of like being careless.
Okay, Yawi with the conceal onto that brush. Maybe get spotted out, but he's gonna be able to throw out OHEB!
Oh my goodness.
What a good read from Yawi!
That flicker might have been for the worst there. He flickered out. They got OHEB.
Yeah.
Now clear disadvantage here for TLPH. Will they still contest? Again, they have the Matilda plus the Alpha. Here comes Lord JM with the glorious pathway. They're still going in for the circling eagle. It's going to be retribution by the Zaida. Secured the Lord. TLPH forced to back off. Look at Penny Cutie delivering the damage onto Daddy JP as Carl TZ gets in the mix and brings down Zaida as well. But Penny Cutie picks up another.
Very good effort here for TLPH to make sure at least to try to contest it. But seems they are going to get punished a little bit. 1-for-1 trade, I would say that's already best case scenario for TLPH so far.
Yeah, Lancy and Yawi are on fire, while Benny Cutie, with all the aggression that TNC Pro Team are playing around with Lord JM, Yawi, Lancy, and even Zaida providing space for Benny Cutie. Yeah. He is just tossing out Death Sonatas from the back without a problem. Now Team Liquid Philippines, they're getting outplayed here. TNC Pro Team are playing a much better game. Another big Astral Echo by Lancy.
Beautiful Astral Echo connecting onto 3. And if you need a reminder, the Lord will be jumping in onto the turrets. So now at TNC with a 2.8k gold lead, you can already feel the storm slowly brewing. Benny Cutie, 2-1-1 with a Granger.
2 towers down, 2,000 gold ahead is TNC. Don't forget, Astral Echo also kind of enlarges your hitbox.
Yeah.
Makes it a lot easier for the Granger snipes to really hit.
Yeah, we are right now playing a really great game. Reading the rotations of Team Liquid very well. It's like he used to play for them or something. I don't know.
That does, you're right. That does feel like the case now.
Yeah.
Seems like it, right? They can read them so well.
Yeah. And I think he's also having some help of directing Lancy of where to toss out Astral or Star Shatters to check. See, Yawi actually, when the player cams come up, he's very vocal. So I think right now there's just TNC reading Liquid.
This might be the go signal. Here comes the glorious pathway. Might get Sanford there, but Yawi with playing the patient game. Carl TZ goes in with the Spear of Alpha, but gets tossed out by Yawi. Here comes Sanji with a save with the Nether Realm. Oh, he's going to pick up a kill onto Yawi. So that's a counter trade TLPH wanted. They were able to disrupt the push of the Phoenix army.
Yeah, it's going to be a climb here for Team Liquid Philippines. This lineup was built to dominate early on and potentially around the mid-game, but now since they've lost their window, and they lost the purple buff.
Oh, big denial.
Lancy able to steal it away with the Star Shatter. Not, he wasn't. Who got the purple buff?
I think it's Zaida.
Yeah, I think it was Zaida, okay.
Okay, good. Astral Echo plus the glorious pathway to save their mid lane. Benny Cutie, look at the damage from the Death Sonatas already. You can feel it. And it's just making sure TLPH can't go for those aggressive plays.
This is pokes galore here for TNC. It's so difficult for TLPH to actually close that space when you're getting hit and going to half HP even before the fight starts.
Yeah, I mean, the projectiles are namely the Queller the Death Sonata, the Star Shatter. You could count the Glorious Pathway as a ranged attack as well.
What? Is it though?
Maybe. So TLPH, they have to look for those. They really have to look for those projectiles because again, if those damages, those pokes, catch them off guard and get them out of position, it's going to be a clean Lord take for TNC.
Let's see. They're getting started. Positioning-wise, TNC does feel like they're ahead, but they're only slowly getting into position here.
Yeah, it's even hard for OHEB to team fight with all of the pokes that TNC Pro Team can toss out. They can damage the Harith without that much of a problem. Karlteezy showing himself off here. I think TLPH will go for a full engage.
Oh, TNC. Okay, there was a soft reset on this Lord. Now we can see the XP laners stacking damage coming in from the Lord. Yawi on the mid brush. Let's see if TNC can make a play. We're all waiting for Lancy to cast the ultimate, and that might be the go signal for TNC.
Or maybe Lord JM as well. There's the conceal. They're getting started. Finally cleared up that wave. Seal's already a big use.
Oh, it's going to connect onto 3. That's a go signal once again for Yawi, but here comes a clapback coming in from TLPH. Retribution battle. Zaida gets the Lord. A killing spree coming in from the storm. Benny Cutie, but Sanford wants to go for more. Up against Yawi. He will take him down. Now the cavalry with the counter attack. OM goes in right after Zaida, but gets the storm. Low pressure area, no more. As TLPH claps back up against the Phoenix army. Zaida next on the jumping block. And OM still going for Lord JM. Salmon Force in. Astral Echo is there, but OM one more hit onto Lord JM. Gonna be able to escape, but TLPH gets 3.
What did we just witness? The sudden aggression by Team Liquid Philippines a little bit too early for the entry of Karlteezy and JP, yet they forced a team fight. That meant that this Lord will not be utilized by TNC Pro Team. OHEB and Sanford getting aggressive. I thought the Harith actually used the flicker, but OHEB did not. It was just Sanford using it late into that fight to make sure that they can catch Ben Cutie in the back. Great aggression by Liquid to go for the post-objective engage instead. Look at Sanford, no flicker just yet. He will use it, just used it actually. They were able to take down Benny Cutie. Zaida will get punished. Sanford with a good read waiting. And you even see how they were blocking the Astral Echoes for OHEB's escape after that. Or excuse me, the Star Shatter.
Yeah, again, that's the second time I saw a very amazing flicker flash combo play from the Lucas of Sanford. Is using Lucas like a crowd control initiator for the Cavalry.
That was a pretty small disconnect that happened for TNC that got completely utilized by TLPH. That just goes to show you, do not give an inch to TLPH and they will take a mile.
We're seeing though that playing around the objectives is very difficult for Karlteezy in this one. Seems like TNC Pro Team are target locking him every time. And it's like they need to have a picture-perfect entry for Karlteezy through the guiding wind of JP just to make sure that they can secure an objective with his retribution, because so far they have not. They've only won 1 turtle. But the rest have just gone Zaida's way. He's been playing very well in the Retribution battles.
Yeah, we're seeing the old expressways of TLPH now, wherein they're just going to try and bait out the major objective, which was the Lord, but they want to go for the kills. They want to go for the clapbacks instead, because again, it's hard to out the retry Asuyo in the hands of Zaida, especially if as Renmar mentioned, you can't go in at any given moment, because we can just literally throw you to the back line of TNC.
Saying that, so much pressure, so many threats to Karlteezy. He's still relatively been able to keep it a little bit balanced, considering he does have that safety net of the guiding wind, at the very least. But you're right, it is difficult for them to actually come out on top and get started on that Lord. So sometimes they just have to start, they have to come in the middle of a Lord fight, right? They can't just start it on their own.
Yeah. The beautiful part of TLPH is if they go for the engage, like what they're doing to Yawi right now, as OM goes in with a Diamond Force, but Benny Cutie manages to catch Karlteezy. Now the clapback for the Phoenix army. Sanford goes in with the Unleash the Beast as Lord James soaking up the damage. That's going to be Yawi for Karlteezy.
Oh. Big shockwave tossed out there actually by Sanford. Deals a bit of damage, but TNC able to regen it again, and that's a problem for Karlteezy. Every time he just shows up himself, it's Yawi tossing him to the back.
Okay, there's no Nether Realm right now for Sanji. It looks like they have to give this away. Will they go for a counter engage? The Astral Echo is there, but they managed to stun out Sanford. JP goes right after Zaida with a circle in. Zaida blasts JP, but OM's wanting more. Goes for Lord JM. There's the trade the Filipino sniper wanted.
All right, good trading right now by these two teams. All the familiarity, they're playing around the kills instead.
Honestly, it feels like TNC and TLPH are just screaming, right?
Yeah.
They know each other so much.
Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier, that if you look closely, they're actually way more similar than a lot of us would recognize. Although I was wrong with saying Team Liquid Philippines are just more refined, TNC Pro Team are refined themselves. They are taking it to the team currently at the top of the standings.
Astral Echo was already used up there by Lancy. Only Sanji got hit. Now TLPH has a small control over this Lord pit. We'll see how TNC will respond. 20,000 HP for this Lord. Yaoi with the conceal. Carl TZ with the stop. Sanji with the Nether Realm. And the Lover Boy, it's gone. It hands up TLPH. Lord JM with the glorious pathway to disrupt the pathing of TLPH. Astral Echo again was able to be casted, but still 5 members of the cavalry are here. They're trying to work on Sanford, but JP with a guiding wind is there to save him at any given moment. How will TNC respond?
No ultimate. No Nether Realm here for Sanji. I think he's waiting for it to come back. No ultimate as well for the Matilda.
All their ults are down, actually.
Yeah, Unleash the Beast still on the way back. Sanford zoning out as much as he can. Slow take. They still have to respect the Suyo here.
Okay, Sanford zoning out the TNC.
They're rushing.
TNC just working on the Lord. They will secure it. And now it's an out signal for TLPH to disengage. Lord JM going for the chase. Astral Echo gonna connect Sanji, forced to use out the flicker. And TLPH executed that to perfection.
Oh, they might lose an inhibitor turret on bottom. They took a long time in that Lord.
Yeah, they lose a turret, but they will be able to finally get the Lord. This is the evolved Lord at this point. And let's see how deep Liquid could go into TNC's side of the map. 19 minutes and 30 seconds in. It was a slow pushback of TNC Pro Team's line in that last Lord fight, but they were able to make it work. They were able to execute it very well. It was a slow push up until it got to the point where Carl TZ was just left to his own devices to take that Lord without a problem.
You can expect Carl TZ to go for a huge dive with the Spear of Alpha because they both have Winter Crowns alongside Sanji. And with the help of JP, TLPH might just go for the end angle here. Okay.
They are getting started there. That turret is long gone. Now, going for the flickers.
Sanford misses the flash combo flicker combination, but the Lord is still up. Oheb with his Ammon Force. We're still waiting for the clapback coming in from TNC, but TLPH will disengage, but they get an inhibitor turret up top.
Oh, good thing that flicker flash combo missed by Sanford. Or TNC Pro Team might have already lost more than just a turret at this point. Look at the items. Item locked already for both. Athena's shield for Carl TZ, so that should help with the survivability problem that he's been having of late. Meanwhile, for the mid laners, already up to a Divine Glaive. No wonder that Novaria hurts like a truck. For the two gold laners, though, very neck and neck in terms of the gold. Actually, it's a 2,000 gold lead for Harith, but both are item locked as well. Oheb has actually already sold his boots and has picked up an Oracle as the very last item on his build to maximize the shield he would be getting, along with a cooldown reduction.
So far, the late game 5-man of TLPH does feel like they're more geared up. In contrast to the poke-heavy TNC lineup, which feels like if you get dove in by 5 people, there's very little that TNC players can actually do here.
Yeah. Let's see how Team Liquid Philippines will be able to translate this into an endgame angle, though. Because with all the pokes that TNC Pro Team has, if Lancy and Benny Cutie can stay in a safe distance, I reckon Lord JM and Zaida alongside Yaoi will be able to buy enough time for them to break down the front line of TLPH to force Team Liquid back out from a siege. Now we're in a 50-50 for a Lord. Whoever gets the first pick off here might win this Lord.
TLPH still though, they have good re-engage again with Sanji's ultimate. plus the shields coming in from JP.
Look at the middle minion wave. It's handled so well right now for TNC Pro Team. It's a deeper push, forcing Sanju to react.
Okay, they're gonna commit the unstoppable force onto Sanford while he's on there with the Unleash the Beast, but here comes the clapback coming in from TLPH. Astral Echo gonna connect on to 3, and now both teams will disengage. A lot of resources have been expended, and we're gonna see another Lord Dance.
Yeah, NetherRealm still available for Sanji though. Yawi with the conceal to the back.
Okay. We're gonna wait for the Circling Eagle coming in from JP as Yawi once again spots out Sanford, and this time delivers the final blow. That's a man down for the Cavalry, but they're still holding on to this Lord. They want to go for the major objective instead. Lord JM with the glorious pathway. Gonna zone out the members of TLPH. And the Young Goat secures it, but here comes the clapback coming in from TNC. We can already see a lot of red bodies falling down. A Godlike coming in from OM as he brings down Yawi, but TNC wants to go for the engage once again.
Yeah, Yawi really committed so much to take down Sanford that he didn't have enough bullets in the barrel to defend for the Lord take. It's going to be Carl Teasy coming out on top with that Lord.
Young Goat thinks he needed to win that retribution for the Cavalry, and Carl Teasy did just that. I don't think it is endable just yet for Team Liquid, but they should be able to get some towers in here.
Again, the Winter Crowns are lost for TLPH. Lord JM goes in with a glorious pathway.
Cutie
has to flicker away. Here comes the Death Sonatas. Look at the damage coming in from TNC. But the re-engage from TLPH is just too much. OM goes in with his
OM.
Still after what? And he brings down Benny Cutie. Sanford goes in with the Unleash the Beast. There comes the NetherRealm. And TLPH wipes out TNC for Game 1.
That was one of the most hard-fought games for TLPH this season so far. I cannot believe how many hoops they had to run through to get that win.
The game was like a chess match back and forth, as Renmar mentioned. It's like they know and they used to play with each other.
I thought TNC Pro Team could handle eating a siege, but they had a mouthful of baby cakes and they couldn't handle it. Oheb and Carl Teasy, that was near God mode there in the end that we saw. The damage from the Harith, him locking into Benny Cutie, Carl Teasy getting a massive spear off Alpha onto 2. I really thought TNC could defend, but damn, Oheb and Carl, too good.
Too good, man. They really kind of just saw an opportunity. They saw an opening. You know what? Lancey's not clearing as well on that Novaria. Why not just try to go for it? And the Faramis NetherRealm was also up.
Yeah, I think that was the cherry on top of the Baby Cakes duo, the NetherRealm, because they didn't need it at the last moment, because Lancey was just the only one left.
I told myself I wouldn't allow multiple voice cracks throughout MPL Philippines Season 15. My voice cracked like 6 times in that one. Oheb, the rich guy, is the MVP. Only 1 death. And you saw how clutch actually the pickup of the Oracle was in the late game. All the shields he was getting from the Matilda with his own abilities as well with the dashes. It came in big time for him there in that final siege.
It was actually insane, and to think that he was really maximizing the composition, not really playing too much on his own, just shows you how much, you know, how confident he has on his own mechanical skills and his teammates.
Yeah, and not to mention, he clearly maximized as well the Zaman Force, because rarely do you see Oheb playing outside of the Zaman Force when he casts it, because it's just always properly casted, wherein he heavily utilized it up against TNC, so it was already hard for TNC to regroup up against TLPH.
I think we're seeing the second peak of Oheb's career. We've gone through the Filipino sniper era. This is his rich guy era now. Just when he says, I got no money, he cashed in money in the bank perfectly in this game.
If this is Oheb's second peak, how many has Carl Teasy's peak been? Like
he's
30?
a whole mountain range at this point, like Carl Teasy's career.
Range.
Yeah. But really, Oheb knew and TLPH knew that this lineup was built up for this Harith to shine. If Oheb was scared to deal damage, if Oheb hesitated, we wouldn't find the turnaround moments for Team Liquid Philippines. This was just Oheb saying, it's definitely my time to shine now. And he showed up just when Team Liquid needed him. Carl Teasy showed up just when Team Liquid finally needed him to win a retribution. And of course this, and then the final siege, Oheb deserves the MVP. My goodness.
100%. Oheb became the rock that TLPH needed to actually stay in the game when TNC was just roaring and trying to get that win over TL.
Yeah, Dwayne Johnson Soriano.
Dwayne Johnson Soriano, the Rock.
DJ Soriano.
DJ Soriano.
He really did become a huge anchor for the whole TLPH when they were like getting beaten left and right, especially in that early game.
Yeah.
You gotta admit, TNC did feel like they were on the uptrend.
Yeah, especially with the first few ejector plays from Yawi. Yeah, there was a moment where we thought that the window of the TLPH lineup was slowly closing down. But TLPH just really begged to disagree.
Well, the window for early game domination closed down very quick.
Yes.
They had to play a 23-minute game.
No wonder.
Chantel, where you at?
She's right there. She's talking right now.
In the Filipino broadcast right now. But yeah, you can see, of course, the multiple pickups on Inspire. Alongside the 5% cooldown reduction, there's already a +2 mana regen value added to it. So it's like having the necklace early on that also gives +2 mana regen, except it's not an item. It's like you get a free item having an Inspire for you. So yeah, I think we're also seeing here some of the changes brought on about by the emblems. I reckon the change to the focusing mark also really helped out Team Liquid Philippines here a lot.
Especially Faramis, right? It feels like you can just really get into the fights a lot easier. You can kind of maneuver afterwards, especially with the speed boost that you get from Shadow Stampede. So honestly, it feels like despite losing out on the early game, TLPH felt like they were playing for the late game.
Yeah.
Like they didn't mind losing out those first few turtles as long as they could come out on top later.
Yeah, again, and you'd really see how long Carl TZ played with Yawi, because we maybe saw 2 or 3 times wherein Carl TZ predicted what Yawi was going to do with the Jawhead, even with the Conceal, with his own Spear of Alpha to disrupt the potential play that can come from TNC.
There you go, BPI Rich Guy going in for OHEB. You can't deny it anymore, brother. We have evidence.
Yeah, hopefully at this point the international audience is familiar with the meme. If not, where have you been living? Under a rock, maybe? No, I'm kidding.
Maybe
search
so.
it up online why there's a whole deal about OHEB having no money and actually having lots of money and him being the rich guy now. Well deserved, for OHEB. Crazy, crazy Harith game here. This is straight up second peak of OHEB's career that we're seeing now.
100% agree. I feel like the comeback that TLPH mounted would not have been possible if OHEB died in these exchanges. He did not. He only died once.
Yeah.
In a 23-minute game. That's saying something when you are technically the biggest target.
Yeah, that's why OHEB, in terms of least deaths, he's just behind the bulletproof Super Marco, but still leading everyone when it comes to kills per game.
That's right. And of course, bringing you a better tomorrow, BPI empowers Pinoy gamers with next-level banking solutions to help you level up in life. Digital deposit accounts, insurance investments, loans, and more.
So you can start saving for an epic future. Open up a #SaveUp account today via the BPI app.
All you need is one ID, 5 minutes, and you already have an account. Open an epic future with BPI.
Yeah. So if you open an account during that game, you'd have 4 accounts already.
Yeah. But don't. I think that's fraud.
Maybe just one.
No, wait,
you can probably have more than one.
Yeah, you open one account, but they do have different products.
Have you ever had the Smurf bank?
I think a lot of people
You mean a shell company? An offshore bank account where I hide funds? No.
Not my word.
Never.
I highly doubt that. Some people have multiple accounts to separate their expenses. Maybe you can experiment with that.
Yeah, that's the right answer, Rock. Red Warrior.
Just tried to save it.
I don't commit fraud.
You don't sound like you commit fraud. 100% agree. Let's throw it over to All Access right now. See what they have to say.
All my money's in the back of my...
The Cavalry Makingan! We are here right now sa side ng Team Liquid PH na nagse-celebrate ngayon dahil nga nakaisa na sila sa game na yon. At meron tayong isang kabalyero na kasama all the way from Rojas City, Miss Che!
Hello!
Hello po! Welcome to MPL Philippines!
Thank you po!
Miss Che, kumusta naman? Kwentuhan mo naman kami ng iyong journey sa pagpunta dito.
Kanina po, nagising ako na around 4 a.m.
4 a.m.?
Yes po. Tapos umalis po ako ng bahay 5:30 kasi yung flight ko po is 7:30. Then dumating po ako sa Manila is mga 8:45 po a.m.
Umaga ang aga.
Yes
day
po.
in a life to, day in a life.
Yes.
Diba?
Yes po.
Kamusta naman? So since nandito ka na, is it everything that you expected? Kamusta yung pakiramdam na mapanood mo yung mga teams natin dito sa MPL?
Okay po, parang ngayon lumulutang po ako sa langit kasi sobrang saya ko.
si ate.
Hindi po kinakabahan po ako kasi first time ko po na mapanood, lalo na po yung favorite team ko na TLPH po.
Yung favorite niya na Team Liquid. Nasaan ang fans sa Team Liquid ulit? Nasaan? Right over there, very happy with their very first game win.
At for context lang ha, sa mga hindi nakakaalam, ang Rojas City ay part ng Visayas.
Layo, kailangan mo pa talagang bumiyahe.
Ng travel mo. So, sino nga ba ang favorite mong player dito sa Team Liquid?
Si Carl Tizzy po.
Ayan, nasa harap mo. Halos abot kamay mo na.
O dali, bago sila mag-headset, anong message mo kay Carl? Kasi hindi pa naka-headset si Carl eh.
Okay. Carl Tizzy, sana galingan mo po. Tsaka ngayon, sana tuloy-tuloy po yung win streak. Tsaka to, sana po maka-MSC ka kasi yan yung lang yata ang kulang mo. So go TLPH!
Grabe!
Lagi kasi nating sinasabi, hindi naririnig nila yan. Pero ito, rinig na talaga.
At nasa harapan niya, si Carl Tizzy.
Nasa harap na talaga. Tsaka, di ba, mag-isa ka ngayon. So,
Yes
nagpunta ka
po.
dito mag-isa. Asa yung mga kasama mo? Sayang naman, di ba dapat kasama mo sila?
Nasa bahay po eh.
Ayan, nandiyan pala sila. Batiin mo naman sila.
Shoutout po sa mama Beth ko, tsaka sa sister ko si Donna, yung sa mahal ko Kim Patrick, tsaka si Bayo ko si JM, si cousin ko po si Maynard, si Jota, at tsaka si Trisha May po. Hello po! Dito na ako sa MPL.
Ayan! Napakarami talagang fans ng Team Liquid PH. Kaya naman, magingay muna the cavalry! Dahil ibalik na natin sa ating casters.
There you go. One of the
super fans,
the caballeros, like they mentioned. Oh my God, I seriously can't believe.
Yo, hats off to Odin. I can't believe none of us have ever thought of that. No. Of localizing it. Instead of going for the cavalry, of course, respect to Liquid.
Yeah.
But come on, we have the Spanish roots. They're Los Caballeros at this point.
Los Caballeros. Sí.
I like it. Sí, bro.
I like it. So that's going to be a big treat. She traveled all the way from Rojas, which is like a solid...
A plane ride away.
Plane ride away, yes. And again, just coming here to watch. Just like you guys, hopefully we can get some of you guys to fly over because it is worth it. She's meeting a lot of these TLPH fans for the first time, and Carl Tizzy literally looked at him.
Oh, that's her.
Oh, so there
That's
it is. She has a really big... what do you call it? Spiel.
Signs.
For smart power pose, though, it's Carl Tizzy.
Oh, that's good.
You gotta
That's
go
good.
nonchalant.
That's on
Very
point.
nonchalant.
That's on point.
On point, on
All right,
point.
that's one. I think we're looking for a face-off for the power pose for today.
Let's wait for the TNC side.
This guy
Oh,
looks
man.
like...
He's too happy.
He's too happy.
This is a little bit too chalant.
Too chalant.
Too chalant.
Little less chalant would work.
Oh, okay, okay.
Just like this guy.
Pretty
Could
good.
be it. Yeah.
They're both really good.
They kind of look alike as well.
No.
That's the wrong expression. That's the wrong
Stop
emote.
smiling. Stop smiling.
Yeah,
See
they
this
look
guy?
just like that.
He
kind of looks like Carl Tizzy.
Nah, he does look like Carl Tizzy. 100%. He's a bit older Carl Tizzy, but you know what? There you go. You get a smart, redeemable in-game code.
That dude had a crazy set of pearly whites.
That's a great observation. That's just some of the things that we do here on broadcast, on the ground. So again, tickets are going to be available very soon on the MPL Philippines website. Go check it out.
I suddenly became conscious of my own teeth.
My own teeth.
Why?
Because you said...
Got
No,
good pearly
why?
whites.
I know what I said. Well, why would you be conscious?
I don't know.
Just have a
Because
little bit-
my teeth matches my suit.
The more you're digging
Does
yourself a
it?
hole here,
Stop
dude.
it. Oh, look at this, by the way, guys. Because of that game, Carl Tizzy now ranks second in all-time assists, 2,593. He's now second to few in all-time assists, surpassing Oh My Venus.
Wow.
Wow.
Young goat things.
Apparently only needed 8 in that last one.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Heading into game number 1, he just needed 8 assists.
And he got a lot more than that.
Yeah. To surpass Oh My Venus. Congratulations to Carl Teasy. Again, a hell of an achievement, of course, with everything that Oh My Venus got to achieve here in the league.
Yeah. Big milestone. Considering the Queen hasn't played for like a few solid seasons already.
Yeah.
There are a few breaks even in between. Yeah.
So here we go. We're getting into draft for game number 2. Anything you expect for this one? Maybe similar to the game 1 draft. Maybe that Farum is gonna start making more appearances.
For me, I need the... Although Lord JM actually played well with the high loss, despite him going up against the Lucas, I think they need more of a aggressive type, more of an XP laner, so they don't have to rely heavily on the setups that can come from Yawi.
All right. Chip, Jawhead Band. I think TLPH will think about contesting the Cho right away, or they might be willing to give it and just give something along the lines of Hylos or Tigreal for JP later on in the draft. Unless TNC Pro Team surprise and go ahead and rush it. Because with the Jawhead taken away, Matilda, Chip as well, in terms of the highest impact that you could go for, Cho and the Yawi would be fantastic. With Suyo taken, they can go the Harith and Joy
Cho.
route, or the Granger Joy route.
There's
They
the
rushed the
Cho.
Cho, as we mentioned. Yes, they gotta.
Here comes Yawi. The
comes
Granger as
Granger.
well. But Cutie not straying too far from that.
Good call, Renmar.
He actually played very well on that Granger compared to, surprisingly. It's like he didn't really take a month-long rest.
Yeah. Benacute is still looking very good. He had a pretty 50-50 laning phase with Oheb. And Oheb will get the hero that he got an MVP with in game number 1. But now, we're going to be seeing TNC Pro Team play with a Fanny in their hands. They are not going to go down the Joy route with Fanny opened up. Oh,
Spicy.
Team Liquid Philippines. Let's see if they'll have the resources to lock this Fanny down, because with the Cho on the side of TNC Pro Team, their best option for that is gone, unless Team Liquid will surprise and pick up something like a Kai, Roam, or EXP, which is very highly unlikely. I still think we're already seeing the Roamer for TLPH, and that's going to be the Gatot Kacha.
So far with in terms of lockdown, it's only the Gato. It's very hard to hit the AOG on the Fanny, so they need another one, or else the Fanny might just go crazy in this game.
Maybe ban out the CC and the Edith, so they can go Gatot with the XP lane.
I think we'll see a high loss picked up by TLPH, though, that they might go for the double revitalize. The high loss is the closest that they have now for the hard single target lockdown. It's literally just a poke on the Fanny while she's cabling. So a high loss Gatot Kacha would be good for Team Liquid Philippines, and plus it sets up a little bit better for the Harith. For their mid lane pick, it might be difficult to go static with the Varsa. The Faramis is usually one of the responses to the Fanny, even though you can argue that the Fanny will take out the Faramis ulti very quickly, or you can force it out. TNC Pro Team take away the Tigreal as one of the other safe options that Liquid could go for.
It's very interesting for me to see the Badang still getting banned today, despite all these nerfs. Just making sure, maybe they're thinking maybe it might be a Fanny counter, throwing that wall out. So I really like what we're seeing here, and the Bars are getting banned instead.
Yeah, or you could go with a Hilda for TLPH instead of going for those hard CC. Just give Zyda really have a hard time in the jungle.
So I think it might be a choice for TNC Pro Team. Are you going to go for the Hilda here, which
Early
the Hilda
game.
Cho could be very good, paired up with the Fanny, and you take away the best heroes that could potentially give that Fanny trouble, or are they going to pick up the mid laner along the lines of an Aurora or a Vixana for Lancy? I think TNC Pro Team would want to consider picking up the Hilda.
They stayed away.
They thought about it already. It feels like, you know what, let's not make the Fanny's life hard in the jungle.
Yeah.
Remove the possibility of an early game invade.
CC is still available if ever they want to flex Gatot to the but they go with Lucas and Valentina.
Okay.
This is just in case they go Faramis, right?
Yeah. And also the Valentina could have been problematic for them, if ever, because they have the Luca, so they needed to pick that up for safety.
Yeah.
I think this is either just, can't go Faramis. So yeah, just Aurora or Vixana would be okay. Doesn't need to be too crazy here for TNC Pro Team. And so far, I'm already saying, like, I like the draft of TNC Pro Team a little bit better. Oh, but they actually go for the Sicilian instead. All right. Something I tend to overlook, especially when there's a Harith on the other side and you're still waiting for a surprise pickup. A Sicilian would be really good. And they go for the range. That's going to be their focus. Relatively okay crowd control. Strong single target lockdown from the Cho and the Hilda. Yeah, I'm going to this liking TNC's draft a little bit better.
This is very similar to what TNC did last game as well. Mostly single target, mostly for lockdown. And I don't know how this is going to look in the team fights, honestly. I feel like in team fighting, it's a more TLPH lineup.
Yeah.
But we'll have to wait and see. The early game is where I am most critical of how that's going to go well for TNC. TLPH feels like this lineup can fight all day long.
Yeah. If TNC manages to take control of the mid early on, we can expect an easy snowball, maybe even for Zaida. But just like what happened to game number 1, even if they had full control over the early game, TLPH just literally clapped back towards the mid game.
Big clap back is what we're expecting here as we load up for game number 2. And I would say TNC, this might be a bit more difficult game compared to game number 1. Again, all depends on how Zaida kind of navigates this alongside Gawi for the early game.
By the way, you had to acknowledge, though, for this game, that for TNC Pro Team and Team Liquid, 2 questions. Who's going to have the easier time jungling, and who wins the EXP lane? Those are going to be whoever answers those better are going to be the ones who win the game. With the face-off that you have, with the Cho Hilda, with the Gatot Lucas, and of course with the Fanny Suyo. Yeah.
This feels like an EXP lane's just gonna get cleared and then left.
Yeah.
Over and over again.
Literally, a dead lane. We'll see 4 heroes for each side. Just literally sitting in the mid lane.
Alright. So walking it up, Carl TZ quite deep in the enemy territory, gets 1 camp. It's already a small XP advantage you have on the Suyo. But Zaida's on the other side. He's actually gonna prioritize the XP crowd.
Alright, nothing too crazy with the emblems that we have now. Zaida! Damn!
Jesus!
You asked the question, Zaida answered. Zaida looks like he's having a better time in the jungle so far.
Oh yeah, you get the first blood. You can definitely say you're having the better time so far. Great start here for TNC Pro Team. Great aggression that they're showing. Let's see if they can continue it.
They're quite happy to take that. And even forcing a flicker out of Sanji, so that might make TLPH's early game a lot more hesitant. Make him more hesitant to maybe check these bushes. And yeah, a very easy turtle here. Should be for TNC, but look at that, TLPH, they seem to want to contest this.
Okay, here comes the Revitalize coming in from JP. But the damage from Lancy is there as well, and Carl TZ secures the first turtle, might go for Lord JM, forcing out this flicker. Here comes the Shockwave Blast from Sanford, brings down Lord JM.
Beast has been unleashed here. I would say that TLPH, despite losing out earlier, are still very healthily in control of this game. Zaida, not really making himself known quite yet.
Yeah. They know that it's not yet their power spike, and it all boiled down to what you were mentioning during the drafting phase. When it comes to team fight objective takes, it looks like TLPH really has it for their side because it's easier to pull off.
Yeah.
Oh, they see a retribution used by Zaida there, yes.
Yeah, that was a steal. Carl TZ lost his orange buff, stolen away by Zaida. So, wow, what a game Zaida's been having. He wasn't able to contest for the first turtle, but he's already gotten the first blood and has gotten a buff steal from Carl TZ. He has a slight lead over him, around 166 in terms of the gold, favoring the Fanny. Since the Lucas is on the board again, we have to acknowledge the change for him. They remove the effect of the aftershock damage of his Shockwave Blast, and now it deals damage to all enemies in range. It used to just be the first target hit, and then everyone else gets hit by the aftershock effect. Now everyone just gets blasted equally with no aftershock effect, and they even increase the damage of the Shockwave Blast.
Make it a lot easier to hit those beast hits, beast aftershocks.
So right now, Zyda level 1 ahead over Carl TZ. And looking at the lineup of TLPH, they don't have a clear lockdown onto the Fanny apart from Sanji's IMU whenever he has the Way of the Dragon. So it looks like Sanji needs to do overtime, take control over the mid lane, at the same time lock down Zyda later on.
Right now, though, Zyda hasn't been disturbed. He's the one doing more of the disturbing up top. I think he might get Sanford.
Hunting down Sanford!
Oh! Sliced the beast in half and right on time because a second turtle is up for grabs for TNC.
Alright, so that's a big buff, but will Zyda make it in time for the turtle? I don't think so. He does!
And Zyda gets the turtle away from the cavalry! Look at the damage coming in from TNC. Kick from Sanji. They're going right after him.
No way.
He's going to be taken down by the members of the Phoenix Army, and they're going for more. Lord JM and Yawi as well. They might set their eyes on Carl TZ and JP. One more hit! A flicker from Lancy. Final blow to the young goat. But Oeb answers back with a kill onto Yawi. But 3 will fall down for TLPH.
Chaos in the map yet again, and TNC Pro Team continue to play around this Fanny incredibly well. Lord JM and Sanford trading aggro takes. After a long fight, Carl TZ gets taken out, while Zyda gets away scot-free with a turtle steal from a kill that was started off in the top lane. He went all the way to the turtle, making it in time to steal it away. What a game that Zyda's been having so far.
He literally was still on the base doors when the turtle was half. I can't believe he did that!
Commit the kick, plus the Sanguine Claws onto JP. Here comes Zyda, AOG to retreat. So no AOG so far for TLPH.
Bit too late for the kick there, but for the meantime, TNC looks like they're quite happy with the way that things are crawling out on the map.
So that's where Team Liquid Philippines decide to get a little bit more single target lockdown by stealing the ultimate of the Cho away. That is what Sanji is doing with the IMU of the Valentina. So if ever they're going to have a kick for Zyda whenever he shows up, but so far Zyda's entries have been really great. And TNC Pro Team have been collapsing at the right time on TLPH's formation so that when Zyda shows up, it's just going to be easy cleanup for the Assassin.
And not to mention, even Lancy, towards the last clash, he even flickered into the tower of TLPH just to secure a kill onto Carl TZ and to JP. But now an aggressive rotation coming in from TLPH. That's a 3-man rotation. Might get forced back by TNC.
Try to mirror it. Sanford actually was brought down to around 35% health up top alone by Zyda.
Okay, Sanji commits already the Way of the Dragon towards Yawi. Here comes the Salmon Force coming in from Oheb. They're going to bring down the Lover Boy. JP soaking up the damage. AOG defensively. Zyda spots out Sanji. 1 member down for TNC.
It seems like they're going to be quite happy to just push back TLPH for the meantime. Try to get as much damage onto that turtle. Maybe just secure it. Forcing back Carl TZ though is huge.
Okay. Again, TNC secures the objective. Now they're targeting Sanford. In a beautiful kill, Lord JM shuts down Sanford.
Sanford feels like he's getting targeted so much in this game, man.
Again, that was the question. Who wins the EXP lane and who has an easier time jungling? The answer for that have both been TNC players. Lord JM won the EXP. Zyda is having an easier time playing the jungle right now. That's why we see Team Liquid Philippines on the back foot and TNC Pro Team starting off the tempo, even though they were the ones to get the initial pick off onto Yawi. With Sanji and getting the kick and JP capping it off with the taunt to lock the Cho down. TNC Pro Team still had the Hilda to hold the formation, paired up with the Sicilian as well. Team Liquid could not heavily contest.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you already used up your lockdown for Yawi, who's stopping Lancy? Who's stopping Zyda? And TNC is just really showing that they're 2 steps ahead of TLPH, even down to the draft. A conceal from Lord JM. 1.6k gold lead already for TNC, and they're looking to go for the mid lane.
It's not quite a big gold lead, but it's saying something considering it's a Suyo, it's a Valentina, very aggressive. JP can kind of go ham as well. They just cannot catch this Fanny, and it's really messing up their plans.
Yeah, we're also seeing the Sicilian pick up, giving a lot of difficulty to Team Liquid. They spot out Zyda.
Sees 2 of them. That's a lot of info for TNC.
Zyda
knows he doesn't need to fight.
2-level gap though. Big advantage for Zyda over Carl TZ. TNC Pro Team, they can continue just playing around their control right now as the minion waves tough to handle for Team Liquid. And even the objective team fight's too risky. If they cannot get the Granger and the Sicilian down quick enough, it's going to be hard for Team Liquid to fight.
Yeah, especially since Lancey just picked up an early Wishing Lantern for the Phoenix Army. Now 3 seconds in, the First Lord will be responding. TNC in full control over the Lord bit.
Full control right now. Lord JM on that forward bush. He knows all eyes on him. Forcing back with Unbreakable. JP is really going to have to make a very crucial decision later. That AOG is going to be so important to get that fight started. Or maybe end the fight.
They're going to go first for the bottom lane push as Zyda picks up a turret down the bottom. Might even go right after OM. Here comes the cables. Cutthroat already used up. OM goes in with his Zaman Force, but was able to out-sustain Zyda. OHEB already used up his Zaman Force, but survived, fortunately, up against Zyda.
Yeah, close call. Zyda just built up the Malefic Roar before that engagement. I thought OHEB would get blasted, but good thing he was able to pop down the Zaman Force, dance around it, and get shields to boot. But yeah, TNC Pro Team could just ride this out. This what we were talking about earlier. There's a reason why I preferred their lineup right now in this game number 2. And we're seeing everything just come into full effect here for TNC Pro Team. Holding the right shrubs, controlling the center of the map, allowing Lord JM to provide space and go into a little bit of deeper access points so that they can get more information concealed by Yawi.
They're gonna look for a proper target, commits the flicker, but a beautiful immune coming in from Sanford disrupts TNC, and now a kill onto the Loverboy, the punish Sanji with his own kick. Here comes JP with an AOG, gonna connect onto Lancey, but a kill spree coming in from Zyda as they're trying to work on Lord JM up against 3. Carl TZ Queller will connect, but the damage isn't gonna be enough. Sanford goes in with a flicker, flash combo connection, one more hit onto Lord JM, buying a lot of time, even forcing out Carl TZ's retribution, still alive but gonna get taken down by Carl TZ, and the clap back from Benny Coyote to secure a kill.
Ooh, and Carl TZ able to avoid the damage from the Sicilian just in time. With an engage by TNC Pro Team and Liquid. Lots of sidestepping. Sanji did not find the right angle. Benny QT able to readjust his position so that he wouldn't get kicked closer to the members of Team Liquid Philippines. And now it's TNC Pro Team with the advantage. It should be on this Lord, but Team Liquid are going to be... Let's see if they'll rush it because Zyda had to leave for a moment.
It took a while to get in back into the fight here, and Yawi gonna get taken out.
And Carl TZ, the young goat, secures the Lord.
Hesitation by TNC Pro Team. Zyda thought about stealing the purple buff of Carl TZ first, but what they gave up was a chance to contest the Lord. He was able to show up just in time, but Carl TZ was in a better, more comfortable position to retribution it for Team Liquid.
You know what blows my mind so much in that one is TLPH was down 3 members. But TNC still decided, you know what, let's play slow. Let's just dance around this one. I know Zyda was busy with his purple buff, but I think they took too long in that last one.
Yeah, even Lancey was forced to back away as Lord JM working on JP. That's not from Benny QT connecting. But JP still alive. Zyda going up against 2. Here comes Sanford and OHEB. Zyda has to walk away with the cables. And now you can already feel the damage coming in from TLPH. They're slowly crawling back and regaining map control.
Just like game number 1, OHEB feels like he's just a slow wind-up into a big hit. And I think TNC is slowly feeling the impact of this Harif in this game.
Yeah, I think we also might be seeing now the reduction of the rewards around the gold lane with the crab, with the first 10 minion waves or siege minions.
Feels a lot slower, you're right.
Just a little bit slower.
Lord JM got out of position there from TLPH.
Be a broken tower if no one runs to it.
Okay.
And that's going to be a big minion.
Yeah. Full item built up already, actually. Or just one more. Fury Hammer was picked up a little bit later. War Axe, Malefic Roar, Anti-Cuirass, and the Radiant Armor already for Zyda. He needed to build a bit more sustainability there in the end. So it's the Spell Vamp focused, sustainable yet still very deadly Fanny build that we're seeing for Zyda.
You can see it already. It lacked a bit of a damage because there are a lot of times where it was a few hits away and bringing down OHEB, but still looking at OHEB's KDA 202. So TNC Zyda, you have to overthink, or you have to think twice whenever you want to go for an isolated kill over OHEB, because again, you went for the sustained type of build.
Yeah, that sustain is really going to be so crucial later on, especially if they don't really reach those critical mass levels yet. So we're going to keep our eyes peeled for that one. But so far, again, we talked about it earlier, Sanford feels like he's the target. So I think that's the reason why he's hanging back a little bit more than usual here with JP up on front.
Yeah, you even saw it when Yaoi committed the flicker and casted the Wave of the Dragon, but Sanford was quick enough to cast the Unleash the Beast where he was immune. That's why it disrupted the potential aggression of TNC.
I also want to talk about how their Yaoi's really going all in on these plays.
Yeah, needs to bide his time a little bit better though. You got to see there that Team Liquid Philippines was able to eventually win that engagement out because Yaoi was punished by Team Liquid. Wouldn't be surprised if they keep watching out for this Cho and just keep playing around the idea that they can punish Yaoi and then eventually steamroll through TNC Pro Team.
Okay. Sanji does have the Wave of the Dragon, so assuming that they see Zaida, okay, already commits it onto Lord JM. Paired up with his Almond Force, they're going to have to walk away, but the kick coming in from Yaoi, Call CZ is gone. Here comes Clapback coming in from TLPH, they're working on Yaoi. One member down for TLPH, Unleash the Beast is there, but they're going one-on-one. As Sanford brings down the Loverboy. Lancey, one more hit onto Sanford, and both teams will disengage.
Okay, that's jungle for Rome though, not a good trade for Team Liquid Philippines. Zydo will be here. TNC Pro Team still healthy to go ahead and try and rush this. Let's see if they can. Sanji has an IMU, but what can they do without their jungler?
15 seconds on the clock. This is going to be crucial here. They have to stay alive.
Sanji sizing up. Oheb goes in with his Almond Force. They're forcing TNC to back off. Oh my god, kill coming in from Benny Cutie. Zyda also secures the Lord. Immortality of Zyda will be popped, but TNC still no casualties, plus the Lord.
Very fast movements from Zyda, staying alive. He absorbs so much damage as well for TLPH, and now they will have the Lord in tow. 20 seconds for JP as well. These turrets will go down.
Some buying and selling that we saw from Zyda. He sold the Malefic Roar so that he can full build the Heptases, and then having gold yet again to rebuild the Malefic Roar. Zyda already on the way to an MVP winning game. Let's track Zyda here. Team Liquid decide to commit this so that they can push Zyda back and knock up from the Lord. Zyda waited, bided his time, cabled a little bit to the center, then upwards towards the Lord to retribution it. What a movement.
Did he buy mid-air?
Yeah, he did. He bought mid-air.
What the heck?
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that was clutch from Zyda.
I'm so impressed right now. My jaw dropped on the floor. Got to look for it. But here they come, walking up on top with the Lord.
Okay. Lord about to siege in onto the top lane as TLPH trying to deal enough damage. Sanford goes in, flickers in, but gets punished down by the Phoenix army. Sangman Claw's going to connect onto JP as Benny Cutie, giving out that Sonatas plus Rhapsodies, forcing JP to use the AOG defensively. Oheb goes in with his Almond Force. Oh, can he be able to do it? Sanji has a Wave the Dragon. Oheb is going crazy! An unstoppable kill coming in from Zyda. The clapback once again from TNC. Lord James Immortality will be popped. Flickers out immediately. Zyda going after 3, forcing TLPH to back off. Oheb with a beautiful kill, but TNC manages to respond.
What a bloody exchange we saw in that last few minutes. Whew, 17 minutes on the timer, boys.
That could have been disastrous, but TNC Pro Team positioned themselves relatively well around the Zalman Force that Oheb brought down. Oheb got punished there. That was a good call by him and a good call by Team Liquid to try and force something to get kills. But in the end, Zyda, Benecutie, and Lancey are still untouched. 3 members of TNC Pro Team, the core damage dealers with no deaths for the Phoenix Army.
Again, I would just wonder how long they can keep this up. All of Yaoi's deaths have been very good sacrifices so far for TNC. It's always been worth it. I mean, maybe 4 out of 6.
Yeah, and the best part is they have Lancey at the Cecilion. Coming into the late game, if TLPH manages to come back, they're just going to have immense clear wave to eventually have an opportunity to end the game immediately because they have Lancey, and as Renmar mentioned, still untouched with the 208 KDA.
Got pretty good scaling so far. And like you mentioned, that Cecilia just going to keep going and going and going. So you don't really want to take this game too long if you're TLPH.
Okay. Lord, Enhanced Lord has responded now. 18-minute mark is going to be crucial We've been seeing times wherein they're just gonna bait out the Lord for kills instead. But TNC can indeed secure this Lord up against TLPH. Here comes the conceal. Coming in from Yawi, they're looking for a proper target. Sanji still doesn't have the way of the dragon. Yawi forcing TLPH. Here comes a kick coming in from Sanji. Oh, Lancey secures the Lord. TLPH desperately wanting a clapback. Sanford has to flicker out. Here comes an Revitalizer. Zyda just mounting onto the back as TNC disengage with the Lord.
They were so busy taking that team fight. They said, you know what, Zyda's here. Maybe he won't retreat. But it was Lancey who come out on top with the Lord. Maybe his damage right now with Bat Impact is just maybe at retreat damage. I don't know.
Zyda's retribution timer is half a second ahead of Carl Tzi's.
Oh.
Yet Lancey still somehow, someway got the last hit on that Lord.
Unbelievable.
That's straight up bad luck by Team Liquid. Still great engaged by TNC Pro Team. They could end it here, honestly. They can.
Their bad luck might extend because TNC sieging in Zyda onto the bottom lane, working on the turret. JP forced to use the AOG's immortality.
Cancel.
Looking at the damage coming in from TNC. Zyda just going in with the cables. Plus the sack with lost back loss. Carl Tz, JP gone. TNC looks like the storm rages on.
And they are going to come out on top. We're going to get a game 3 of this, folks. And no one is complaining at all. This is going to be something for the Bucks. TNC 1-1 on TL.
And in his return, slotting in week number 4, Benny Cutie picks up a game win up against his former team, TLPH. Guys, it's just day one of week 4.
It's his first day, man. And the games he's delivering are already pretty solid. Gotta say, a lot better start than most people I know.
What I tell you, community poll, game 1 was A, game 2 was B, will game 3 be C, wherein TNC might stop the win streak of TLPH?
Let's see. Wow. TNC Pro Team. They had the lineup that I preferred. They eventually got the W. Great execution. Zyda, what a fanny. I feel like that's a bit of a warning shot to the rest of the league that now they have to watch out for the fanny of Zyda. They played around him very well. Even though Lord JM and Yawi got punished a lot, playing around the fanny, the Granger, and the Sicilian was fantastic. Benny Cute, and I love that even he acknowledged Zyda there. Don't tell me Zyda actually got... Okay, no. It was Benny Cutie getting the MVP of the game, 7-0 and 6, untouched.
That's going to be our power post later on.
Power post? Let's go. 100%. Now we're already done. We get 1 power post per day, right? I think we're done with that. Maybe next week. But yeah, Benny Cutie right now, obviously, he played that phenomenally. And maybe he was able to do it that way just because of how well Zyda did play. So maybe that's why he pulled him to the side here. Yeah. I do agree.
Yeah, and even towards the early game, Renmar has been stressing how the junglers will play a big role alongside the XP laners. Lord JM and Zyda literally served up this game to Benny Cutie and a silver platter because of how well they dominated their opposing laners, their opposing XP laners and junglers.
Yeah. There were also some key things that Benny Cutie was able to do here. This was one of them. Sanji decided to commit the kick. Actually, I thought it was Benny Cutie that he was hunting down for. It was Benny Cutie who just landed the kill. It looked like Sanji was just trying to get a kick on the closest target. And TNC's Benny Cutie making himself a little bit unavailable for Team Liquid to really hunt down well. Hard to reach. Lancey and the Granger paired up together. It's so good. They're maximizing range without the Faramis this time around to come in the clutch. They couldn't play around that. Team Liquid had to commit an all-in, let's just see if we can deal more damage before they take us out mentality. And that was just tougher this time around for Team Liquid Philippines.
Yeah, 100% tougher. In this one, again, we talked about this in the draft. Very little catch, almost no catch as well. For TLPH means that Zyda could actually just play out of his mind. He could go into these corners. He wouldn't have any big fears that he would get locked down. And it was just so easy for TNC to play around that.
And not to mention their fast hands again. When you pointed out when Zyda got the Lord and he was almost taken down, he bought an immortality mid-air.
That's impressive.
It just shows how this game, again, as Renmar mentioned, this statement of Zyda that he can rock the Fanny, and Fanny deserves to be banned out when you're up against TNC Pro Team.
Almost 20 minutes in this game, and we're going to game number 3.
Man, average game times are going up.
Yep. We were talking about this earlier.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like, the games really have gotten longer this time around.
Sheesh.
And, of course, TNC Pro Team, even though we didn't get to see the Yaoi Cho game that we're used to seeing, TNC Pro Team just really proved to you that this isn't just the Yaoi show, that across all positions, they're ready. A lot of questions about the inclusion of Benny Cutie, and Benny Cutie, just like OHEB for Team Liquid Philippines, just looks like a perfect fit right now for TNC Pro Team, bringing in a little bit more of that controlled mentality that maybe TNC needed a little bit more of. Kozen has been popping off lately, but the veterancy of Benny Cutie coming in big, especially in this game number 2, making himself unavailable for Team Liquid Philippines to find. And of course, Zyda getting his flowers as well from Benny Cutie there when they were showing the Storm. He pulled him closer to just show how good of a Fanny game that he had here. He's the BPI rich guy.
Are all players required to do that pose?
I think no. They just really want to do that pose. They have their own poses.
Lord J, OM, and Lance.
I saw that too.
All right. It is common knowledge that a lot of the players don't know how to pose.
Yeah,
So
you're
the
right.
photographers would be giving them suggestions. And those are just suggestions, but they take it as, all right, I'm just going to do that.
Do that, right? By the way, I just want to double back. I feel like the untouchable stat, the bulletproof stat,
Yeah.
feels like it's so much more important in these games where you need those stacks, right? It feels like it just is so important to make sure the Granger stays relevant. So Benny Cutie not dying in that game actually was a pretty big deal.
Yeah, and Benny Cutie was one of the players that were hovering around the top 4, top 5 in the bulletproof standings last season. Super Marco, King Kong, Kelra, and Benny Cutie was up there. So even though that the bulletproof title usually goes to Super Marco, he's the first guy that you think of. Benny Cutie does a relatively good job of just staying alive, actually, as a gold winner. He's very dependable in that regard.
Yeah, that's why we already saw Benny Cutie even coming into week number 4. It's his first game, first series. Already shows up that there's still no rust when it comes to Benny Cutie.
100%. He's been performing as a Storm very well. That's 2 games on the Granger, though. Well, let's see if there's going to be something else that will be flexed here. Because if I were them, maybe I'd think about considering Granger for the ban list.
Yeah.
Because right now, Benny has shown that he has excellent maneuverability on this hero.
Yeah, ban out the Granger. Benny rocks the 1-1.
I would love to see that.
Benny use the 1-1.
I'd love to see that. Unlikely, but I would love to see that.
Highly unlikely.
Highly unlikely.
He's been nerfed to the ground.
Can't even get up anymore.
Yo, speaking of nerfs and buffs, have you guys noticed they haven't changed a lot, even with the major patch. The heroes that we're seeing still feel relatively the same.
Yeah. To be fair, it does say it takes some time for teams to really jump in on it. Although it wasn't a massive game changer per se, but I do hope some teams try out some of the new heroes that were made available because of the patch getting dropped. I'm still looking for a Minotaur and a Kai Moore. Please give me my panda.
Maybe, because I feel like Badang would really fall off alongside Jushin.
But
coming
that's
into
right.
week number 4.
That's what I'm talking about. Earlier,
Right.
he was also banned out. So,
but he was still there. Oh my gosh!
Right.
Despite the nerf.
Despite the nerfs, this is something that we're gonna have to start to look at more and more as the season progresses. Maybe tomorrow, or maybe later today. We'll see. For the meantime, all access is happening right now on the stage.
Buhay na buhay pa ba ang Phoenix Army ng TNC? Grabe, mainit ang TNC Pro Team kontra sa Team Liquid Philippines. Pero bago lahat ng yan, okay, bago tayo magpunta sa game number 3, we have here Makey Basement together with us. Kamusta, Makey? How's it going?
It's fine now today. Ang lamig-lamig dito sa media.
Malamig talaga.
Grabe experience mo dito, no? So, nanonood ka talaga ng MPL
Yes,
Philippines?
always. Dito
Always.
ta.
At nakikita natin, on your hands, may hawak ka mga stickers na talagang inaabangan at nagva-viral sa social media. Pakita mo naman sa
Okay.
amin, ano bang meron ka
Sige,
dyan?
abot natin.
Ayan, pakita natin sa camera.
Ipakita muna natin yan.
Eto, first of all, eto talaga yung pinakauna kong ginawa, which is
Ayan.
yung kay Oheb, which is yung wala
Ayan,
akong
ilapit
pera.
natin. Ito. Wala nga akong pera. Ayan o. Yan ang itsura.
Very accurate, ha?
Very accurate.
Ano pang meron
Nakaturo
dyan?
pa. Ano pa
Tapos
meron?
yung sumunod naman after yung baby cake.
Ito, of course.
Wow.
Baby cakes. Okay, kita nyo naman. Next up, ano meron tayo?
And yung pinaka-recent lang is yung kay Yawi.
Pa-order nga po ng giniling. Matik.
Swak na swak sa match natin ngayon.
Tapos syempre meron ka pa dito, di ba? You have all of the other teams as well. Ang dami mong ginawa.
I added the, kasi meron kasi akong series before season 13 na food team series, which is featuring yung mga teams. But food.
Pakita
okay.
natin.
Okay. Ano ba itsura niyo mga yan?
Sa Team Liquid, tapos sa Twisted Minds,
Okay.
sa Falcons, and sa Aurora.
Nagutom ako bigla. So, ano nga ba inspiration mo? Saan ka kumukuha ng ideas? Paano ka nagka-come up sa ganitong creativity?
At first kasi as a meme. Mahilig kasi ako mag-drawing ng mga memes. Kaya, lalo na especially dito sa may kina-Oheb, nag-viral na nagkaroon ng memes sila. Tapos, nagkaroon ako ng inspiration bigla na, what if i-drawing ko?
Tsaka kamukhang-kamukha din.
Oo,
Kilala
okay.
mo talaga kung sino
Yun nga
yun.
Talagang after ko nakita talaga na ginawa ng TLPH yung meme, tapos natawa ako, tapos okay, gawin ko nga to, drawing ko nga to. Tapos ayun.
Wait, saan ba namin makikita to? Kung sakaling may mga gustong bumili, saan nila makikita yan?
Meron po kaming page which is the Makey Basement. Pwede po kayo mag-message doon if you want to avail the stickers.
There we finally have it, Makey Basement. Maraming salamat. Sigurado ako na handa na ang lahat para sa darating na Game 3. TNC, handa na ba tayo para sa Game 3? Buhay na buhay ang Phoenix Army. Kahit na rin ang cavalry na nandun sa kabila. Kaya naman wag na natin patagalin pa. Casters, balik sa inyo.
So that's where those stickers came from. I've been looking for them around.
Yep.
That's a Makey Basement with the food stickers as well. I forgot we had a thing like that.
Yeah, it made me hungry. The giniling one.
I love her art though. I feel like that she's actually coming up with the most iconic stickers available in the community.
Amazing.
So if you ever find yourselves in the Philippines, look for Makey Basement and all of the cool stickers that she has available.
That's right. We have a bit of an MPL Indonesia.
Hey, yo.
Oh! Ryota got a win on Onyx for the first win of the season. It's their first win of the season so far? Or maybe just Ryota's?
No, it's their first win of the season. Like, Onyx has been
The
struggling.
team.
Yeah.
And with Ryota's entry, it looks like things will be changing for Onyx.
Aha!
Same might go with TNC with Benny Cutie in the picture.
Yeah, that's tough though. For Dewa to be able to get a point, that looks like it was a tough win for Onyx Esports. But congratulations, of course, General of the Atoy Army. That's Ryota, part of Onyx again. This time in another country. It's good to see that Coach Yeb is getting back his former players and giving them opportunities. You know.
And you know what? The opportunities are not just like as a friend, because it works. Obviously, it works, right?
Yes.
I feel like it is such a big use of a talent of a very good MPL PH player. And I'm very glad that Ryota was able to really contribute to MPL Indonesia. Onyx, first win of the season. That is huge. Congratulations all the way from the desk here. And speaking of big contributions, like I mentioned, Benny Cutie slotting in really is a big breath of fresh air for TNC. Obviously, their game one was very difficult as well. But coming in this one, it's going to be TNC on the blue side this time around, 57% on that win rate.
So they could go for the blue yo once again. Aside they can't secure it, and Benny this time might actually have a different gold laner.
Oh.
I wonder if TNC Pro Team, if they're on the blue side, if they're just going to go ahead and just go...
Granger?
Fanny.
Fanny right away.
Yeah.
Could be.
That sounds like something that Carl Thezy would push for, right? Yeah. after a loss against a Fanny.
Yeah, definitely you'll need to watch out. for Team Liquid picking up the Cho as one of the first 2 picks, because they could go Cho Granger, similar to what TNC did in game number 2, the first 2. Let's see what Team Liquid will ban.
What's your command?
No more Fanny. Gotta respect it now.
And we're back to our regular programming.
Granger.
Granger coming in.
They could go with Joy later on for the jungle, just trade off the Suyo for this Granger. So, Suyo Cho?
Yeah.
They changed the voice line. Welcome to the jungle.
Shows me
that was a different skin.
Oh, that's a different skin.
Yeah,
All right.
Ooh, I like this Jawhead. They go for the heavy lockdown pop right away. I think we might be seeing Yaoi's pick up already as well. Either the Cho or... They don't do the quick Tigreal.
Anytime.
So they go for the Cho and they get the Joy. So, Joy Suyo trade. Are they going to go into the second phase with their gold laner? Because with the Harith gone, Granger was picked up here. Yeah, Liquid might have gotten reduced here in terms of the gold lane options. They could just go Irithel.
Irithel.
The Irithel Jawhead are a great combination together.
It also works. It also lanes very well against a Granger early on. So would love to see that. But it's the Farsa. Oh, we're finally gonna see post buff Farsa.
And in the hands of Sanji also.
If TNC ban out the Irithel in this, I think Oheb can bring the sniper back. He can actually go Beatrix.
Yeah. Baby, ooh.
Yeah.
We can see those flicker Wesker plays.
Maybe it's gonna be the Wesker. A little bit more better damage distribution as well. So from the ultimates, so could be.
Yeah, and they lowered the ultimate so much. The cooldown from like 30 seconds to like 12 to 20. That's huge.
Badang's still banned out despite the nerf. So apparently, the nerf doesn't affect the players.
Well, go ahead.
Only us regular people.
I know, right?
Remember the story you were telling us earlier? Yeah, man, I was playing the Badang last night. I felt so useless. I couldn't do anything. This nerf was crazy.
Okay, I just came from a brawl where I used Badang. I used up Sprint.
I didn't even bring up the fact that you used Sprint with your Badang last night, bro.
I was playing Brawl the other day.
See, you suddenly got defensive. I was just trying to like back up with the whole thing about the pro players don't really care that much. They're fine. They're going to be okay. And now you reveal to the rest of the world that you accidentally used Sprint on your Badang.
Yes.
They were on stream, so...
Guys, Ingan uses Sprint on his Badang.
It was just one time. I hate you guys.
But now, back to the real world where we don't use Sprint on Badang. We're gonna see a bit more of a respect towards the mid lane. That's a good recognition of the skills of Lancy. Bruno's out as well. Will, come on, Beatrix.
Nah, the Irithel can still get picked up. I think you go for the EXP laner first. You need something solid.
Hilda.
Ooh, okay, a lot of damage here, but no strong frontline hold. TNC, honestly, they can just go CC.
CC, Lucas.
CC.
Lucas is still available.
Yes, you're right.
Who is that? Oh,
Gluno. We are.
Who is that?
Oh, my God, they made the... I think if you know why his voice line is like that.
Did they do that?
We are glue. Valentina. And yeah, they'll still have access to the Feathered Airstrike. Close range, more dive, except this time they have one ranged hero. Liquid, is it the Irithel of the Beatrix? Nope, they go for the carry instead. They needed something... strong basic attack shred, and that's what they're gonna get.
Try to break through that
glue.
That's right, that's right. And again, you kind of just have to deal with the fact that Yaoi's gonna keep hunting you down. Helps to have that little bit of a dash as well. So I don't mind it. I don't mind this lineup at all. I guess the Irithel would have been a bit more vulnerable, I guess. But I guess that's what they're thinking, right? But we'll have to wait and see whether or not this is gonna be able to ramp up though. We're gonna load up into the game. I gotta admit, I like TNC's lineup a little bit better.
They do have a lot of lockdown, and not to mention Valentina. That could go just with the Unstoppable Force or the Feathered Airstrike coming in from Sanji. So in terms of versatility, yeah, I do agree. TNC has a good lineup.
The numbers show, though, that Team Liquid Philippines lineup a little bit better. Damage pick-off, hell yeah, they have that. But as with every glue game so far this season, can they actually handle the glue? If the answer to that
Welcome
is
to
yes,
Mobile
then they should be able
Legends.
to ride this out. If it's a no, TNC will be able to end the win streak.
Can't believe I'm saying this. We are on game number 3, TNC versus TLPH, with Oheb taking a bit of a step back, more passive on a carry, and the Farsa, we're gonna see it here today. Very fast, wings by wings as well. A lot of stuff get changed on that hero.
Yeah, speaking of stuff, how strong did Farsa actually become?
Pretty strong. Ultimate gets brought down really quickly. Wings by wings getting buffed up actually was my favorite adjustment to her. 150% increased movement speed now. And when you mark someone with a Curse of Crow, you actually reveal the marked enemy's position, so you get a bit of vision on them.
So if Sanji was dangerous last week with the Farsa, what more now?
That's it. We're actually talking about maybe the Farsa might be insta-pick here. Benny Cutie!
Okay, good
Force
flicker.
out.
But JB flickers. Here comes the toss. Here comes the avalanche coming in from TLPH. Bringing it down this time, Benny Cutie. But Zaida with a clapback once again to bring down Daddy JB with electrifying beats. 1-for-1 trade, but that's still going to go in favor of TLPH.
All right. Liquid able to start things off with the first kill onto Benny Cutie, and that should slow down the farm a little bit of the Granger. Good thing Oheb wasn't getting taken out there, and the trade was just gold laner for Roamer. So Liquid winning the first sequence so far.
Now we're also going to see a bit more focus here in JP. Did use the flicker earlier to lock down a kill though. Yaoi has vision. I don't think they can contest though.
Sanji
But
using
he'll
wings
try.
by wings for reposition. Carl TZ still secures the turtle as they disengage. Good thing Sanji also used up the wings by wings to make sure Lord JM can't just go in at any given moment because he's zoned out, Lord JM.
Yeah, wings by wings does feel more zippy, you know?
Yeah.
Feels more zippy, a lot more ground covered, and it hurts. Everything just feels faster with this Farsa right now.
It would actually be for the new passive of her ultimate. So her Spiritual Unity passive, it reduces the interval of that by 1 second. So that's the bird. Watch out for Very. It's the little bit of extra damage that it can dish out. 8% extra damage.
Oh!
Big oopsie.
Was able to dodge out the Sever coming in from Carl TZ. But still, this is a signal to Yaoi that you can't just go in at any given moment. It's Carl TZ trying to work on Zaida. We're just waiting for the kick coming in from Yaoi. Gonna connect onto JP. First man down. Who is it gonna be? It's gonna be JP, but in exchange for Zaida and Yaoi. Then a 2-man swing for TLPH as Lord Jim just working on Carl TZ. Will he be able to take down the young goat? One more hit and will do so successfully, but it's gonna get punished down by 3 members of the cavalry.
That's essentially a 2 for free here. Not sure if I would take that. Benny Cutie can't really join the fights quite yet. And Oheb happy to go and get those assists as well.
Yeah. JP and Oheb have around, alongside Sanford, all have 300 gold leads and counting and up against their counterparts. So it's actually doubled for Oheb, now at 600 over the Granger, looming around that value. So Liquid so far have been playing very well around their Farsa and their Jawhead.
That's an ejector and an unstoppable force used up already for Yaoi. But Yaoi was able to dodge it alongside the Cyclone Eye. So TLPH, still, their mid control is just too much for TNT so far. Second turtle will be responding.
And I kind of get why that's the case, right? Because despite Yaoi being on the show, he can't really utilize it as much. He can't kick people back quite yet because the damage profile is just, it's not there. You need to wait a few more levels before that can actually make a big difference.
Flickers in,
That's,
even steals away the Feathered Airstrike to send Sanji packing. That's 1 member gone for TLPH as he has to recall. All the while, Cavalry still working on the turtle to committed already. Yaoi onto JP as he bursts down. Daddy JP Sanford onto the back, trying to re-engage over Yaoi as Zaida picks up the turtle. Oh, it might fall down in the hands of Zaida once again. Lord JM working on Sanford, and a 4-man kill for TNC.
You know what, you're talking about this, right, Renmar? The glue, how do they handle this?
Yep.
No answer yet.
Oh! How do they handle the duo of Lancy and Zaida as they kill Sanji even in between two turrets in the middle lane. And speaking of the middle lane, it's now been demolished by the Phoenix Army.
Very costly loss there for Team Liquid. JP initially wanted to commit the toss-up onto Yawi, but didn't have the right angle and the right time to do it. Yawi outplayed Daddy JP, and TNC Pro Team made them pay. JP will not be able to get the toss onto the glue. Split already committed.
Okay.
Oh, they're gonna go.
He's gonna connect on to Sanford. Sanji zoning out TNC with a feathered airstrike. Lord
zone.
James still on there with Sanford.
Zaida.
Here comes Zaida. Okay, got stopped there by Sanji, but Sanji got locked and erased once again. Oh, I'm trying to work on Yawi. That's one member down again for the Cavalry.
Things are falling apart for the Cavalry and TNC Pro Team. IMU is the best way to describe what TNC Pro Team could be saying to Team Liquid Philippines. With the amount of former Liquid members in their ranks, the play style that they go for. Again, I thought Team Liquid were the more refined version. TNC Pro Team are the hungrier, more aggressive version. And in this game, so far, after that second turtle, excuse me, they are the ones looking more refined.
That's true. It does feel like a blue blood transfusion here for TNC, and 50% blue blood is working out very well for them. It feels like they're getting buffed so much.
Yeah. Working as fast as possible, especially for Zaida. 314 KDA with the Joy. Again, you don't want Zaida to scale up as soon as possible with this Joy. And now TLPH trying to gain control over the mid lane again. And again, we have to remind you, a lot is at stake here for TLPH.
Oh,
JP missed it. Unstoppable Force gonna connect on to Lancy. Yeah, we gonna commit the kick once again. Here goes Benny QT delivering the death sonata plus Rhapsody to bring down Daddy JP. Now Lord JM has his eyes set onto Sanford as he's being surrounded by 4 members of the Phoenix Army. Sanford still wrecking havoc into the middle lane, but a double kill coming in from Benny QT. And the turtle stolen away by Carl Teasy.
Yikes! Carl TZ just walked up and stole that after everything that TNC Pro Team did against Team Liquid, punishing JP's entry. JP even used the Unstoppable Force to try and make himself immune to crowd control effects against the Jeet Kune Do or against the kick of Yawi, but he was a little bit too early. He thought Yawi would bite the bait and go for it immediately, but Yawi waited and was patient. But after all of that, it was Carl TZ who walked up and stole the turtle. However, TNC Pro Team does have a 3,000 gold lead, and Team Liquid Philippines will have to crawl back in this.
You know, Carl TZ just living up to what he said during the mic check, that we have to remember that our former teammates are actually good, so we have to stay calm. Even with immense pressure that TNC is focusing, Carl TZ still locked his eyes on the objective, on the trade.
And right now, it does feel like that is the case, right? With Carl TZ just maximizing the use of his mechanics, what he's known for previously. But now, I don't know if that's going to be enough for the team fights later, because the team fights are going on the side of TNC so far.
Yeah. It might be because that Yawi is reading JP very well. Oh! A 4-mana knock-up!
Oh, that could have been so good.
Unfortunately,
oh, that's a low light.
Wasn't there.
That's a low light.
Okay, Zaida getting chased down, has to use the electrifying beat to walk away. Lord James onto the back, but gonna get spotted out by Carl TZ. Here comes the feather airstrike coming in from Sanji, forcing the split away from Lord JM.
Unfortunate. Just a bit too early or a bit too late for the other members of TNC. Which is it? I don't know. But that's gonna get clipped.
Yeah,
that's
gonna
one
be a
thing
meme.
I know.
I don't know if that was a miscomm or like a preemptive play. It was definitely, it didn't feel connected at all, right? There was no connection.
It's stunned.
It was stunned though. Going for the chase.
Here comes Unstoppable Force. JP manages to throw Yawi. Here comes the feathered airstrike and ready feel the patch onto Sanji. Sanji's just raging. That's just delivering the ultimate, just too much for TNC. Zaida gonna get spotted out by JP. He was able to dash out, but again, TNC has 1 member down, and that's Yawi.
They have the glue though. Sanford going after Lancy, already forcing him back, already forced to use the ultimate.
6 seconds on the Cho though. I don't think he's gonna make it in time if TLPH chooses to bum rush this.
Okay, Zaida working still for his orange buff. TLPH might be able to bomb rush the Lord. We're waiting for the Zaida entry here. Call TZ secures the Lord. JP with the throw. Here comes Unstoppable coming in from Benny QT as he picks up 1 more. Unstoppable for the storm. Whoa! They have to run. Flickers in coming in from TNC. They were able to stop away the feathered airstrike. That's 2 members down for Liquid.
The flicker in from Benny QT as well on that last one. Boy, oh boy. He is hungry for blood.
Good thing Sanji was able to go use the wings by wings, paired up with Purify as well to make himself safe from crowd control so that he could get away safely. Liquid, though, will not be able to use this Lord. It's going to be stopped in his tracks by Zyda. We might be on the way to another long game here, as it's a full build for the Joy, already up to the Blood Wings. And going back at that replay, see what happens. Zyda showing up just in time, but Carl TZ did get it. A toss-up to save Sanford, but there were enough stacks brought down by the glue to latch on. A kick in the middle!
A kick in the middle, gonna connect on to Yawi this time. Okay, they're trying to work on JP. And now forcing TNC to back off because Yawi and Lord James got blasted in the middle lane.
That was Yawi who initiated that, but it's Team Liquid Philippines who won that pick-off take. TNC Pro Team.
Okay.
He might catch up. He's so low!
Shadow Strike to bring down the Filipino snipers. Benecuti working with the Detonata onto Sanford. Carl TZ in the picture this time. It's going to be a 3-on-3. Both teams will disengage, but Oheb will fall down.
What a read by Lancy and Benny Cutie, holding the right shrub to make sure that they can pick off Oheb.
What a huge, huge trade there. I think Benny QD, despite TNC losing out on some of these trades, he seems to be able to pick up the slack, especially after that last one, and making sure that he still has enough firepower is so important in this matchup.
I mean, fortunately for Benny QD, the only time he got taken down was towards the early game before he picked up the Sky Piercer. So right now he's rocking 712 KDA. He has 70 stacks on this Piercer.
Yikes.
Yikes. Big yikes there.
Team Liquid need to find that Granger again. Already 7-1-2.
Right. That way, you know what that's what I'm talking about, right?
Oh.
When you have a piercer, you need to not die. And so far, I would say Benny's doing a pretty good job in that. It's going to take a while to build up those stacks again.
Yeah, again, it goes down to show Yawi goes in with the conceal. Okay, Lancy Shadow Strike. TLPH was prepared for that. Okay, no Purifies yet used up by Sanji and Oheb. So TLPH still in a good position.
Already up to a Blade of Despair is that Granger.
Bang, bang.
Again, no wonder why the pickoffs by JP have been even more deadly. Of course, the new focusing mark on him. A lot more damage getting dealt out onto whoever he gets to catch. And if the team fight goes on long enough, onto another target once the cooldown effect of the focusing mark goes off.
That's a 4-second cooldown, right? You mentioned?
Yeah.
That's so usable, especially on our roams right now. Expected to be a staple. And it's making a big impact in this game.
JP, though, like, it's the trade. He keeps getting blasted here. He just knows he's good for the pickoff, but eventually he will get taken out. He can't sustain the team fight long enough, similar to Yawi. It's the two EXP laners who can. But even right now, Lord JM is feeling the damage the Team Liquid Philippines can dish out. But the problem is Liquid cannot reach the Granger. And every time Zyda shows up, it always seems to be at the perfect timing to disrupt them.
Okay, we're still waiting for what Lancy will pick up with the IMU, the Feathered Airstrike.
In this position, it's also very hard to pick up the Granger for JP.
Yeah.
Because he has to commit so much if he wants to reach the Granger.
Yeah.
And sometimes he will die if that happens.
Okay, Malefic Gun already built up by Oheb. Should give him a little bit more distance to damage from safety. Concealed by both roamers.
Okay. Oh, Lord James was able to split to cancel out TLPH aggression. Okay, running.
Oh, that's good. They forced out the split from the glue.
Okay.
For
the price of the conceal. Yeah, we're going in. Okay. We're able to purify, but also get blasted down. Sanji with a feathered airstrike. Looks like TLPH are slowly falling down. The immortality of JP will be popped, but Benny Cutie ensures the kill to his former daddy roamer. JP goes down.
Just when everyone's eyes were on a different prize, Yawi was able to find another one, and he was able to help pick off Oheb of all people.
Oh, the streak is shaking for TLPH. Zyda again secures an uncontested Lord.
They got the Purify off in time, but Oheb was just a little bit too deep. Zyda had the perfect angle to just dash through everyone and save the kill. 4-1-10. Another great performance by the jungler of TNC Pro Team. And Benny Cutie still too difficult for Team Liquid Philippines to reach.
I mean, normally, way back then, that's what we would pick a Farsa for, right? To reach those very hard-to-reach gold laners. But right now, the Feather Airstrike is not quite enough to slow down the Storm. And they're going to have to be more creative here to look for a way to catch him.
Okay, clearly going in conceal and just literally going front to back can't work for TLPH. They have to look for a very creative angle. It looks like, you know, I'm pretty sure Sanji has been missing the Luyi.
Yeah.
Specifically for this game
sure.
because they can't reach Benny Cutie.
These are the times when they would have a low yin. It's so easy to just kick people from the back, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's not available here.
Okay, TNC working on the mid lane turrets, slowly eliminating all the outer turrets for the side of TLPH. Lord sieging into the bottom lane. Here's a conceal plus Lancy with a feathered airstrike. 2 feathered airstrikes are falling down. Still no initiations. TNC taking discipline route as they take down the inhibitor down bottom.
Oh, look at the damage that Benny Cutie's dishing out. He was able to poke down Oheb, take down 35% of his health. And you see that Yawi popped the conceal, showed up. You're probably thinking, why didn't he commit the engagement onto Sanji? Probably knows that there's still a Purify available for Sanji, so he just stood there to see if Sanji will react and if they can take out the feathered airstrike much quicker. But Sanji did not budge, he didn't blink, he held on to it, was able to maximize it, and Team Liquid Philippines just lose 1 turret.
I think they're very happy with that, right? I mean, that's the best you can do. You can't really clear off and go out of the map too much. And you can just hope for a big equalization. They can kind of just work on these minion waves, at least for the meantime. 45 seconds on the next Lord.
Still waiting for one more item for this Farsa. Need a little bit more raw damage coming out from those bursts. Only 3 so far. The Blood Wings, the Glowing Wand, and the Lightning Truncheon.
Yep.
Sanford just built up an anti-harass, and it is up to a endless battle for Carl TZ. He's been pretty stacked item-wise for quite some time now, but Zyda has just proved to be more devastating in this game.
Especially after like catching up in itemization, right? So overall, I would say a pretty good job here for Zyda, making the plays happen, despite, you know, when TLPH least expects it. Usually the joys do fall off at this moment.
We'll see, because again, there was a slight buff towards the temporal rain that Zyda is rocking right now. So far, so good for 110. Sanji already cast. Here comes Yawi with a conceal, looking for a double man knockup. Who's the kick gonna connect on to? Yawi didn't still kick. And now TLPH still has hold over the Lord. How will they counter attack? JP goes after the back, tossing Yawi away. Yawi was able to walk away. Here comes the clapback coming in from the Phoenix Army. Lord J was able to split, sliding goes in. Got eliminated! 1 member down, looking to make it 2. JP is the next to fall. Sanji with a feathered airstrike, but TNC wants it all. They're going for the Lord.
Lord JM surviving, and again, Zyda and Benny Cutie. Their target is sure and locked. It just looked for Oheb. TLPH stand at 5-0. And what did I say at the beginning of the season? TNC and 5? This might be, that's what it meant.
Okay, Sanji, feathered airstrike. Lord JM zoning out Sanji there. 3 members are still up here. They didn't go for the Lord route. They tried to go for an end angle, but TLPH was ahead of them.
You got me all excited, TNC Pro Team. I really thought you were trying to go for it there, but all right, I'll take it.
It's actually very hard to do in the end.
No, but they're a full 5-man.
Oh, that's true though.
Wait, kick committed by Yawi. Purify as well by Sanji. Oheb back, full 5-man already for Team Liquid.
Oh, that cost them. I think that might have just cost them.
Yeah. I mean, TNC Pro Team still has a good chance of winning this game, but them hesitating and not going for the Lord, going for the end angle instead, means that TLPH has 1 more shot at this. One more shot to get this right for Liquid.
It's an even fight still, right? 4K at this point feels negligible. So I really hope they don't scratch their heads about that later.
In terms of the bodies though, yes, Lancy has a Wither Crown. He could come up with a big play there if ever he becomes a target of a kick. 0 deaths for him. Only 8 deaths in total for TNC Pro Team. TNC has gotten 19 kills.
Oheb's Purify is up.
Sanford can't go here. The minion wave too deep. Liquid might need to let go of this a little bit softly.
TNC at a disadvantage. A conceal coming in from
They're pushing
Yawi.
it.
They're trying to push in for the Lord Sanji with a feathered airstrike. Yawi goes in for the double man knockup once again, connecting onto Sanji. No Purify. Yawi's immortality will be pumped, but Sanji's a man down. Next one is JP. Calls easy trying to clap back here inside. It goes in with an electrifying beast working on Sanford. And a kill onto Sanford. A triple kill for Benny Cutie. Welcome back to TLPH, but Calls easy said. Immortality pump. Benny Cutie is there. Minions onto the bottom lane. OM working on.
Big wave.
Lancey, a big wave onto the bottom lane. OM stays alive.
They can
Lancey
clear it.
as well. Carl Easy was able to clear it out.
Oh my goodness, this game just keeps on giving and giving and giving. I cannot.
Carl TZ was serious. He really didn't want to give Benny Cutie the savage. He said that earlier in his mic check. And Carl TZ, he said, Oheb, just survive. Handle it on your own. I'm going after Benny.
Oh my goodness.
This guy's a prophet. Didn't even know it.
12-2-4 for the Storm, and now Lord JM with the split. They want to connect
Jumping
on
in.
to Carl TZ. He was able to jump in. OM just dissing out the damage. Lord JM's immortality will be pumped. Here comes Sanji in the picture. Sanji gets the kill.
No
One member down for
way.
TNC Army, and it looks like their hesitation to take the Lord earlier on is costing the Phoenix Army.
If Liquid somehow gets this goes into Carl TZ's goated moments hall. Yaoi is here, Lancey's here. He goes down.
JP with a toss. Sanji with a final blow, sending Yaoi and Zaida away. Zaida with a pickup though. He was able to clear out Daddy JP. Zaida up against 3. Benny
Buying
Cutie in
some
the picture
time.
as well. Retribution battle call. TZ secures the Lord.
Oh my goodness.
What is happening?
It was at the palm of their hands.
This series definitely not disappointing anyone. It's not over yet.
Oh my goodness.
We're all but equal on the goal. The map control is also something that you can kind of debate here. And TNC are suddenly found looking for themselves again. They have to regroup here.
Yeah, they're now pushed back. Earlier on, a couple of minutes ago, they had the chance to get a Lord, decided to go for an end angle push. TLPH was able to clear out the minions, save 2 inhibitor turrets, and now TNC is left to defend for an oncoming Lord of TLPH.
Friends into foes. Multiple former members of Liquid now in TNC Pro Team. They have challenged the Cavalry, but the Cavalry continues to march on. 5-0 are they in the standings. And now, what looked like a game lost for them, they have found light at the end of the tunnel. A Lord marching up top. Minion waves coming in through top and mid. And a chance to go from 5-0 to 6-0.
All battle spells for Liquid are available. Yaoi doesn't have his flicker yet. Lord sieging in onto the top lane. It's going to be a matter of who's going to get a setup first. Sanji goes in with a strike, blasts Lancey out of the map, forcing TNC to back off. Poem just continuing to pick up kills. The Filipino sniper went to it, and that is it. TLPH, the streak is still alive.
And it does feel like there is just no stopping the Stampede, at least for today. It's the Cavalry coming out on top.
My goodness! Los Caballeros go 6-0! Undefeated! Still in an epic battle against their former teammates. TNC Pro Team, you put up one hell of a fight, but the Cavalry keeps marching.
6-0 still for TLPH. Again, the latest edition of OHEB on the gold lane seems to be working for them, even up against Yaoi, Benny Cutie, Zaida, former members of their organization. They came out on top.
It's really a sight to see all these people together again, at least for that moment. Seeing them all again on the same screen really does give you the feel. That TNC bowing down for now, but man, oh man, what a fight. That last one.
What a match.
Can I just say, TNC is the 4th seed, and they pushed the 1st seed to their limits. So just imagine our standings. I don't believe in our standings anymore. Everyone has a chance for the trophy.
the very first video I made about the season, I immediately started going, TNC Pro Team, they're a playoffs team to me.
100%.
And they have not failed to make me doubt that. Or they have not failed. I don't doubt that. TNC Pro Team are living up to it. That's what I'm trying to say here.
I think we got that.
I'm woozy because that was one of those series that really just makes me go, damn, I love my job, man.
It is a huge moment. I think a
series.
swell start as well for Benny Cutie on this team.
That is hands down one of the best, if not the best series so far this season. It's not the absolute cleanest, but damn was it entertaining.
That's all you can say for the meantime. Let's see what they have to say there for the meantime, though, on the stage.
What a match it has been! Buhay na buhay ang Cavalry! Still undefeated ang Team Liquid Philippines! Ibang klase.
Hindi ako makahinga, Hans.
Walang
Sa match na
humihinga.
yun.
Buksaan din silang dalawa eh. Hindi ko alam kung paano ko ipapaliwanag, pero how poetic is it na nakwento, kayo na namang dalawa yung natira sa clash na
Kayong
yun?
dalawang magkatabi. Ang Baby Cakes duo.
Yung baby cakes na naman. Ano bang usapan nyo nun? Ano bang kwento doon? Paano ba nangyari? Paano nyo nakuha pa rin yung kill at least or mapatagal yung laban?
Wala eh, parang ano eh. Akala ko nga talo na kami, hindi ko alam paano kami nanalo dun eh.
Katabi ko si Oheb, nararamdaman ko na pagtayo niya dito, hindi talaga siya makasalita.
Ganun di ba yun nasa
Si Kyle
OR?
naman, gusto ko tanungin kasi kanina, di ba, nag-mic check kayo, binanggit mo na kapag malapit ng maka-maniac or maka-ilang kill,
maka-savage.
talagang inuna mo si Benny nung naka-triple kill na, ha?
Ano po, sa clash na po na yun, hindi ko na po iniisip yung ganun eh. Parang nag-win chant na kasi siya noon una, so feel ko kaya ko siya patayin. Sabay, nabuhay din siya, kaya swerte namin.
Swerte silang dalawa together.
Grabe chemistry,
Oo,
no?
grabe ang chemistry nilang
Buhay na
dalawa.
buhay talaga. Actually, I wanna know more about JP naman this time. JP, parang ang tagal ka namin hindi nakausap and nakalaban mo yung mga dati mong kakampi from before. How is it going up against them? Anong pakiramdam na nasa kabilang side naman sila ngayon?
Ayun, lakas din nila talaga. Tapos parang alam din nila yung gagawin namin. So, kaya agad.
So, kilalang kilala.
Parang alam na daw yung
Oo,
gagawin.
alam na yung gagawin. Meron ka bang mensahe sa mga dati mong ka-team na sina Yawi, Zaida, Benny Cutie?
Ayun, good luck sa next round. Saka bawi na lang next ikot.
Ay.
Chill lang,
Good
relax.
luck, oo.
I think I can also ask Sanji. Ikaw, Sanji, alam mo, ang dami nagsasabi sa akin na interview naman kita. Ito na, Sanji. Actually, I wanna know more about the meta. Kasi parang napansin ko, all throughout those 3 games, tumagal ng halos 20 minutos. Ganun ba talaga ka-bigat yung impact nung patch update na ito sa inyo? Or talagang intense lang yung laro? What can you say about that?
Sa akin, feel ko kanina kalaban namin sarili namin eh. Kasi...
Bakit?
Parang nagpapatalo lang kami sa sarili namin. Parang di kami yung kanina.
Nothing about the meta. Sarili nila yung kalaban nila ngayon, Hans.
Okay.
At talagang nanalo sila against themselves. And now, gusto ko naman tanungin si Coach.
Oh, Coach.
Coach, alam namin na yung story mo, ang dami mong pinagdaanan bago ka nakarating dito. Would you mind sharing it to us?
Sa female talaga ako nag-umpisa dati. So, parang hindi ko naman talaga tinitignan yung sarili ko lagi na mas magaling sa kalabang ko. Ang lagi ko lang tinitignan is kung ano yung makakaya ko versus dun sa mga kalabang ko lang lagi.
Yeah, I think I love seeing that also. And this is the longest win streak that you've had in so long, di ba? Halos 6 matches. How does it feel to get a win streak? Na parang sinasabi mo nga sa akin before na parang pahirap ng pahirap yung bawat laban ninyo. Ba't yun yung nasasabi mo? What makes you think of that?
Di ko alam eh. Kasi first experience ko rin nung sa ibang bansa ako, undefeated kami doon for 1 year. Tapos dito, parang siguro pinagkaiba dito. Sobrang mas mahirap talaga dito. Kakaiba talaga yung PH talaga.
Kakaiba ang ML dito. Ibang klase ang ML. Sanford, maybe just at least a message na pwede mong ibigay sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Team Liquid.
Sobrang thankful kami kasi lumalakas kami kasi ayun, nandiyan kayo eh. Tapos lalo-lalo na sa mga pumunta dito sa venue and sobrang thank you. Na-appreciate namin kayo sobra.
Actually, meron nga tayong papaakyatin na super fun. Kung maalala nyo, game number 1, si Che. Palakpakan naman natin siya who flew all the way from Capiz to see our Team Liquid Philippines. Iba sabi, sana all, sana nandito ka na. Diba? Okay, hello. Ayan, kamayan.
Very lucky super fan na nakamayan
nga.
ngayon. Ang
Grabe.
Team Liquid PH.
Kamusta naman, Ay, sige, yan. Kamusta naman na dapat doon pa yung meet and greet pero inuna ka na namin dito sa stage. How does it feel that you're with them right now?
Kanina po, para sa Game 3, akala ko malas po ako kasi matalo sila. Naiiyak ako kanina. Kasi akala ko ako yung malas.
Ayun, napatunayan naman natin na hindi. Di ba? Yan, si
Yan,
OM.
naka-fart
Yan.
na. Ngayon, Carl, eto, katabi mo yung idol mo. Carl, how does it feel right now na akala niya
Carl.
malas siya pero swinerte kayo, nanonood siya?
Ikaw naman, Carl, anong message mo kay Che doon sa sinabi niya kanina?
Ano po, di mo po kasalanan dyan. Mga error namin yan, so ano. Tsaka panalo naman eh.
That's so
At least
sweet.
nandun pa rin, pero buhay na buhay pa rin ang suporta. Che, you actually get to go and take the walk of victory with your winners, Team Liquid Philippines! Gentlemen and Miss Che, you may now take your walk of victory. What a moment. And with that undefeated streak, everybody, you may now take your bow. Parang kailangan ko huminga muna ng konti. After what has happened, a valiant effort from the Phoenix Army pero hindi nagpapuksa ang Team Liquid Philippines in that one.
And you know what, Hans? Talagang minake sure ng TLPH na worth it ang pagpunta ng kanilang mga fans dahil they took us to Game 3, nanalo pa sila doon and still undefeated. And even after the patch, even after ng bagyong dumating, they still managed na ipakita na they're stronger than the storm.
You know, mahaba-haba ang naging laban. Siguradong mahaba-haba din ang magiging usapan ng ating mga casters. Kaya naman, casters, balik sa inyo.
I don't think we're gonna have long conversation. That's it. Bye. I'm kidding. For the meantime, though, I feel like very well-deserved victory. I know Oheb was days like, how did we win that? But you know what? He played relatively well. I mean, you know, considering he was hunted down for 20 minutes.
A lot of times, Yahweh was really eyeing the Filipino sniper, but still, they were able to weather down the storm, and a lot actually can go to this potential MVP. I'm with Renmar, actually. I'm honestly rooting for Carl TZ to get this game MVP.
Yeah, that was some straight-up goated Asian that he was doing.
There you
4-2-9. The contention for the Lord, the commitment to stay there, how he handled, this was like some of the most impressive last 5 to 3 minutes that Carl TZ showed up here. Hunting down Benny, instead of trying to go help Oheb, he decided, you know what, I might trade my gold laner here, so I'll focus on that idea. I'll make sure I get Benny QT instead and he doesn't get more kills. Taking Benny down meant it opened up their chances for that Lord and him being able to get the retribution in as well. There's a reason why we call this young man the not-so-young GOAT at this point. It's just impressive is what he was able to do in terms of the adjustments here. But again, they had to crawl through this. TNC Pro Team are very formidable. I think you can put TNC Pro Team are in that bracket of teams you do not want to go up against in the playoffs. Something about them that just screams potential top 4, maybe even top 2 run. But maybe I'm getting ahead of myself as Team Liquid, as we look at the MVP highlights here of Carl TZ. This time around was able to challenge Zyda a little bit more around the retribution battles and win some crucial ones.
Yeah. A lot of these are very crucial fights. And I have to really agree with Carl TZ. Like, this is a goated performance for him.
Yeah.
There were a lot of moments where Carl TZ was alone against multiple people. In those moments, sometimes you'd say, you know what, back off. Just give it to them. We don't need it. We'll take it next time. But you know what? He fought it. He trusted his skills so much.
Yeah.
And he was able to do the baby kicks defense in this one as well.
Oh, this was it.
2 versus 5. Oh my goodness, man.
Again, the call to go for Benny QT there was massive. The fact that he survived this, he bought immortality when there was a glue on him.
That's just a different level of just fighting spirit. That's what I see when I look at Carl TZ and the way that he plays around his team. Maybe just have that amount of trust you have on your teammates really helps you just play to your maximum level. And they do say they didn't feel like they were max level there.
Yeah.
I think they were. I think they were fighting toe-to-toe against TNC, and that's saying something.
Yeah, and again, a little callback to earlier to game number 1. Carl TZ was able to surpass Oh My Venus in terms of total assists. He's now number 2. And with this current win, continuing to climb the ranks, gonna catch up maybe with a few. But again, I also like to comment TNC, as Ranmar mentioned, that saying TNC in the playoffs might be top 4 isn't a long shot. Because again, if you're gonna replay the game, it might the way they lost the game might just boil down to a couple of mistakes that could easily be fixed towards their next game.
Yeah, Lord JM and Lancey especially have been growing so fast.
Yeah.
And have been developing so fast all throughout this season that even though it was a loss here, that was one of those losses that I wouldn't count as a bad loss. That was a loss you can learn from, a lot of positives to take out from, and most importantly, have enough errors that you won't feel bad about yourself, but you're more gonna go, now I know what I need to do.
There you go. BPI Rich Guards, Carl TZ. And you gotta admit, it's very refreshing to see him on a very high skill cap hero on the Suyo and performing very well despite the odds against him in this matchup.
Especially since towards the middle game, we saw Zyda was actually 1 level ahead of Carl TZ because of how Zyda was rotating and how he was going for the trades in terms of getting Carl TZ's jungle crews, but still was able to dish out the damage and secure objectives whenever TLPH needed him most.
I think it is really a team effort to make sure that you don't get overwhelmed in the jungle early on, right? So you really still have to commend the rest of the squad as well in making sure that they're also able to keep Oheb alive for that long.
Yeah.
As often as he did die in this game, at least, you know what, it was still a relatively swell match to watch for TLPH.
Yeah. I think for Team Liquid, though, one of the things that they can go from that is that the draft, gotta be careful for Oheb getting pinched for his gold lane pickups. And most importantly, especially from this one, Sanford is getting focused on more.
Is that the new strat? We'll have to wait and see. What did they say on the mic check, though? Let's wait and see. And here.
Push tayo, push tayo, reload lang, harapan lang, lamang tayo, harapan. Flicker. Sub sila, pre. Kalma ka. Kaya nyo pa? Winchan. Winchan na. Bagay Joy. Wala Winchan ta, patras. Micro, wala Winchan. May mo pa ako, Carl. Kaya mo yan? Ay, bato. Crips natin. Wait natin. Uwi ka na, Carl. Hero lang.
And even Oheb,
Wow, man.
Even Oheb there was able to actually force out the Winter Crown from, I can't remember, was that
Lancey?
Lancey, there, yeah. Forced the Winter Crown out of Lancey so that he wouldn't get hit by the light wheel after that dash. And Oheb able to survive there because he was able to just basic attack him long enough. Baby cakes. So good.
It's a micro-intensive last few minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and all throughout that micro-intensive moments, Carl was actually so calm.
Yeah.
All throughout, you can see the veterans here.
Surprisingly.
Yeah, surprisingly. And during that moment, I would have dropped the phone. Just said, I don't want to do this anymore.
And somehow broken another monitor.
Again, that's their third, right? So tickets are still available for tomorrow's match. Falcons versus AP Bren. Do you not want to see that? Come on. Come experience the MPL live at the MPL Arena. You'll get a chance to experience what the Golden Celebration is like tomorrow as well. So just go over to the MPL PH website and buy your tickets now. That's going to be something to see. Falcons, they're a scary team.
Yeah.
They're against their old team.
Yeah, a lot are in store for us, especially later on. Even tomorrow, the battle of the undefeated teams, TLPH and Aurora, will be meeting in the Land of Dawn. Wow.
Spicy. AP Bren and Omega coming at you very, very shortly. So apparently they have consecutive days here. So AP Bren, I hope you guys are strapped in. I hope you got a lot of your scrims in. And I hope you got your research in because the patch really is affecting our games today, I would say, to some degree. Right? So that's going to be it for us for the meantime. Rockhart, Ingan, and Renmar will get back to you very shortly with our second match of Week 4.
Defeat. GG bro! Don't worry. The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now.
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita-kits. Kita-kits.
Kita-kits.
Kita-kits. Sa MCC.
Season 2.
First kill ako. Oh, dodge. Oh, okay na, pre. Nag-warm up na, baliw. Nagsasalita ba si Lancy? Ang pinaka-has na selan ako pag set up ko ng pulbo sa daliri, diba? Pag nag-CR na, wala, ulit. Diba, in-stand mo, edi patay ka na sa akin ngayon. Yun yung punish, pre. Yun yung tawag natin punish, diba? Binigay ko sa'yo, pero kinuha kita. Buhay ka pa? Okay na, pre. Di na ako. Okay, thank you. Good luck.
Kel, tingin ka sa kanan mo, aurahan kayo.
Dad, salta ka, Dad.
Friends versus foes. All teammates battle each other right now in the Green Sun Makati. As JP and Yawi battle each other in the big stage. Parang kinakabahan si Kel, pre. Parang di yata makatingin si Kel sa kanan niya. Miss ko na ang dati nating mga ka-teammates. So bibigyan natin sila ng magandang laban ngayon. So G, if ever man mahuli ka ni Yawi, okay lang yun ah. Huwag kang malalaw moral kasi alam mo naman dating teammate yan, so magaling din talaga gumalaw yan, pre. So huwag tayo magpapasavage pag nasa base na. Pag di na talaga kaya i-dep, back na kung may nyak na si Benny, ha?
Okay.
defeat. GG bro! Don't worry, the Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus Only Facebook or Only TikTok. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
on and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset up. Built agad ang buhat, we hear that full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. So what I would proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
And here we are for our second match of the day. It is AP Bren versus Omega. This should be really fun. Again, a lot of more chances for comebacks, at least for one of our teams so far. I'm Rockhard, this is Ingan, and we got Renmar here with you guys. And yeah, what do you think about this matchup, guys? I feel like this is what the players say, Only Bawi. In Tagalog, which is
only rice.
Yes, and only rice, which is in English is like just try to keep, coming back.
Yeah, there's no way but up basically for AP Bren and for Omega because speaking of going up, the Cavalry goes 6-0. Why am I shocked? I just witnessed it.
Yeah, man. You casted an entire series about it, but yeah, it was really good. Still, hands down, undeniably. The greatest series so far this season. It was nice. He was actually in the building, and he told me it was just only MLBB.
Only MLBB.
That's what we saw for 3 series. Lots of back and forths, lots of macro. It wasn't the cleanest game, but it was one of the best, most entertaining series of the season. If you haven't seen it, go back and watch it.
That's one of those series where you wish you were just like hanging back and like, wow, what a game,
Yeah.
right?
Not working, enjoying, screaming with the fans.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. I enjoyed it more because I worked while doing it.
For me, I was struggling to see what was happening. 'Cause a lot of isolated clashes were happening.
I get
during
that.
that time.
I get that though. But Timezone, you know what, has an exclusive promo if you just want to just calm down after that last one. They're giving you 400 power load for only 200 pesos. So it's essentially buy one, take one.
Buy one, take one,
Right.
50% off. And all you have to do is register on the Timezone Fun app, insert the promo code DZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Timezone venue.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
Amazing.
Nice one, Renmar.
I like it. I like it so much that I just wanna use those credits just to claw machine. Especially will. 2,000 pesos discount awaits you though on your next purchase by using the TT Racing and MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code. That's MPL 2000. Use that on your checkout. MPL 2000 over at ttracing.ph for 2,000 pesos off of a chair. And their chair is, you know, pretty good.
And you don't want to miss out on this amazing chair by TT Racing. Gaming chair giveaways during MPL Philippines are here, so stay tuned for more info.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal. And just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back.
That's right. They got all our backs, especially here with MPL
Yeah, and my
Philippines.
head, see?
And his head.
Right? Oh, TT
Looks
Racing.
very comfy, man. I like it.
I have a TT Racing on my head.
Yeah, and for our Indonesian viewers there, because I know we have a lot of Indonesian viewers as well on the English stream, 2,000 pesos off is 576,000 rupiah.
Wow. You translate that in your in your head?
Yeah, you know, Renmar's been to Indonesia a lot of times.
Converted
That's
that?
why he
No,
knows it by heart.
I have
Wow.
the internet. I searched it, guys. Come on.
Infinix standings though, look at that. TLPH 6-0. I know we were all like hoping or like maybe rooting for TNC. Oh, TNC at 5. Is this it, Renmar? Apparently not quite yet.
Yeah, if Onyx wins one game, TNC will be in 5. Currently, they're 4th right now, just behind Falcon and Aurora. So tomorrow we'll be expecting 2 undefeated teams battle it out, TLPH and Aurora.
Yeah, and that's going to open up day number 2 tomorrow. But again, before we get to that, still have to get through this. 2 teams who are struggling. AP Bren still has to get a series win, but they get better and better each week, while Omega have found a second wind with a new roamer in SuperYoshi.
You know, I'd like to call back on what you mentioned a while ago during TNC. You said that even though TNC lost, they were able to, you know, eventually learn from the mistakes or learn from the calls. That's what AP Bren's story has been all about. They pushed TLPH to the limit. Even going up against the likes of Aurora, they were able to get, I believe,
they got one game from Twisted Minds and Aurora.
Yeah, and Aurora. So some sort of like TNC, AP Bren can learn from these types of games.
That's true. And in this one, it is the bounce back battle, as they say, only bounce back. Always just on the rise, on the opportunity, jump on it. And I think this is one of those opportunities. If you feel like the other team is like on a downhill trend, you want to capitalize on that, especially if you're Omega. And if you're AP Bren, there's nowhere else to go but up.
Yeah. And they got to start going up anytime soon now, though.
Anytime, guys.
Yeah, because Omega, they have been getting better and better. They got a game off of Team Liquid, got a game off of Aurora, and they got their first series win last weekend against Twisted Minds. So I feel like to say that Omega has a momentum here is an understatement.
Yeah.
Because any momentum that you have as a team that hasn't got their first series win yet is quite minute. You're holding on more onto hope than the idea of something solid that, no, yeah, we can get something this. It's more of just like belief at this point that they're saying, AP Bren, we can get our first win here today. It could be a tough climb for them if ever it's going to be in this match that they're going to get their first series win.
You know, speaking of going up, both of these teams need their heroes, unique heroes used to go up because literally they're at the bottom of the pack. AP Bren came from MDL, used to global ban system, only few heroes used up, and even Omega, the pioneers of cheese picks, the Selena, etc. types of plays, even the Beller last season, and they need to step it up.
Yeah, and stepping up is what these guys need to do. The comeback is real for them. Kekadot, there's there. SuperYoshi and Luis coming back into MPL Philippines, literally bouncing back after a few seasons in multiple teams. So I love what they're doing here as well. Luis, though, has only played like for Omega. SuperYoshi there, Kekadot, all played TNC and Onyx. before going up against each other now. So that's something.
Yeah, so I think SuperYoshi will have some familiarity with the roster that he's gonna go up against. Again, the Onyx Philippines that he was playing with in MPL Philippines Season 12 looks very different to the MPL Philippines now. But the one thing that is quite similar is that his former exchange in the similar position, which is Kekadot. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of Season 11. No, he was changing with someone else during Season 12.
I think that was like the super team shuffles, right? The 10-man lineups.
Yeah, that's why I'm getting confused here, because there was a time Onyx Philippines would just like swap out Onyx Philippines to Onyx Philippines version 2 remix.
Yeah, literally team 8-1 and team 2, team A, B.
But they're both Onyx, and there were different versions, yeah.
And we have a bit of a poll here for you guys of all the teams in this match. How many have been to MDL Philippines? Oh, this is an actual test question.
Okay.
So, we already gave you some clues.
It's more than 5.
You saw it earlier. 4 of them were shown. But how many, actually? Across the 2 teams.
I don't know. When I was served with the question of John ate 6 candies, he had 4 afterwards. How many candies did John have at the beginning? My answer was always diabetes.
Because that's too much, right?
Because I couldn't math. And yeah, there's too many candies.
Too many candies.
I'm thinking it's 11.
That's a lot.
Yeah, because
we have an entire roster that used to be in the MDL.
Yeah, and
that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
AP Bren, right? Just for this match.
And even Andorio also played in MDL.
Yeah.
Right? I'm closing. I'm
Adori
sensing.
got through the MDL too.
Okay.
No, it might not be 11. Maybe 9.
A and
I feel like
C.
it's 9.
It's between A and C for me.
Luis, right?
Yeah.
Andorio, Ukir, Chaknu.
Chaknu,
Wait,
yes.
was it?
Yeah, he went through the MDL.
He went to MDL.
Yes, he did. Yoshi.
The entirety of
AP Bren.
Oh no, it might actually
Might
be
be
11.
11, yeah.
Yeah, I might be right. It might actually be 11.
Super MDL matchup here. Wow.
So why did we give the answer?
I don't know. We're just really nice that
Do you
way.
not want to give back to our viewers?
No, let them
When
think.
was the last time you gave away a skin?
Hey, a month back,
But
I gave away 5 skins.
But you also spent 20,000 diamonds for yourself just now.
That's true.
Excuse me, no.
Yes,
Only
you
10.
did.
That's still 10,000
Yo,
diamonds.
we got 10K
That's
plus
still a
10K.
lot.
That's a
What
lot.
do you want me to do? Okay, fine. 11. 11's the answer. Go, guys. Spam D.
Yeah.
Spam D.
Joke's
Spam
on
D.
you.
And if
It's
someone-
actually not the answer. We've been
someone
lying all this
actually gets
time.
it.
We got you.
It'll be so cool if someone actually got it right away on
Yeah.
the first try.
And then name them all.
I'm pretty sure I messed up on the count somewhere, though.
Yeah, we'll see that later. For the meantime, though, we have another all-access segment happening right now. I wonder who it's gonna be.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Kani-kanina lamang ay nakapanayam ko ang AP Bren at ang isa sa kanilang mga manlalaro ay walang iba kundi si James Spanks. Really talking to him about the first 3 weeks of Season 15 at kung paano ba ang kanyang naging ruta towards making it to the other side. At sabi niya, it was kind of like a bittersweet feeling for him kasi finally, nakatungtong na siya sa posisyong gusto niya, which is to be part of the MPL Philippines. But at the same time, it's not all rainbows and butterflies. Na tila, nahihirapan sila na makakuha ng panalo ng kanilang kupunan. Pero ganun pa man, he's very much hopeful for what is in store para sa kanya at para sa AP Bren moving forward. In addition, nabanggit ko rin ang ilan sa mga members dito ng AP Bren, specifically si James Spanks, na natanong compared with all of the other matches na kanilang nabanggit, which is the reason why sobrang motivated ang ilan sa mga members ng AP Bren considering that they will be facing the other teams ng pangalawang beses. Siguro, na-admit niya na tila na-aurahan daw sila. This is an unfamiliar ground, the unfamiliar territory for this team. And they are still trying to find their footing. Kung paano ba yung tamang momentum, tamang tempo, at yung tamang gana for them to be able to execute their plays. And last but not the least, in spite of all of those things na nangyari sa kanila and adversities, natanong ko naman siya dun sa kanyang paboritong memory as a pro player here in MPL Philippines at nabanggit niya yung isa nilang panalo kontra sa Aurora was really what everything means for him here in MPL Philippines. Gusto niya na yun yung maging klase ng laro niya, especially with a comeback na ito yung standard na ipapakita niya sa MPL fans at sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa kanya kada sasalang siya sa MPL stage. Now, that's it for me. Odin, kamusta dyan?
Thank you, Hans. Nandito naman ako ngayon sa dako ng Barangay Smart Omega. At nakausap ko rin kanina si Coach Lembot and Andoryu. Dala-dala ngayon ni Andoryu ang mga lessons na natutunan niya from MDL Philippines. At ngayon siya ang jungler ng Smart Omega. Ika niya ay may pagkakaiba nga rin naman sa takbo ng MDL kumpara sa MPL dahil dito daw expect the unexpected. Pero kinakailangan lamang nilang gawin kung ano ginagawa nila sa scrim at magkaroon siya ng crit para naman ang ganon ay tuloy-tuloy ang kanilang pagkapanalo in game. Ang gusto niyang payo kay James Panks, huwag silang susuko hanggat hindi ako sumusuko. At makikita natin ngayon na nadala ni Andoryu ang kanya mga stats at kanyang lakas from MDL Philippines to MPL Philippines. Ito na nga ba ang tuloy-tuloy na panalo ng Smart Omega? Matatandaan natin na nakuha nila ang una nilang pagkapanalo last week. So tingnan na natin sa loob ng Land of Dawn if nandito nga sila sa kanilang momentum. Casters, kayo na to.
Somehow I really don't doubt that. And I can see the confidence as well of Omega with a few of their players back on stage. Looking like they really want to take the mic, but obviously they're being forced.
Who's the one flexing?
That was Andoryu.
Andoryu, okay, yeah.
So, yeah, fun times there as well. And focus is really the key here. For both of these teams, we were talking about it earlier. Who do you think is going to come out on top in a match where I think both teams right now don't really feel like they have a lot to lose?
Yeah. I mean, for Smart Omega, it's to retain the 6th spot and still don't give AP Bren their very first win. So I would say that, you know, the pressure is more on the Omega side as we see them walking back here.
It's
there.
Jom
is such a tall guy.
He really is.
He almost matched my chair.
Shocked with that one.
I think for me, since we're highlighting James Panks and Andoryu, I think they have a very simple solution here.
What?
Tough to pull off. Just don't die. They have the lowest KDA so far this season. 2.51 for Andoryu, 2.58 for James Panks. Andoryu is the jungler with the most deaths this season at 39. James Panks is tied with MP the King at second with 33. So it's not too crazy for me to say, maybe guys, don't die.
Pull off a SuperYoshi.
Don't die.
And we're barely starting half of the season.
Yeah, you know how much deaths, the least deaths jungler has? 16, Kyle TZ.
Lock it in, boys. Lock it in. But you know what? Let's have a look at them walking onto the stage.
Welcome to the stage, our marshals, Joshua, JJ, Patrick, and David. We know them to be a team that will never back down from a challenge. It's time for the Hive to fly. It's AP Bren. In the EXP lane, it's there. In the jungle, James Panks. In the mid lane, Jove Skirt. Their roamer, it's Kekadot. And in the gold lane, it's Shizu. Momentum is on their side and they're hungry for that second win. Welcome to the arena, Smart Omega! Their EXP laner, Luis. In the jungle, Andoryu. In the mid lane, Ukir, the mid laner of the week from week 3. In the roam, SuperYoshi. And in the gold lane, Big J, Jones. And welcome their coaches to the stage. For Smart Omega, it's Coach Lembot. For AP Bren, it is Coach Jeff. AP Bren versus Smart Omega. Who will win? Who will get out of the lower portion of the standings?
That is the question of the day. Who is going to make it out of that lower part of our bracket so far? This is AP Bren. I know they've been through a pretty rough start so far in the season. We've seen teams go through this before.
Yeah, after getting used to being on top in MDL Philippines Season 4, they're now down bottom in our standings, looking for their very first win. They do, however, have been showing glimpses of hope during their games wherein they were able to create a potential comeback, but up against Omega, speaking of comeback, this is the team you have to watch out for.
Yeah, they mentioned they are a more aggressive barangay with SuperYoshi on the board, and we're seeing it. They're getting more kills, Andori's ending up in some more risky spots, but Jome has really popped up here. Last week, it felt like we were highlighting Jome a lot because of surprising aggressive plays. Luis looks like he's finally found a good tempo with the rest of Omega as well.
It does feel like the change in SuperYoshi did bring out some of the best in Omega so far. Again, the stats really don't lie in that one. And in this one, talking about stats, Omega looking like they are basically almost double in some of these numbers.
What I want to see is more heroes actually shown up by these two. But then again, as much as I want to ask for new hero picks, I feel like it's also going to be important for them to still continue finding their sense of stability. Look at Twisted Minds. They found their stability in trying something new. Yes, but that's Twisted Minds. That's Coach Bonjan, that's Coach Eson.
Feels like the norm.
They've made a career after that. Exactly. It's like normal for them. Well, for these two, I get why they'd want to focus on, let's just focus a very short hero pool, a very small one, very focused hero pool, so that we can get stability and just really iron out a lot of the in-game kinks that they need to iron out with their rotations, their decision of when to engage, and all of that.
Yeah, that's something that we're going to have to look at. Maybe someone's doing some homework on the patch. Let's see the ping test, though, what they talk about.
Coach Bom, panalo tayo ah. Ba't di ko yung multi-piece bomb eh? Hindi, babawi tayo pong. Kamagalala pong, para di ka na malungkot pong. Ako okay lang daw, di ako magka-jacket. Okay lang? Malas may jacket. Tol, huwag mong gagawin to mamaya, chops ah.
Okay na, kakanta na ako ah. Kahit sinong sumalo, walang bulletproof. Kulang ang oras magkasama kita. Ano daw masasabi ko sa kabilang team na nag-i-struggle sila? Ano daw mga pwede kong sabihin?
Ano sabi mo?
Hindi ko alam sasabihin ko, struggle din tayo eh. Saka na ako magsasabi pag hindi na kami struggle. Mananalo ang Smart Omega pag magkasingabo yung Beauty and the Beast connection. Beauty and the...
I guess that solidifies it. They are the Beauty and the Beast connection.
I don't want to solidify that, though. That's just me, because every time we bring that up, Joe looks angry.
Who's Pong, though? Igan, who's Pong? You know these guys.
I don't know who Pong is.
Who's Pong in AP Bren? Infinix keys to victory, though, Renmar.
I'm thinking it's James Pang, so learn from your mistakes and take action. That's exactly what we were talking about. Omega are aggressive, are decisive with SuperYoshi. If you hesitate, they will punish you. So take action and just make sure you refine a little bit of your approaches there. Make sure your bases are covered with the late entries. Slowly build your tempo, Omega. Don't overheat. Aggression works for you, yes, but don't overheat. Don't be overly aggressive. That'll be easily punishable for AP Bren. Flex your trump cards. Yes, I'm on the fence about you showing off so many new heroes, but maybe, just maybe, you have a few hidden in there. Some few strats, not necessarily unique to you, but what the other will think as, hey, I didn't know you had that.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking for here. Those kinds of heroes, those kinds of strategies.
Maybe James Pang Sling. Make a comeback here. Maybe take Omega by surprise.
Maybe.
I know we talked about the patch. I know a lot of heroes are going to get opened up. Maybe or maybe they practice with it.
Yeah.
In the last 48 hours that the patch has been live.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they practice because I had a chance to interact with them a while ago. AP Bren's really locked in.
They locked in.
Literally locked into their boot camps. They're right now grinding, trying to figure out what's wrong, how to bounce back, how to come on top against Omega this time.
Blue side selection for AP Bren looks like it's at 14.29%. Not really the percentage you want to see, but you know what? Again, it feels like it's every game is still a clean slate for AP Bren. It can always be their stepping stone to even more victories.
Let's see how they're gonna begin from that. Of course, the most obvious is just make sure that the center of the map is taken care of. We say this a lot, but really for quite some time now, it's been very evident that it's so important to win the hero trading at the center of the map, because you really set the tempo from there. Because most teams don't have those crazy EXP or gold laners who can just say, okay, the center of the map isn't going well, let me take over and we'll win this through me. You can start with the fundamentals of just making sure you get, if you want strong burst, pick off right away so you can build advantage, okay, lean on that. But then be ready to escape. Your EXP laner, make sure it's someone who can come in for a late entry. Dare has been great on the Badang. He's been nerfed. How has that affected? Edith is the second best hero, and how well are they gonna play around that Edith?
That's a big one. I feel like the Edith is still a hero that should be respected. However, his Badang has really suffered in the patch. And used to be, that's the hero you ban out. If you're facing against Dare, he's shown very high-level performance, highlight reel worthy plays here on that hero.
Especially if you pair it up with Chove Skirts Vexana. Their comeback potential is just there for Dare.
Yeah, it's hard to say that in sequence, I know. But yeah, so far I would say that we are on the precipice, possibly, of AP Bren making comeback. And again, all those times that they were locked in on the boot camp, like you mentioned, Ingan, I hope they have workshopped something to take Omega by surprise, because it's usually Omega who takes teams by surprise whenever they face off against each other.
Yeah, so for AP Bren, let's see if they're going to follow their similar drafting pattern. Because usually their drafting pattern is pick your jungler first. They only had one game where they rushed the Granger in the blue side. Since they are going to be in the blue side, we'll talk about that. And then they'll go for their gold laner in the blue 2-3, and then either an EXP or roam, because they like playing around the idea of at least we'll have one flex, or we're locking in a very strong roamer right away for Kekadon. Then the last two picks, it'll just be the mid laner already for Chove Skirt, so that means they're already putting a lot of priority in the center of the map.
There you go.
So you see the pattern for AP Bren. Clearly, their priorities are straight. Rush jungle, get gold, prioritize mid lane matchup, and play around flex in the EXP roam heading into the second phase of the blue side. Can they pull it off cleaner, though? That's a problem, because even though they would get heroes that can really take control of the tempo, something just happens that they get punished for going for those aggressive plays. And that is inexperience getting shown, because that means that they're failing to take into account the clapback of the opposing team.
Multiple things happen. And when you said that line, the guy that really hit me hard was James Banks. Usually, you're given the opportunity to pick up Suyo very early on, especially if you win the trades on the draft, and then you can capitalize over it, or you just fail to take into account the other heroes of the enemy team. That you're surprised, he gets taken by surprise a lot, despite having a pretty okay KDA. I know they have a lot of deaths, but in the early game, at least they have a good KDA, right?
You know, I'm wondering how this patch might affect Shizu, because the reason why we call him the Silent Kid is because you won't feel him during the early to mid game, but towards the late game, he's gonna make his presence felt. But with the nerfs on the gold card as well as the crab for the first 10 sieges in the gold lane, how is that gonna affect Shizu later on?
Slow him down a little bit more.
It might make him more silent.
I don't like the odds of that, especially if you base it off of previous history.
Yeah.
Shizu, come on, man, you gotta speak up. Just kidding. I know he talks. I know he talks. But yeah, so far for me, for AP Bren, definitely James Banks, one of the potential that hasn't been realized yet. On the other side, though, it does feel like a more fresh Omega that's coming into this one. You can see it on their faces. You can see it in the way they talk. Even Andoryu used to be very meek. Now he's
singing.
You can hear what he's doing there. He feels more confident with SuperYoshi coming into the fold.
Yeah. Speaking of Omega, let's look at their drafting pattern onto the red side. So they usually like to prioritize in the last two picks, Red 4 and Red 5, the pick for Ukir and the pick for SuperYoshi. So they want to rush the power picks and priorities heading into the second phase. In the first one, they don't play around the idea of flex too much. So I think for AP Bren, what they see is what they will probably get. The most obvious, if ever the EXP laner gets already picked in the first phase, that's going to be it. That's when you have to watch out for the other picks of Yoshi. You watch out for the Cho, you watch out for the Ruby, and the Kufra.
And also actually makes it very apparent that Ukir, they're the ones who have the bigger hero pool, right? That's why they don't mind if they're left out on the very, very end of that draft. So maybe they leverage into something that will make sure that James Banks just gets a better hero.
And looking at the player head-to-head there versus the Cebuano Prodigy. There's now a Prodigy in his moniker. Seems like Lewis is heading there in major stats.
Yeah, Lewis has been impressive, especially with his Phoveus, which is undefeated so far, and his Hilda has one game win. That's the Hilda that messed up Team Liquid Philippines and forced a or one game. That's why they won game number 1. If I'm not mistaken. 2? Yeah, it was game number 2. Yeah, that's when Carl Teasy played the Fanny and he played the Hilda. Considering that they both have the Edith, I think that then makes Valentina a highly contested pick. And considering that these two teams have struggled and they're very burst-based in the sense of like, all right, all in right away, I think Edith needs to be contested for this one because it feels like that could be the hero that could mess both of them up.
CC as well, I feel like such a easy pickup to give to there. But the Edith will probably it's still going to be up in the air for either one of these guys. I like the glue as well. In the previous game, I was really amazed by how well the glue did perform in that whole game. So I wonder if that can happen here as well. Although it did get kind of punished in the end.
I feel like for the side of Omega, if someone's gonna pick out a hero that's unconventional, it might be considered a cheese pick.
But
I feel like it actually might be Lewis.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that from your experience or watching Luis and MPL?
Yeah, I mean, the first time I casted them this MPL, I actually thought he should go back to the likes of the Arlots, and then he did pick that Arlot up against TNC. So maybe that could be a thing that Omega can explore for Luis. Yeah,
I like that. I actually personally miss Arlots, but I also know why he doesn't get picked up, right?
Yeah.
You just get beaten up in the lane.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right.
I wonder if anyone's going to let the Phoveus through in this one.
I don't think so.
Yeah, unlikely, right?
I think
the ban.
Yeah, should be. Trying to look for the stats here for Phoveus. I know he's one of the top banned heroes. Yeah, 49 bans heading into the day. Yeah, heading to this day, Juicin, Suyo, Granger, Fanny.
Wow.
Oh no, excuse me, those weren't just bans. He has...
Picks and bans?
No, that's total. That was total. He's banned 32 times. There we go. Out of 50 games heading into today. And I'm sure he was also hella banned out earlier. Well, 1 ban, 2 bans. Yeah, he was banned out all series long. And always on the blue side, too. That was in the previous series.
All right. Again, just explore new ones. Maybe make that link come out again. We did see the Fanny come into play earlier. That was a lot of fun for me to watch. And that was also the game that TNC won.
Yeah.
So, I still feel like you should kind of just leave the Fanny out. Just to give us some really interesting games.
I'm also hoping to see someone decides to consider just letting the Juicin in. I know the last time we saw the Juicin, it went really well for Juicin.
It was ham, yeah.
Yeah, but come on, just give it a shot. Like, how are we supposed to evolve if we don't evolve past the Juicin?
Yeah, show us how nerf Juicin is.
Yeah, please.
You know how bad they nerfed Sushin. Come on, give us a sample, right? So that at least, you know what? Maybe if the other teams watch this, they'll be like, "Oh, I don't think we need to ban that as much, right?"
Not gonna mind the Jushin anymore.
Because I feel like it is a pretty good adjustment. Honestly, we kid, but it feels like it's a good adjustment, right? But it's just not as strong as it used to be. think a lot of people will agree on that, especially if you played Zushin recently.
Yeah, look at the player head-to-head between the two roamers. It's important to note that SuperYoshi made his debut for this season during week number, was it 2 or 3?
I think that was free.
It was week 3.
Yeah.
Oh, it was last week? Yeah. And he already had 2 amazing plays.
Yeah, and one of them was with a Ruby, by the way, which I really highly doubted. But man, oh man, did I eat my words.
Sorry, week 2, day 3. Yeah,
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Yeah, that was against Team Liquid.
So he's one of the few roamers who actually still play that Ruby.
Yeah, and his Ruby is scary,
It's
dude.
sick. Yeah,
like,
it really is.
He really understands the distancing of it so well. Charging up the ultimate with the flicker. It's something that AP Bren definitely need to respect, because I feel like, again, with the struggles that they've been having with executing cleaner team fights, going up against a Ruby is something they need to avoid if they can.
You know what I'm excited about for next week?
What?
An Omega game next week with Kalea.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like SuperYoshi would be
You're
a good Kalea player.
He'd probably be extremely annoying.
Super.
I mean, I highly agree with that one, especially with players like Yaoi.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, man. As for this specific matchup, though, does Kekeda kind of fit in that profile, right? Because I feel like he is a bit of he has a different style.
Yeah, more of the utility types of roamers.
Yeah. I feel like he's also still going through that return in MPL Philippines vibe of like he's trying to rediscover like his playstyle.
Yeah.
Because there are times where he shows he does really well with aggression, but times where his aggression is punished. And so far his utility has faltered, so it's tough.
Let's see if that's going to make a comeback later on. For now, though, we'll go on a quick break. We'll come back to you in a few minutes.
GG bro! Don't worry, the only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Sa MCC.
Season 2.
First kill ako. Oh, Dodge. Oh, okay na, pre. Nag-warm up na, baliw. Nagsasalita ba si Lancy? Ang pinaka-has na selan ako pag set up ko ng pulbo sa daliri, diba? Pag nag-CR na, wala, ulit. Diba, in-stand mo, di patay ka na sa akin ngayon. Yun yung punish, pre. Yun yung tawag natin punish, diba? Binigay ko sa'yo, pero kinuha kita. Buhay ka pa? Okay na, pre. Gina ako. Okay, thank you. Good luck.
Kel, tingin ka sa kanan mo, aurahan kayo.
Dad, salta ka, Dad.
Friends versus foes. All teammates battle each other right now in the Green Sun Makati. As JP and Yawi battle each other in the big stage. Parang kinakabahan si Kel, pre. Parang di yata makatingin si Kel sa kanan niya. Miss ko na ang dati nating mga ka-teammates. So bibigyan natin sila ng magandang laban ngayon. So G, if ever man mahuli ka ni Yawi, okay lang yun Huwag kang malalaw moral kasi alam mo naman dating teammate yan, so magaling din talaga gumalaw yan, pre. So wag tayo magpapasavage pag nasa base na. Pag di na talaga kaya i-dep, back na kung may inyak na si Benny, ha?
Okay.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Nagbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 15. We are still waiting for the matchup between AP Bren and Smart Omega. Pero bago natin simulan lahat yan, I am here together with Bipolar. And for everybody who doesn't know Bipolar, he's part of the top 8 nung recent na Moonton Talent Search. So still, congratulations pa rin, pare, and welcome to the MPL Arena.
Thank you very much, Hans. First time ko dito sa MPL Arena. It's a great experience, by the way.
You know, we're talking about great experiences as, you know, some of the players are already passing by. kamusta ba mag-stream actually? Because you're an on-ground streamer, right?
Yeah, first time din mag-restream. So live tayo sa Facebook. Another stream that you can watch. Pero iba-iba experience. The production pa lang dito sa MPL Arena. And even kahit sa on-ground restream, sobrang solid. First time lang ako nakakita, 6 kbps ang stream ko sa page ko. So sobrang solid.
Okay, we're talking about numbers. I'm gonna leave you up to that. I'm gonna leave it to you. But at the same time, I also want to know, kamusta ba yung experience? Because I know you also do streaming at home, right?
Yeah.
Iba ba talaga yung pakiramdam?
Iba talaga yung pakiramdam kasi kanina, especially even the match 1, kahit iba yung nag-restream, iba yung feeling na may crowd ka sa likod mo. You can definitely feel the audience. So parang there's added factor, maeengganyo ka talaga mag-stream ng todo.
This is your first time streaming?
For on-grounds, yes.
For on-ground,
Yeah.
yes. Okay, kasi meron ding mga yung finalists sa search that were also part of yours. Are you also doing a lot of things na kayo magkakasama? Meron ba kayong content na dapat naming asahan?
Meron naman. There's up and coming. Pero for now, on-grounds muna tayo.
Okay, now, heading forward into this matchup, kailangan kitang testingin ha.
Sige.
Kasi this is AP Bren and Smart Omega. What do you think are the strengths of both of the teams? Siguro simulan natin sa AP Bren.
Feeling ko, for AP Bren, they have their XP laner. It's what sets them apart from the other teams. They have what it takes to maybe prolong the team fight, tapos ibahin yung timpla kapag sila naglalaro. Pero for the side of Smart Omega naman, you have Chaknu, the Chak Mamba. So, iba na rin ata yung may kita nating Chaknu ngayon sa match number 2 natin, and maraming nag-aabang niyan.
Yeah, I think Chaknu has taken more of a leadership role kasi he's gonna be there right at the bench. So at some point, it's gonna be up to a new wave of the barangay kung paano ba yung kanila magiging tempo. And you're right with AP Bren. Alam mo yun, they're very unpredictable. I think that's what we would expect with all of the teams, with all of the matches na posible nating makita dito sa MPL Arena, especially with them na naghihintay din talaga silang makabawi, especially when you are an underdog. You've probably experienced that before, right? Being an underdog. How is that actually working? Like, paano mo ba ma-overwhelm or paano mo ma-overcome yung pagiging underdog mo and actually taking the lead?
Alam mo, it's just looking up always kapag ikaw yung underdog. There's nowhere else that you can go but up. So, pag underdog ka, nasa ilalim ka, ang pwede mo lang gawin, umakyat ng umakyat. And I think these two teams, even though they're below the leaderboards right now dito sa ating MPL Season 15, all they have to do is just perform well, ibigay nila yung todo nila, and they might just go for the finals. You never
we're
know.
talking about the people who are at the top of the standings. Yung nasa tuktok, kanina lamang, Team Liquid Philippines got the victory. And at the same time, you have Aurora as well, na dalawang parehas na undefeated teams. And I believe they're gonna be meeting each other tomorrow. What do you think about that?
Alam mo, kung wild na yung crowd natin dito from the first minute into the last, ngayon, siguro bukas, mas wild pa yan, mas maraming tambol, mas maraming drums, and the energy is gonna be crazy.
Alam mo, I'm gonna do like a perfect representation of how you were kanina. Upo ka dito.
Sige.
Yan, game 1. Kanina, nakaupo lang siya na ganyan. Upo siya, ayaw, tahimik. Tapos nung game 2, yan, tumayo na. Tapos pagdating nung game 3, wala na, hindi mo na siya makikita sa frame kasi sumisigaw na rin siya. That's exactly how everybody was feeling kanina lamang. So at the same time, I know that you probably have a lot of things in store para sa amin. What are some of the content na pwede naming asahan sa'yo? At saan ka ba namin makikita?
Alam niyo, you guys can watch me on Facebook and also futurely sa TikTok. You can just at Bipolar with triple R's at the end. There's a lot of MLBB content. Magbibigay tayo ng tips and tricks for our viewers para yung mga beginners natin umangat sa rankings. Ngayon, kaka-reset lang ng rank, so lahat tayo epic. So kapantayin natin yung mga pro players right now.
In the club, we all epic. Lahat tayo magkakasama na naman sa epic. But Bipolar, loved seeing you and I'm so happy that you're here. Pero ngayon, mukhang oras na para simulan ng laban. This is AP Bren kontra sa Smart Omega. Casters, balik sa inyo.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. That is on-ground restreaming with one of our Mundo Talent Search top 8, which is Bipolar. And it really does really help our community with people who can restream on the venue. I would do that on the phone, honestly, but they have a PC setup right there, so we won't mess with that. But we are back here, and we are just about to get into AP Bren versus Omega here today.
For me, I mean, the signs are there. Series 1 went
The
to
signs.
3 games. And I think because of Chantel over there,
Did it? Yeah,
I'm expecting 3 games today.
I know what
for
you
the
mean.
series also.
Chantel was saying maybe the little bit of a break there
Yeah.
absorbed all of the juju.
So we can consider it as game 1.
Right.
And then that was game 1 for you
Yeah,
guys.
maybe that was game 1
Yeah.
already.
The mother of all series has spoken.
There we go! Woo!
And
Welcome to game number 2.
It would be so funny if it actually was game 2. And they were playing all that while behind our backs.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is officially game number 1.
All right. I think it's official also that no one cares about the Badang nerf.
Yeah.
People are still banning it out.
Just ban it out.
And as we mentioned, Phovius, AP Bren don't want to go up against that as well. Still going for the typical Fanny Juicin bans though, so I don't think we're going to be seeing anything crazy out of this draft.
Yeah, nothing too crazy so far.
That makes me quite sad.
Man, if only. If only we can see some new stuff happening. You know, show us some new heroes to try on our ranked games later tonight. I always miss these moments when the patch appears.
There are no shortcuts in life.
There's the Chip, who has started to really pick up on that red side ban slot once more.
I just noticed that apart from Suyo, of course, Louis is open. Chovskirt and Ukir are amazing Louis players. Who can forget Chovskirt in Game 7 up against RR Kihoshi in MDL Grand Finals? The final diversion play to seal the deal.
What? Sorry, did I... I mean, sorry.
I know!
I could not hold myself
I
back.
know! What the heck? What the heck?
I hope you guys can see us because Renmar just removed his headset.
Collectively just what?
They gave away the Suyo and Granger.
And Louis as well. Like, I know they
wait,
can
wait,
pick it
wait,
up.
wait, wait. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're brewing something up. Louis
Let
is
him
still
cook.
available. CC okay. Joy okay.
Cook. I'd say just let him cook. Maybe they're brewing something really new. Louis.
Bren, please.
What?
Baby Bren, please.
Come on, please.
What season is it? Jawhead first pick?
Jawhead first pick.
I mean, okay, we were saying about AP Bren identity. We did mention as well, Kekanat plays very well with those strong, aggressive pickoff style. They leaned in on that. Sure.
But today, a bit too hard, would you say?
I'm out of here.
Oh,
I'm out of here.
They went Valentina. So, Okir.
What are they cooking?
Will they select the Okir hero here? There's Louis, Farsa, Cho. They went with
That's fine.
Super. Wait, has Super Yoshi played Cho?
I'm amazed. I mean, he looks like Yaoi, so maybe.
Yeah, he has one game. He has one game.
He does. Especially before. You should have seen him before. He looks so much like Yaoi.
Yeah.
Yep.
Even in game though. So
yeah. So now he's gonna go up with the show. And knowing Omega, they look like they gel better with this Super Yoshi iteration. So I feel like you know, good things can come from this.
And it's not something like to downplay Chakno. It's just really, even Chakno said it himself that Super Yoshi just really fits the meta now.
Yeah, just the meta,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Why first pick the Jawhead?
You're still there.
Dude, honestly, look at this draft. Look at this draft. If you first pick the Joy, Omega would probably still pick up the Suyo.
And the Granger.
Well, actually, they could have...
Could have went Granger first pick.
I think they were trying to force the Granger pick onto Omega. They didn't want to go up against the Harith because the Harith was open.
Oh.
Because if you pick up Joy first pick as AP Bren, Omega has to most likely get the Harith plus the Suyo. Since you didn't want to go for that trade, you chose the Suyo instead, then you go for the Granger, you have range.
Huh.
Maybe there's a crazy bait play going on here, but I might just be trying to make sense out of something very crazy.
Or, yeah, you're right. It does kind of make a little bit of sense. Now it feels like they are forcing the Harith, right? With all these bans.
Yeah, because Harith is still open, and they didn't ban Harith. But if AP Bren pick up the Harith, they have no range. They have no poke. They're all dive. So they have to go like... Harith
face.
and what else are you gonna put in the EXP lane?
CC?
Harith CC? Sounds like
CC.
pretty good dives.
CC, if you want to go dive, Hilda still there.
Gatot. But that might be too much.
Yeah.
Maybe not the Gatot.
Their XP laner for Dare should be something like, as you mentioned, the C. CC can be locked in by Omega, but Edith is also still very open. I think they go CC here for Omega. Because the CC... Oh, excuse me. They go Edith. Because CC doesn't do much against Edith in lane, as you felt earlier in our game, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So Edith, potentially for Lewis. He has been using it, the Cebuano Prodigy.
But then they'll have to think about giving the Primal Wrath to the Valentina.
Oh, that's going to be painful. Good point. All right.
And they can't go Faramis, so they just go safe, they go Vexana. I think it will still be a last pick Edith for... Oh, wait, no, not anymore, because AP Bren now has the power of the choice. Just go CC, honestly. But
CC's
there.
Ooh.
There.
Harith and CC. Or maybe someone with range. Are they going to be the first team to try out the new Batrix?
This should be all dive. This is all dive. Yeah, they need a physical... They have enough magic.
They need range. And they need physical.
No, you're right. They might bring up Batrix.
No, I mean Melissa.
Melly was soft.
There's the
quite nerfed
Hilda.
in mid to late game.
What's the gold?
What's the gold? I don't know why.
What's the Shizu?
They're having a
Moscow
hard
is the
time with this
Lopez.
one.
Bruno.
Bruno. No Bea today.
So why first pick Joy? No kidding. No. I'm gonna let go of that.
Yeah.
Edith, just go Edith. It's perfect. Can hold the front relatively well. It's gonna be slower compared to the Hilda.
And they're overloaded with good ultimates anyway, so it's very unlikely Primal Wrath is gonna be a big difference. If they take Primal Wrath, you won't have Way of the Dragon. You won't have Eternal Guard.
If it's not the Edith, it's the CC. Either or, you can't go wrong with that choice.
Edith CC.
Yeah. So relatively close to mid-range for AP Bren. Omega definitely has the reach advantage. Oh, this is the best pick, actually, that they could have gone for. Excuse me, yeah.
Also, give Hilda a hard time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
I prefer the draft of Omega. I'm just going to say that now.
We are glue.
And you know what? These are two teams who look like they're very used to the global ban system with all the picks that's happening right now.
Yep.
I like it. I like the way that they approach this draft. It kind of threw off my draft brain, my usual MPL draft brain.
It threw off our stats a bit. Because now Joehead has been selected first pick.
It's true though. First pick.
If they can avoid the initial... If they can win the first 2-3 minion wave trade in the center of the map, if they can outsmart Ukir and just blast him early on, I think that's what they might try to go for here. Because the Jawhead and Valentina together, they actually can be quite deadly within the first 5 minion waves in the center of the map. So they can get a pick off there early on. They can ride that momentum. And that'll force SuperYoshi to create the play elsewhere.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
So let's see if that's what they're going to play towards.
Let's see. It's going to be game number 1. Yes, believe it or not. Yes, it's game number 1. AP Bren versus Omega. In what I am thinking will be a short game match.
Okay.
Nope, they don't get it.
Checklist number 1, X.
X'd. What?
It's X'd.
It's X'd.
No, it was supposed to be AP Bren doing what happened to Chove's skirt.
Yeah. But the pokes from SuperYoshi, they know the importance again of having control of the center of the map, as you mentioned. And Omega's not going to let up at any given moment.
Yeah. Let's see.
Wow, very early on.
Yeah. Skate Lizard, okay. Kekadot helping out James Spans. Okay, he still got it though, but he had to use a Retribution to get it. Kier is outlaning Chove's skirt heavily after the blast, and yeah, good control by Ukir in the center of the map. By the way, pull yourself together for the Cho. So the change for PYT, that is 12% cooldown reduction given right away, but you gain 1% extra for each kill or assist, max at 8 stacks. So you can potentially end with 20% cooldown reduction for your battle spells and equipment active skills.
You're gonna want that flicker always available for SuperYoshi, so they can always go for the backlight, specifically Shizu.
Yeah. And that counts for the conceal as well.
Oh, there you go. That's one reason to pull yourself together. Now, Kekedot, now that you guys mentioned it, you know what? I hope you can get full value of this Jawhead. If you're gonna first pick it, you should get value here. Otherwise, people are just gonna say, you know what? Why pick it at all?
Yo, SuperYoshi in too deep.
Kekedot back off.
Okay, Kekedot still holding on to the turtle. Here comes James
He's
Banks.
pushing it.
AP Bren might just go for the turtle take instead. But the clapback coming in from Omega. Andoryu very low here as there goes in with the power of Wilderness. Going to bring down the jungler of Omega. Lewis with a split. Going to get stacks up there, but they're just going to disengage.
Whoa. Respect to AP Bren, they should have played that so much better. James Banks, no fear. SuperYoshi just a bit late on the last activation of the Jeet Kune Do, hence James Banks able to secure the turtle. I thought Kekedot was making a wrong decision for holding onto the turtle instead of backing off, but he stood his ground, ignored Kekedot, and they were still able to walk, ignored SuperYoshi, and they were still able to walk away with the turtle. So there's that. Add to that, something that Jome has been doing since last week is rushing Skypiercer actually as a Granger. So that's his first item build.
There you go. And it works very well, especially for Grangers, right? Especially considering you have very good trust. SuperYoshi's on the Cho. More likely than not, you guys are going to be the ones who will do the hunting, not the other way around. Especially with Andoryu on the Suyo, feels like Jome will have a lot of free time, a lot of free opportunities here to get that last hit and charge up that Skypiercer.
Yeah, but again, that could be used up against them if Kekedot manages to have a good throw either onto SuperYoshi, but SuperYoshi goes in with a Jeet Kune Do. Here comes the Unstoppable Force. The clapback once again for AP Bren. That's another kill for the Bees.
There you go, Renmar. He's getting some value on that Jawhead.
You know what? Sure, yeah. First pick Jawhead working out very well for AP Bren.
At least for now.
At least for now. But they're taking the right conditions. They're not being overly aggressive with it. He's supplementing James Banks very well, helping him get vision in the areas where he could potentially invade. He's holding the right shrub right now for this turtle to show up. Holding on to it.
All right.
Kekedot's been great so far in this Jawhead.
Okir, though, very spicy on the damage for this Vexana. Have to be very careful here. SuperYoshi looking for one.
Okay, there onto the back. Got stopped there by SuperYoshi with a kick. Unstoppable Force coming in from Kekedot to zone them out as James Pax secures the turtle.
He spent a lot of effort trying to take that guy here.
Yeah.
That was there.
Very clean right now for AP Bren. Good structure for how they're approaching things. And now the first item locked in for the Valentina is the Enchanted Talisman. And the Valentina did get Inspire, so at this point that's already a 30% cooldown reduction on him. So be able to dish out the combos much quicker.
How about Crucial? Nice snipe.
Yoshi.
Trying to get some fight onto that Vision. Vision very important, especially on the bottom side of the map where you have to still keep Shizu alive. Don't never forget that if you're AP Bren.
Yeah. And now I think Omega are making the right call here. They're going to have to start focusing a little bit more onto this Bruno. Because this lineup of AP Bren, though they're not getting the super aggressive, kill-hungry playstyle that you're used to seeing from Jawhead, they're doing the right things. Controlling the center, winning the turtles.
Oh! There's a 5-man rotation in the middle lane as SuperYoshi manages to find it there. Here comes the throw coming in from Kekedot as he brings down SuperYoshi as well. James Banks on the back, electrifying beats onto Ukir, forcing out the flicker. But Lewis got caught in the middle, got taken down by the man with a million moves.
Oh, so unfortunate for Omega. That was a Hail Mary play to break the tower in the center of the map. And what they ended up giving was just 2 more kills to AP Bren. And even Shizu being able to break the tower in the lower portion of the map first. That's completely opposite of what Omega needs at this point. And it's safe to say AP Bren has taken control.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like it should be the other way around, right? Shizu getting hunted down, but look at this, another one!
Another throw! Even the Unstoppable Force didn't have time to connect because literally SuperYoshi got blasted down by the members of the Beast.
Try to go for it once more. Omega looks like they're just back onto the defense. can't really move out too much because there has their number. He's looking at him. He's checking these bushes. There's just no way for a steal to happen.
Every time I doubt a pick, it just ends up going really well for them.
Against all odds.
Yeah. Someone's going to make a video there somewhere again. It's like, oh, Caster Renmar doubting Kekadot's jawhead. And then it becomes a highlight show of Kekadot's jawhead. To be fair, again, he has been playing this very well. Their rotations have been correct. Omega, unfortunately, just lost the first 2 objectives. And then they made the wrong rotation into the center of the map, full committing as 5. But now they're forcing the issue topside, and it means that Derek can just stand and watch. But it's a trait. So Omega, instead of playing passive, play proactive, willing to give up the tower in the bottom lane so that they can get more farm and push for Jome in the top lane.
Oh, okay. Here comes SuperYoshi. Managing to keep there at bay, but James Banks goes in. He already commits a kick, but there's an electrifying beat. SuperYoshi flickers out, but gets spotted down and taken down by James Banks.
Someone bumped into a wall there somewhere. And, I don't want to bring that up, but that's exactly what happened there. SuperYoshi going down might be the tempo swing that AP Bren needs to really put them on the driver's seat.
Yeah, he just tried to dash through the chunky part of the wall, forced to commit the flicker. If he was able to successfully dash through and flicker, good chance he might actually be able to escape or at least make it under tower. But no point crying over spilled milk now. AP Bren just say, you know what? Sure, we'll go ahead and continue taking control here. But I like the proactive decisions that Omega have been making across the map. They've traded out the far lanes for both. Now they're both just going to be playing around the mid. And if ever, Omega will just look to send one to manage the minion waves in the bottom so that they can get a push off of there.
Oof, while all this happening though, some resources really do have to get defended here.
Yeah.
4.5k for AP Bren is no joke, especially in this early on in the game.
Okay, Chauve Skirt has his own way of the dragon, so if ever SuperYoshi dashes in, they can full commit, but they're gonna decide not to because there's a major objective respawning in 4 seconds.
It's going to be hard to make a position happen, especially knowing that your opponent actually has Way of the Dragon as well. 8-minute Lord is starting to become really important for our teams.
Oh, there was a flicker from there, but James Banks secures the Lord. Omega, will they look for the engage? SuperYoshi goes in with a double man knockup plus the flicker combination, but the damage is there for James Banks. AP Bren got the Lord plus the kill off the Yoshi.
Just one down here for Omega. We might see a lot of towers get pulled off here.
Oh, James Banks goes right after Andoryu. Omega forced to back away as the Lord marching in on the bottom lane.
Luckily, they missed with the Deathly Grasp as well.
SuperYoshi has had a tough time here. And maybe that's also one of the things that AP Bren were thinking of, rushing this jawhead. Bait out the jaw of SuperYoshi, go ahead and pick that up. It was risky, but they've played very well against it. Again, the pick that surprised me that I doubted is the one that set the tempo for them and why they have a massive lead heading into 10 minutes into the game, around 7,000. They're getting close to that point. Marching in with Lord of the Boss. Shizo was undisturbed. James Banks, no deaths just yet, alongside Choveskirt, Kekadot, and Shizo as well. They might not be able to win it here, but they'll be able to get a lot out of this push, AP Bren.
Holy defense popped in the bottom lane as Omega already clears out the first Lord. Minions for AP Bren are marching up top, so all outer turrets might get taken down by the beast.
Already hit 7k gold lead earlier for AP Bren. That is as big of a lead as they have ever gotten so far in the season against any team. They are looking really good.
Wow. Since Omega lost the center of the map here, Shizo has been having a grand time as this Bruno. Crazy damage already, level 12. Jome close by though. In terms of the gold, we're going to be seeing it in just a bit, just how big the lead that Shizo has against Jome. There it is, and it is, oh, not that massive. Jome was able to get some farm. He's up to 3 items. But the fact that this Bruno is already up to a Malefic Gun, and that there's already a Magic Lantern and Holy Crystal for this Joy, means that AP Bren can still continue to be aggressive. However, they just need to be careful of the clapback of Omega. Their lineup is high risk if you're engaging at the wrong time, but very high reward.
Oh, no! Missed
Almost.
flicker, Way of the Dragon for SuperYoshi. That's why AP Bren was able to take him down plus steal away the purple buff.
If Naisu likes to call big damn, that's a big yikes. For SuperYoshi. Can't fault the man for trying.
Have to. You really have to in these moments, right? Especially when your enemy doesn't really expect it that much.
Exactly. But people will not remember the effort. People will remember the mishap, unfortunately.
That's just the way the world works.
Okay, Kekedot with the throw, forcing
Ouch.
Lewis to split plus the flicker. That's 2 major resources out for Omega. And AP Bren set their eyes on this Lord.
You know what we mentioned? AP Bren's lineup, they need physical, they need long range. It does feel like Bruno fits all those criteria, and they're doing very well about it.
James Banks, easy pickoff on the Lord. Here comes the clapback. The attack of AP Bren to bring down once again SuperYoshi 0-7-1 with the choke.
Second consecutive death, by the way, SuperYoshi.
I mean, it is his job to die as a roamer.
But he's contributed to 90% of kills for AP Bren. This has been a terrible game for SuperYoshi on this show, but more so because Kekedot really checked him. Playing the Jawhead alongside the Valentina very well. And now AP Bren can just ride this out to victory. They can potentially end it in this one. If not, they might have to wait for the next Lord. But so far, I think AP Bren has all the tools to end it with this push right here.
Yeah.
As long as they can get Jome quick.
Yeah. They have flickers. Kekedot has his, plus Chov Skirt. So if Chov Skirt gets the way of the dragon, but right now he has the internal guard, so they can burst down Jome. Assuming Kekedot manages to get him, the Lord seizing in onto the bottom lane. The Inhibitor turret down bottom has now been erased by AP Bren. Here comes Unstoppable Force, a throw onto SuperYoshi, and internal guard coming in from Chov Skirt. And now AP Bren trying to make quick work of that Lord. They will be able to clear it out and force AP Bren to disengage.
SuperYoshi really is the target. It feels like they're trying to break him or something.
A conceal coming in for the side of the Bees. We're waiting for the throw of Kekedot while Shizu focusing on the tower. Omega was able to save their mid lane turret.
Alright, so it will end in the next Lord push, which will be up in a minute and a half. Looking at the items, not yet fully built for the Suyo. Still on the way to the VOD potentially. Already has 3 up to a Sea Halberd. Almost fully built for this Joy. Jome still very close in terms of the gold, considering everything that's happened. Just a 1,000 or so gold lead for Shizo. I think waiting for the BOD is Jome. Already up to a Malefic Roar, Hunter Strike, and Sky Piercer that has no stacks at this point. And there, Jome just built up the Blade of Despair.
I mean, Omega has been force-feeding all the resources that they can salvage to Jome, because Jome is the main damage dealer of Omega. That's why everyone, in terms of economy, is suffering against their counterpart in AP Bren. But it will hopefully pull off if Omega finds a way to just literally stop the aggression of AP Bren and stop the plays coming in from Kekedot.
Oh, that's a lot easier said than done 100%, because right now there's just no stopping this guy diving on the people. Chov Skirt also is really deadly, being the guy who chooses the targets most of the time here, alongside Kekedot. And now Kekedot, I think he's just focused on just making sure that Chizo remains untouched. 1-0-4 so far on that Bruno.
VOD, a second one for Omega, built up by Andoryu. SuperYoshi not able to close the gap against Kekedot. Yeah, Omega are just fighting for scraps here. Again, it is very good for them that Jome hasn't died yet and that he is 4 items locked in.
Yeah.
But the rest of AP Bren just has so much damage that the front line of Omega, this glue, falls down way too quickly. They don't have the minion wave push in the mid. It's getting pressured there. Ukir has to handle it, so they're lacking some damage.
Okay, James Banks secures the Lord. Omega at the numbers disadvantage, forcing Lewis even to flicker out. Here comes the Unstoppable Force. Lewis was able to flicker out though. No casualties for Omega, but AP Bren again. All objectives have been secured by the man with a million moves.
It should end here for AP Bren. If they don't, they're getting closer to the territory of Omega might actually be able to win game number 1.
Yeah,
they
despite
gotta
the 10K,
win it here.
Despite the 10K gold lead, right?
Yeah.
I thought that was game 2.
Well, here we go though.
Okay.
Now Lord walking up on bottom. Kekedot, he's warming up, he's going for the wine.
There's the Unstoppable Force. SuperYoshi was able to dodge the throw. Here comes the internal guard though. Lord still there present as Dare got caught up, has to flicker out. Immortality will be popped. Is this the clapback coming in from Omega? AP Bren slowly scattering away. No casualties yet for both of these teams.
Row.
Not gonna get ended here yet.
I thought that was it.
Ooh. Okay, this is tough now for AP Bren because Omega are definitely within comebackable territory. Once Lewis has one more item locked in, and once SuperYoshi can get his third item completed as well, he's on the way to the anti-cuirass. Yeah, third item locked in for both the EXP Laner and Roamer for Omega is their go sign that they're ready to come back into this. Because Divine Glaive is already built up by the Vexana. On the way to the Rose Gold Meteor is Jome. Just built it too.
Okay, so most of their core items actually are locked in and ready to go. And despite the 10k gold lead, your enemy already has most of their items, maybe 80 to 90% there. So that's what's risky for AP Bren.
AP Bren really have to be so careful here because really, this will be such a heartbreaking loss. Omega are within comeback territory at this point. Windtalker built up there by Shizo. This is going to be his last item, already selling the boots. Orange buff stolen by Ondorio as well. Maybe the minion waves and the relatively fast clear that AP Bren has might be too overwhelming for Omega, but they have good wave clear themselves. 1.5 crit hit from the Bruno. Oh my, the next Lord fight, if AP Bren don't handle their minion waves, Omega might be able to come back through it. They can heavily contest it as long as the minion waves for them, in their point of view, are relatively manageable, and they have at least one escape route if ever they need two members to go back and try not to get wiped out if AP Bren win that team fight.
Yeah, and that Lord, that potential objective, might be the game ender because again, that's the Evolved Lord at 18 minutes in. So far, AP Bren has secured all objectives, neutral objectives, for James Panks, but I feel like Omega will come up with a play to even out the score.
Yeah. Okay, so Blade Armor, Athena Shield, Dominance Ice was the full build item there for the glue. So Lewis has the items to deal with the Bruno since there's no Malefic Roar there. So Malefic Gun, crit, build, focus. But it's a rush for AP Bren. Here comes Omega.
Okay.
A kick.
They managed to find Kekadon here. Kekadon forced to flicker out. Here comes the clapback once again. Jome being able to deliver the Death Sonatas.
Oh.
With the first man down will be Lewis. There might be next on the shopping block. Here comes SuperYoshi, but it's going to do double man knockoff. A lot of damage coming in from Oak here. Queller's not going to connect onto Dare, so still no casualties for the Bees.
Yeah, Jome misses on the snipe a few here, and Dare just refuses to go down, giving Omega such a hard time and basically baiting them.
Yeah, Luis fell down too fast, but Omega are still showing themselves in 4 versus 3.
Okay, 4 on 3. SuperYoshi was forced to retreat and clear out the minions in the middle lane and also the bottom lane. Here comes Kekadon with an unstoppable force. Ondorio manages to dodge it. Here comes the Eternal Guard. Retribution battle. Shizu will secure the Lord as AP Bren disengage.
Had to let go of that 100%, and now it's the Evolved Lord walking it up on the mid.
Omega started off that pickoff onto Kekadon. They got the kick, but it was Lewis who fell down first. And since that glue fell down too fast, Omega lost that fight quickly. Now with this Evolved Lord marching in 20 minutes in, this should be it for AP Bren, but they don't have a push up top.
Okay. One lane so far is pushing as they're trying to zone out Lewis. We're waiting for a potential play coming in from Kekadon. There's an unstoppable force, but gets stopped there by Omega. She's gonna pick up a kill onto Lewis. James back electrifying being onto the back line. She's the Silent Kid once again. Gonna pick up 2 and they lock on the base and win game 1 for AP Bren.
20 minutes in, AP Bren got the 1-0 over Omega. This is the AP Bren that we're talking about here. How well they can get momentum with just 1 win. This is as good as they can get so far in the season.
You see the AP Bren loyalists happy. Best win, definitely. Sorry for doubting the Jawhead first by Kekadon and Coach Pong, which was Coach Pakbet, by the way.
They're still shocked.
I hope we get to ask them why they first picked the Jawhead. But I'm going with that theory of they were forcing the Cho out and they were ready to deal with it.
I actually want to suggest that the Hans we should.
Yeah.
We really should ask. Like, that was a very interesting way of approaching a draft where you're really focused on getting one specific resource at the expense of so many others.
they may also be looking at it from the perspective of getting Kakarot and his comfort right away. Because again, we pointed it out earlier, the most impressive games we saw from Kakarot were him as the Jawhead. And this time around, he was able to do it to set up an MVP performance for the man with a million moves.
James Banks with the MVP performance that we're talking about here. No deaths on the Joy. And he really did go in the right time each and every single time. I know you have a lot of fond memories of MDL with James Banks.
I mean, all those late entries from this man.
So good.
You thought it's late, but technically it's the right timing for James Banks. And they're always decisive when it comes to those lore dances. Not going for the kills, instead just focusing on the objective. And a huge credit also goes to the XP laner and the roamer. Kekedot and Dare has been phenomenal, making sure that the damage dealers or the course of AP Bren are literally miles away from the aggression that SuperYoshi has been doing the past games.
It looks like they were really just ready to answer this Cho. With everything that's been happening, I think the Cho also was a very rushed pick by Omega. But I think they were just also waiting to see, instead of locking in their course right away, they wanted to get a safe pick in that roamer. Kekedot, Choskirt, James Banks, they took control of the center of the map. SuperYoshi had some mistimed engages as well. That was one of them. And the rest was just AP Bren punishing the entry of the Cho. They played into that trade, they rushed the Jawhead, and the Jawhead rush in the draft worked out for them. That it was easy for James Banks, and most importantly, easy for Shizo to just farm up. He was undisturbed in the lane, and that Hail Mary play that Omega decided to call to go for a 5-man rotation in the center of the map to try and balance out the control, which ended terribly for them, and which ended with even Shizo breaking the tower in the gold lane first, opposite of what they wanted. No surprise here that AP Bren just never lost control.
That's true. It's mainly because of their their discipline, because if you're gonna go back to the first few minutes of the game, Kekedot wasn't even that aggressive. He was actually defensive.
Just mid-aggressive.
Yeah, SuperYoshi was just really going in, and Kekedot was expecting those kinds of Jit Kundus. That's why he was just using the ejector right on time every single moment that SuperYoshi has the Jit Kundu.
And you know what? There's also some things in my brain going on why this Jawhead did get picked up. It also kind of works well against heroes like the Ruby, which Omega has been known to just really do well with. Right? It did get banned out eventually, but that was a bit later on in the draft. So maybe they just... Coach Pong now, says, you know what, lock that in. Go ahead, lock that in. It'll deal with a lot. Trust me. And that's what they did. And it worked out with a 10k goal lead, 12-1, by the way, on the kill score. That is impressive.
This is our third 20-minute game for today. No,
the earlier one was 19,
minutes.
but I was in my brain that's 20. So I don't know what's happening to the meta right now. There's a trend that's happening, and Ingan, I don't know if I like it, but BPI rich guy is gonna be James Banks.
6,000 from the jungle creeps, close to 3,800 from the minions, 938 from kills and assists. This was a textbook game by AP Bren. They played it nice and slow. Nothing too flashy. It's like they all just went in there, let's just do the job. Do the job with the goal. Do the job with the EXP in the center of the map. And again, they're struggling. They don't have their first win yet. They need a game like this to show them and prove to them, as long as you get your fundamentals down, dare I say, the boring side of MLBB, where it's just do your job, don't do anything flashy, don't do anything crazy.
Don't mess up.
Don't mess up. It actually goes well for them. And what did we say at the very beginning? Our tip for our two junglers.
What?
Don't die.
Don't die.
And James Banks didn't die once in that game.
Yeah. Listen to
Come on.
Listen to the walk and win condition. Look at that.
Come on.
The walk is
yeah, he
I remember the Andor used tip actually to some of the fans who are struggling in their games.
But
he doesn't know what to say. He's also struggling.
I know what to tell you, man. I'm also on a lose streak.
Yeah,
the lose streak, right?
Yeah, that was my favorite highlight of the ping test. Again, he was asked beforehand to say something to a team that's struggling. What's his message for that? He said, "I don't know what to say. We're also having a hard time."
Wise words from
It's
Andor.
so true, very transparent, and very just straight to the point. I like Andori. And then for this one, it is going to be a big question mark for me, like how this game got so out of hand for Omega. Like, it was so bad. It was 12-1, 10K on the gold lead. What the heck happened?
I mean, they were at the point trying to be proactive when it comes to trading. They weren't being reactive to what AP Bren was doing. They're feeding a lot of resources to Joe, but it all came to the point where Omega could not really contest to any Lord take.
Yeah.
And that's where in the fundamentals, the boring stuff of ML comes in, wherein AP Bren was just really determined to secure the objectives, not to go after kills.
It also feels like we've seen Omega somewhat regress in that game number 1. The difficulties, the missed timings between the roam and the mid were evident when Chaknu was playing here. It went away when SuperYoshi got in, but now it looks like it's coming back slowly.
That's right. That's exactly it, right? So we'll talk about that a little bit more later. But for now, the Athena Cup is happening at this moment. So this is an exclusive league for female pro players and the official qualifier for the MLBB Women's Invitational.
And it's also, it will take place on March 7 until May 27. So let's all support this growing league that empowers women, more women to be in esports.
Yeah, I have to go back and watch the VODs. I've been seeing some of the updates here and there. It seems like it's getting quite heated from the Athena League, and I have to go back and watch that.
And maybe some of those players want to use the Edith Prismatic Sentinel skin, which is now available in-game with 30% off. You can also get it from a chest. So join Edith and experience MLBB's esports charm. All that, the big MPL logo every time you dash, that's really something.
You know, honestly, if we promote all the skins available right now that are on sale as well, it's going to take us like 5 minutes to go through everything, because even emotes are being sold right now for all the teams.
That's right. You would know. You spent all your 20,000 diamonds on today.
Why? No. Only 10.
You said 11 earlier, so what is it actually?
I said 10. I never said 11. I hate the number 11.
All right. So Navi and Evos, by the way, has just begun on MPL Indonesia, and you know that's very exciting. Everyone who watches knows why. I feel like it is possibly an uphill trend for one of these teams.
Yeah. For Navi, Navi's the one been struggling. Evos has been doing really good so far this season. The inclusion of Albert, their adjusted lineup, and Evos has been great.
Also a big pleasure to see Albert play once again. I know he's been like on bench warming since like last season.
But last SBS he was doing a good job with their MDL team.
Yeah, we saw a glimpse of that, and I think it's just gonna be a continuous uphill, not climb, but they're gonna stay up top. They're gonna be good.
Evos is gonna maintain.
Evos is gonna be fine. Yeah.
A big contrast. Again, if you said this to me like a few seasons ago, I would have like looked at you very oddly. But yes, that's exactly where Evos is right now.
Yeah, like
and it's a happy thought. It's a happy.
You would have the same reaction of how Renmar reacted a while ago.
Just about that reaction.
What? So first pick Johan. I'm not gonna doubt it anymore, folks. Straight up, it worked out for them. It was in line with the conditions that we mentioned for Kekadot. It allowed him to set the tempo, play aggressive. His partnership with Chovskirt was on point, despite the early trading not going well for Chovskirt. They were able to rebalance things.
Yeah.
Good for them.
You know what? That might be their identity coming into this one. First, they'll pick blue side, and then they'll pick someone who doesn't usually get picked up. And then the other teams like, gonna be surprised, like, what the heck? And then they're going to get 2 really good ones as well.
Yeah, maybe. Let's see.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, there was a time when Coach Pacbet was very active in MPL Philippines before, of course, he went to other countries and then eventually became a championship-winning coach in MPL. We did call him the drafter of the universe. So let's see if we get that.
The master drafter.
Yeah.
So right now, game 2, we're looking at Omega timers. I don't know what timers Omega's timers are allowed. It used to be 18 way back a few seasons.
Yeah.
But now that the average game time is 20 minutes, it's the actual average game time right now, 21, 22 minutes.
Yeah.
By the way.
I'm expecting almost all 90% of the games to go 20 minutes or more. I even thought the patch would make the games faster.
Because of
It
the
made it longer.
a jumping level at 8-minute Lord. I thought
Yeah,
so
right?
too. I thought so too, but apparently that's not the case.
I thought turrets would be crashing down 8 minutes, 9 minutes in, no more inhibitor turrets, but maybe because we are in the hardest region.
That's what I was thinking as well. It's the only possible logical explanation.
No, but when we play ML also, the games take
Earlier
long.
it was when we played, it was 24,
long.
25 minutes.
Yeah, just about. The games have generally just been getting longer in this meta, and even in the games where there's a lot of like mini fights or brawls happening.
Ooh, top of total kills in all mid laners. Okay. Sheesh.
29, 82.76%. The problem with him, though, is that the rest of his team just keeps dying. He's getting the kills, but the opposing team is also killing his team. It's just like, guys, what am I supposed to do with this?
So you're thinking, Ukir's mind, guys, stop dying, please.
Imagine Ukir's POV tunnel visioning whenever he's doing a 1v1 versus opposing mid laners, and he eventually wins, and after he looks back, all his teammates are in death timers mode.
He's like, all right, guys, I've
did
set
it.
up the way for us. Let's wait. You're
Where are
ahead?
you guys?
You gotta go back. Oh, come on.
Right. It's a bit fair to say that, right? Okay, your stats individually has been super high. He's a sleeper here, by the way. And there's Omega with the blue side. They said, well, you know what? We're going to do that first pick Jawhead. Let's see how that works out for you.
They have exactly the same blue side win rate with AP Bren oil, 14.29.
Especially after that. I don't know after that win, right? After that win for AP Bren, it probably doubled or something. But yeah, this was AP Bren's blue side win earlier.
All right. Will we get a Jawhead first pick? Let's see. Will we get Lo Yi getting acknowledged because it was completely forgotten about in the first draft?
Or will it, though? I don't know.
Who said there are no
I actually was a little shocked by how
invented one.
how little acknowledgement Lo Yi had in the first one.
Yeah.
In my mind, it's like maybe these teams just don't like
Where
global
there is
plays.
light,
But
there are also shadows.
I don't know.
There we go.
There you go.
Finally, someone acknowledged Lo Yi.
We're
By
back
the
in
way,
the.
we do acknowledge one effect of the draft.
Oh.
Chip keeps getting banned out red side.
Oh, that's
Jushin
big.
Yeah.
might be an opening for
Yeah.
the Zushin mid lane.
Come on, please give the juice in.
Juice in,
We
come
need to
on.
see what happens to a draft.
Yes.
And give the juice in.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
To Ukir? Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Actually, yes.
If you give juice in and Omega take it,
Magic is my
Oh, they
it's
gave
open.
it.
thank you.
Okay, it's open.
You can get Granger and Suyo or a Joy.
In my mind, it's still a Jawhead
Get
first pick. but yeah.
Jushin.
Do
then
it.
Trade for Cho.
Get that.
After that.
Don't
for
rush
Omega.
the Cho just yet.
No, for Omega.
Later.
because
Later.
Later.
AP Bren can get the Suyo Granger.
Pick off or non-pick off, that might be tough.
Reptar
Time to
promises
drop
he
the
will not
beat of the
echo.
flash.
Still the joy.
All right. This is still okay. Because we're seeing now that teams like, all right, we don't need to first pick the juice in.
You don't need to panic.
Yeah,
with
and
the
Omega
first
are
pick.
thinking that like, oh, okay, so they want us to first pick the juice in.
Jushin Granger for AP Bren.
You know what, I'm still thinking don't pick up the juice in. Pick up a Granger,
I
definitely.
thought you wanted
Not
to see
quite
the
yet.
Jushin.
Not in that
Not just
position.
yet, not just yet.
Not in the first pick position.
Yeah, this is okay. What?
Woohoo! What the heck?
You know what? AP Bren, Omega, just draft.
I
What
mean,
is happening?
we saw Kekedot when he had his comfort hero, mainly the Jawhead. What more if Dare has his comfort hero?
Yeah.
The Badang, even the nerf, it can't stop Dare when he has the Badang.
Yeah.
There's the
gonna-
Granger Jushin.
Is he gonna show the adage is true? You can nerf the hero, but not the player.
Oh.
Is this gonna happen here today?
They're out of the power picks in the gold lane though. So they just pick Irithel now.
Yeah, Irifel or
Because if you're gonna play into the carry, it's gonna have a hard time if this game goes on a bit too long. What are the other iconic picks of Shizu in the gold lane?
Moskov.
Moscow.
Yeah. Moskov,
Here.
Ikari, the usuals.
The Immortal One chose me to vanquish the shadows.
Oh, yeah,
that
the Suyo.
plague this
forgot
world.
almost completely forgot about that.
They showed a core of physical damage dealers they can, unless they're gonna go Magic in the gold lane, which
Not
not.
done?
No. Cannot. So all your magic damage is gonna be based off of whatever your mid laner will be, which, if it's not the Farsa, could be an it might be a Farsa. Eve is still open, but the Joy Granger and Low Yi actually mess her up. Huh. What are they drafting into?
Hope will find a way.
I feel like they completely lost the mid control. We were talking about how important mid control is right now in this meta. They might have actually lost on that one.
I feel like Omega would also ban out. Oh no, there's already a roam.
Ban out a pick for Yoshi. Do you safely ban the Tigreal?
Ruby maybe?
Ruby?
Yeah.
Or the Ruby,
Baby
yeah.
Bren, yeah.
Jome is our captain for the season. We all agreed. Because Jome is outside the game.
He has good values outside the game.
That was a very long first.
Yeah.
So he doesn't just make good decisions in game, but
He's-
also outside.
Look at me, he's the captain now.
So maybe that's why he stole.
Begin.
Ah, there's a Ruby ban. Okay.
Farsa.
They're either gonna go Hylos or Tigreal for Yoshi. Because the heroes that he's already picked up this season are off the board. All of them. Cho, Ruby, Jawhead, Badang.
That's a good
So we're
thought.
going to be seeing SuperYoshi in a different pick. Good ban as well on the Aurora. So you just go Farsa here of your AP Bren.
Huge mid lane bans. Yeah, Farsa looks really good. I'm thinking about heroes that can kind of lane well against Zushin as well.
Yeah. And if this goes Farsa, then you pick up a Gato Kacha. So magic damage focused center of the map. Relatively good crowd control with the Juicin and Gatot, although it is a taunt based type. Can jump away. And then your EXP laner, you can go Lucas. Because I want to see them have a little bit more physical as well.
I didn't cure the pain.
Now you can't go Lucas. They blocked the Lucas pick with the Valentina.
That's a good pick.
I'm really wondering about this Valentina pick. Because you can't really get any good ultimates.
Yeah, but you blocked the Lucas.
That's what they're thinking of. I think you're
Just
really just
that?
going to be getting the whatever ultimate SuperYoshi will have, and or
the
the
roam.
ultimate, or the ultimate of the Joy. Electrifying Beats is one of the old favorites for Valentina players to pick up. It's a good escape, good initiation as well.
Wonder if we'll see Hylos here. Usually pairs well with a Zushin.
Yeah, they can go double.
The priestess of primal lightning.
Oh, Edith.
The hunter of
Oh,
all
okay,
the
that's one
evil
good
gods.
ultimate for the Valentina. They get the Primal Wrath.
XP as well.
Get something
Tig?
chunky.
Tig? No, you're giving
Blue?
They go
Gatot.
Gatot.
And Gatot.
You mentioned.
Alright. And for the gold.
Beatrix.
Beatrix. Come on, Shizu.
Nah, but there's a Joy. They might just settle for
Bruno?
Irithel or Moskov.
Maybe go Bruno again?
Moskov is what they're highlighting.
Yeah, might just be that. Because with the Joy on the other side.
They're looking at it. And the Moskov is right next to Earphone.
There we go.
All right, you mentioned that this was his one of his signature picks in MDL Philippines. So let's see if finally we'll get a very iconic Moskov game for Shizo. Part of me, something tells me we might be going to a game number 3, folks. Not gonna lie.
Feels like game number 3 as
Yeah,
well.
with the Edith and the Granger Joy on the side of Omega. But maybe we'll get another replay of what happened in game number 1, wherein AP Bren just takes control of the center of the map and just completely messes up Omega's early game rotations.
Part
Maybe.
of me is really saying a sweep.
You're picking the sweep.
Honestly.
Do you have that much trust in Gegadot's Jawhead?
Yes, and there's Badang.
And there's Badang. Again, I'm still highly doubtful of the Badang. I saw what it does, right? I saw it on the field. You saw it on the field as well, right, Ingan?
Yeah, I hate the nerf.
It's really bad.
But it's a well-deserved nerf though against for Badang, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So we're on to game number 2. I don't know what you guys think in the comment section. Please let us know if you think this is still worth picking up. If maybe you
Welcome
still
to
use
Mobile Legends.
it. And how well is that going to do against this specific lineup? Let's go into it. and it's gonna be a really fun one to watch for sure.
All right. Slightly faster clear here for Omega. Playing slow around the mid, although Ukir wants to be aggressive against Choveskirt. SuperYoshi is here.
Oh,
good trade.
Forcing out right away the flicker onto Choveskirt.
Yeah, very good trade at the beginning at the center of the map. Although we did see that was a similar start in game number 1. So no doubt, AP Bren will have the capability to recover. James Banks.
Okay, forced out to revitalize early on, and no follow-up coming in from Gekito. There's the Lantern Flare, another flicker forced out. So a flicker for a flick, no, 2 flickers have been forced out for AP Bren.
Yeah, that's pretty huge, especially it's on Choveskirt as well as Gekidot. You know what? They can't really be too aggressive with that one. They'll have 2 minutes, 2 solid minutes where Omega can basically do whatever they want on the map.
You know, I thought the Zushin, I would see the nerf on the early game of the Zushin. But so far, what's the nerf? Ukir's been playing phenomenal, even despite the nerf, has been playing aggressive with or without SuperYoshi in the mid lane up against Gekidot and Choveskirt.
Yep. Okay. So start for both. Fury Hammer already for the Suyo. Supporting up on the first item for the Joy. Despite some heavy aggressive trading in the center of the map, nothing too crazy just yet.
In fairness, the nerf isn't like super hero breaking. It just enables like the Zushin to get really picked up. Oh!
Okay, first man down. There actually is gonna fall down. Got spotted out by Andoryu with SuperYoshi. Now AP Bren not in a good position to contest for this turtle, as Andoryu this time is taking full control of the objectives.
Oh, big invade here by Omega. This is not going good for AP Bren.
Oh, look at that. Luis up on front. Andoryu already got the turtle.
Okay.
Oh, still got his purple buff though. So good thing Omega didn't lose their buff as well. They did pressure the rotation a bit of AP Bren. Still, AP Bren are within the realms of being able to come back. They might find Jome.
Here comes a flicker from Jome. Gekidot wasn't there in time as Jome was able to walk away scot-free.
Didn't toss him up. I think Gekidot was thinking Jome was a bit too far to the edge, that even if he casted the animation of the ejector, he'd still be able to get away. And at least he was able to force out the flicker. So there is that. 200 gold lead for 3 members of Omega right now, and AP Bren need to find a way to recover. They might be getting that with a trade. They might be willing to trade up the second turtle for a push in another portion of the map, if the minion waves are looking good for them.
All right. In fairness, right? I mean, Gekidot, maybe he played pretty much the same last game, right? He didn't play too aggressive, played within their means, and it's just all about like measuring up your opponent. How far can you extend? How far can you push? Choveskirt though, suffering quite some damage in that trade. Ukir really tearing it up on the lane.
If it's not gonna come from Ukir, it's gonna come from somewhere else, and then Doryu seems like to be the damage dealer of Omega. How many times have they sent Choveskirt home, recalling because of the dives that Omega can do? Now here comes the Lantern Flare, spams from Ukir. They might go for the top lane push eventually and just force Gekidot to stay and babysit Shizu.
Here's the problem with that Moskov matchup against Granger. Just really can't move out of your turret that much. And getting punished over and over again. It's gonna be hard for that Moskov, at least for the meantime.
Okay, Choveskirt has the Primal Wrath. Let's see if they'll be willing to contest this next objective. Because with that, they should have an angle here. But the difference is 2 tanky members at the side of Omega against the 1 pick-off based comp. Omega can just brute force this, stand their ground, and bully AP Bren out of the objective.
Oof, exactly what they're trying to do right now. Trying to push him back, looking for an angle. Gekidot as well has that flicker charged up.
Okay.
Who's gonna be the target though?
She's just pushing down bottom. He does have the Spear of Destruction, can jump in any moment. As SuperYoshi is zoning out Gekidot. James Banks not in the picture to go for the turtle. There was a flicker committed from there. AP Bren no casualties, but Omega got the turtle.
Okay, so they didn't force anything out, but Omega... Oh, Luis!
Oh, didn't force anything. Everything is gonna connect for them. The AOG plus Earth Shatter combination. James Banks was able to walk away, but Uker picks him up with the lantern flare. Gonna bring down Andor. Oh my goodness, Shizu in the picture now with a Spear of Destruction. Chomskirt still working on Uker. At the back! Jom is the only one left though. Here comes Chomskirt and Dare. Dare doesn't have any flicker. Jom will be able to walk away, but Omega lost 3.
Omega, they were looking over here, but they weren't looking over there, and they got caught up by the Padang. Andoryu will cash out Kekadot though, but AP Bren, a glimmer of hope in what has been an Omega-controlled game so far.
And Shizu definitely the one who is having a lot of fun because he doesn't need to join in quite yet. He's getting so much gold on the map. I can see that differential really starting to go on the side of the Moskov, surprisingly, after everything that happened.
Yeah, and the decision of Shizu to not just cast the Spear of Destruction when Omega was doing the turtle take, but after that turtle take was really vital for AP Bren and how they were able to get 3 kills and eventually diminish the gold lead established by Omega.
He's just not the focus there right now. There you go with the Sky Piercer locked in for Jom. Must be a signal that they're ready to go in for the fights maybe soon.
Yeah, a little bit. AP Bren's like far more calculated this week so far. It's like you really you can see them trying to consider all of the potential conditions, the proper timings. Sometimes it can come off as overthinking, but right now it's clapping back against the aggression that Omega wanted to play around. That they're not falling into the trap so much. They're considering the Edith, they're considering the Joy.
They commit the combo coming in from there, but that was a dodge, a beautiful play coming in from Omega. As Jom picks up a kill on Dory with the backline, an electrifying beat. SuperYoshi goes in with the AOG, forcing AP Bren to flee the scene, and it looks like an uncontested turtle take for Omega.
And again, turret going down to the bottom. Small consolation prize once more for AP Bren here. Gold lead is not that big, surprising with everything going right for Omega.
Big time taunt from the Unbreakable for SuperYoshi. Able to catch out 2 or 3 if I'm not mistaken, and that turned the team fight around, favoring Omega. So AP Bren have another condition to check out here and have to watch out for, that since they're a little bit more close range with the team fights that they want to do. SuperYoshi, where is he gonna be pathing with the taunt? Conceal.
Okay, they're going for the conceal. SuperYoshi waiting for the Unbreakable, but that was just more than enough space created for Joma to push out the top lane. And looking at the middle lane, again, Chomskirt alongside there, pushing in onto the minions, but Andoryu was there to clear it out. Ooh. So now, AP Bren, they have a lot of ways to actually do pickoffs again. There has this comfort here of a Badang paired up with the Flicker. If it connects properly to the right target, specifically Jom or Andoryu, AP Bren can make waves again and turn things around.
Some of those games where the Jawhead doesn't feel as big of an impact as we did see in game number 1. And you could feel it, wow, right there. Ready to pull the trigger there.
I think they call that stretching.
Stretching, there you go.
The good dynamic stretching. Oh, Kekadot.
Okay, there was the conceal. Okay, Andoryu commits the retry. SuperYoshi commits the AOG. Kekadot just walks out of danger.
Alright, that's a big consequence, honestly, because right now Kekadot will be forced to play a lot more defensive. Maybe try to just keep James Banks alive or keep Dare alive, right? Other than that, it's still Shizu not joining the fights quite yet. I don't think he's quite ready to face off against Andoryu right now, not even Jom. It just feels worse and worse, but Lord is up.
Ooh, this might not be good for Andoryu.
Hey!
Oh! Andoryu was able to dash out of the fist break coming in from there. So that was an initiation AP Bren really
Wait, what's happening?
Oh, okay.
Even Lewis forcing out there's Flicker. Now a conceal for the squad of Omega. Ukir zoning out the members. Kekadot lifting him up with the Lantern Flare. And Jom picks up the Lord for Omega.
Yeah, no attempt whatsoever for Shizu to actually join the fight there.
I thought that Shizu would maybe even toss out an SOD to just try and
for the steal.
It.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was waiting for it.
But
no.
But yeah, they decided to go up against it, playing it safe. And I think that's the best way I could describe how these two have been playing so far right now. Of course, minus the aggressive nature of SuperYoshi getting punched in game number 1. These two are playing not to lose. Like, that's the best way I could describe it. Like, with how they're moving, how they're really saving their flickers. You see the thought process getting shown out. They're playing not to lose here.
It's like a passive, aggressive partner.
Especially AP Bren.
Yeah.
I feel like they're just... What are they waiting for? That's a big question.
Okay, but Andorio doesn't want to wait any longer. They're going for James Spanks. Here comes the electrifying beats, but Kekadon with the throw. Shovskirt with the Primal Wrath, and there with the final blow to bring down Andorio.
Big punish, but Omega will be able to get a tower in the mid. Let's see if AP Bren can find a little bit more after that pick off onto Andorio. A little bit too aggressive there to try and take down James Spanks. Able to dash over the wall, and a good stop by the Jawhead with him, as well as Shovskirt.
Oh, okay, SuperYoshi commits Unbreakable onto there. Here comes the throw once again from Kekadon. He's going to find SuperYoshi. Jome delivering the Death Sonatas. Ukir with a pickup onto there once again, and Jome gets the kill. 2-0-0 for Big J.
Yeah, 2 Sky Piercers, by the way, on the side of Omega. 1 for the Granger and 1 for the Juice Sin. That was the first item that Ukir actually went for. Went for the Elegant Gem, then the Sky Piercer onto the Blood Wings, while Jome went a little bit more traditional, went for the Hunter Strike first and then the Sky Piercer. So at this point, I think Jome should either have 1 or 2 stacks. No, 1 stack should be, right? Yeah, 1 stack on the Sky Piercer, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think we're gonna get to see that quite yet. But yeah, it's either if it not 1, 2. I don't know who got the other one. Yeah. Now we're here. 46 seconds on the next objective. I feel like AP Bren wasn't really completely able to utilize that pick-off we saw earlier. And now it just feels we're back on even Stevens with free K almost to Omega this time around.
Yeah, fortunately for AP Bren so far, no inhibitor turrets has been taken down. All Holy Shields have now been gone, so it's going to be detrimental if AP Bren lets go of a potential Lord Day coming in from Omega. But again, we do, however, see that there are trades coming in from AP Bren, especially the ones initiated by Daryl Kekadon.
Okay, so now, I don't know, man. There, you have to show us your moves, man. This is not the Daryl I remember. Not the Daryl Badang I remember, right? Yeah. I'm looking for those really big wobble combo plays. I guess Omega's not just grouping up as much as we thought they would, and maybe they're just aware of the Badang's possibility. That's why they're trying to avoid it.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm looking for it.
I mean, for me, I could already feel the nerf. Okay, Fist crack already committed by there. Dory just dashes out. Lewis making sure that brushes are occupied by the squad of Omega. Kekadon right in the brush. James Max, will he be able to make a move and steal away this Lord? Here comes there! What a beautiful settle! And the man with a million moves adds another move to his list as they take down 2 plus the Lord. A triple for Shizu, and AP Bren making noise once again as they take down 3.
No way! It's edible, isn't it?
Oh,
it's edible!
That's what you call a perfect bust!
Okay, Shizu works on the turret. Ukin and SuperYoshi left to defend. Here comes the throw. Here comes the potential wipe-out coming in from AP Bren, and that is it! SuperYoshi gone!
No minions!
And AP Bren, they don't have minions yet, though. It's not yet over. Jome 5 seconds alongside Lewis. They will respond.
That was nuts! There on this Badang again, perfectly responded to by AP Bren. Now here comes another chance to end it.
Okay, there once again connecting Lewis though. Primal Wrath, not enough time to be casted because he got blasted down in the map, and AP Bren finally has a win in week 4.
Their first win after 4 weeks of playing. AP Bren finally on the scoreboards.
Thank you, there. What an engagement and the perfect clapback and response.
Put your ones up in the sky. Recognize and give this team their flowers, because what an amazing comeback from Ter. And the MPL Philippines Season 4 champions, AP Bren.
And it's a 2-0.
A sweep. Now they're just showing and making a statement that they do belong in this league. It's going to take time for them to adjust, but eventually they can show their full strength.
To remind you, Omega are a team that have taken points from Team Liquid and Aurora. Teams on the top of our standings today. And AP Bren, the only team so far that heading into today that has not won a series yet, swept them. I don't even know anymore for this season, man.
I don't even know.
I don't even know anymore. Congratulations, AP Bren. That was a prolific way to win it all, too, right there at the end.
And the faithful have been rewarded. Look at that. Look at these guys.
Yeah, like
4 weeks of coming in and day out.
That man in the cap on the right, his name is Bren. He has been loyal and he shaved his head.
All right, there you go. We know. Let's roll over the interview now.
Finally getting their first victory, the Bees flying high. It's AP Bren!
Grabe ang celebration ng The Hive ngayon. Kung nakikita nyo lamang sila, napatayo talaga sila sa sayahan.
They still have some representation. James Punks, finally, nag-uusap pa lang tayo kanina. Iba yung aura mo ngayon kasi kanina nung nag-uusap kami, ano bang pakiramdam na finally nakakuha ka na ng unang panalo sa MPL PH?
Masaya po syempre kasi yun din yung goal namin ngayon week eh. Kasi lagi na lang kami sa likod na interview eh.
Lagi sa likod.
Oo,
At
ayun
least
na
ngayon
dito na.
Dito na. And, yeah.
Nakausap kita, James Punks, last week, right? Tapos sabi mo, hanggat merong mga susunod na weeks, babawi pa kayo. And sinabi mo din na talagang hindi kayo susuko hanggat hindi kayo nakakuha ng panalo. So ngayon na nandito ka, feel mo ba ito na yung simula ng pagbangon ng AP Bren?
Tingin ko po opo kasi ito lang inaantay namin eh, yung momentum. Tapos, kailangan lang namin talaga manalo ng isa para yun, makaano kami sa mga susunod pa. Yun po.
Alam mo, sabi nga sa kanta, di ba, it starts with one. Kailangan mag-umpisa lang. Now, I wanna throw it over to Der, man, congratulations. Welcome back. Ito ang isa sa magandang naging runs nyo actually for week number 4. Talk to us about the meta, pare. Kasi kamakailan lang, di ba? Wednesday or Thursday, nag-iba tayo ng patch. What do you think? Is this gonna help AP Bren? Pabor ba sa inyo yung meta? Ano ba sa tingin nyo yung patch ngayon?
Siguro hindi naman po namin inaano yung dahil nag-patch eh. Siguro may mga mali lang kami talaga in-game. Tsaka yun nga, marami kaming advantage kasi 4 yung coach namin. Mas nare-review yung mga patch, ganun. Kasi kami naglalaro lang.
I mean, you showed a lot of composure, right, Odin?
Tama yan. At bilang kuya ng mga teammates mo dito sa AP Bren, kung meron kang ipapangalan sa duo ni Shizu and James Punks, meron ba? Duo name.
Oh, anong pangalan ng duo?
Ni Shizu tsaka James Punks.
Di ba, may Baby Cakes, may Kite Brothers, may Zaizen. Ikaw ang magpapangalan. Pagtabihin nyo nga yung dalawa. James,
Magtabi
dito
kayo.
ka.
Ayan.
Yan.
May sinasabi si Coach. Ano?
Punks Cakes daw, sabi ni Coach.
Punks Cakes. Hindi ko alam kung bakit. Shizu. Sige, ikaw ang kakausapin namin, ha?
Payag ka ba doon?
Sige. Shizu, tatagalan natin to. Kamusta? I wanna know yung thoughts mo naman kasi we know that you're obviously the silent kid pero ngayon nalabas mo yung laro mo. Kamusta? Anong pakiramdam?
Okay naman. Ayun. Sobrang pa rin, underwhelming pa rin yung pakiramdam kasi yun nga. Unang panalo namin. So, feel ko ito na yung simula ng first step namin. Kumbaga, as a team. Para umangat pa.
Man, obvious ha. Paralo siya. Who? Coach!
Tanungin si Coach.
Hanapin si Coach.
Huwag ka na magtago.
Hanapin si Coach.
Coach Pakbet.
Coach Pakbet.
Kasi going back sa MDL journey nila, kasama ka talaga nila.
Oh yeah.
Nakikita namin na ikaw yung greatest motivator ng team na to. Up until now. Ano naman mensahe mo ngayon sa team mo na nakakuha na kayo ng first win?
Oo nga. Sama mo naman kami sa huddle. Sama mo kami sa huddle. Anong message mo sa kanila?
Ako, thankful ako na nalabas nila yung laro nila ngayon. Sana magtuloy-tuloy kami dito.
Parang naiiyak na si Coach.
Ay, hindi.
Well, congratulations for your first match win.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Thank you po.
This is a really good victory. Again, your winners, it's AP Bren. Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. All smiles, pure happiness, enjoy. Coach Pakbet still holding the mic. You deserve it, Coach. And with that, gentlemen, you may now take your bow. Ang tamis ng ngiti ng AP Bren finally leaving the mark dito sa Season 15.
And 2-0 sweep pa ang nagawa nila sa match na to. Ito na nga kaya ang simula ng kanilang momentum, Hans.
One thing is for sure, no team is left with a winless record. Lahat sila may tigi-isa na. At magandang simula ito para sa Bees. What do you think, Casters?
One thing's for sure. We need a better name for that duo.
Pax Kids, no.
100%.
Not even in my top 10 list. No.
But congratulations. AP Bren. I would also kind of tear up a little bit if it was my first win after 4 weeks of playing.
Because imagine if you're a Coach Pakbet, you know the capabilities of your players. You're thinking that it just might be the jitters. They're just nervous, but this time they were able to showcase their full potential with a game, a sweep up against Omega.
Yeah, and it's cool because you got to see them do it at a spectrum. Game number 1, dominating.
Yeah.
Game number 2, comeback out of nowhere after playing it fundamentally, looking at just pushing your towers as Shizo.
Essentially playing not to lose,
Yeah,
like you
playing
mentioned.
not to lose. 5-0-3 because Shizo just put in the work here. Again, it was just, Shizo, can you push towers for us? Sure, coach. Can you come in at the right time?
All right, Paul.
Win it. Sure, coach. And he got it.
And it was actually, for me, it was a little nerve-wracking to see Shizu just going for towers, essentially not even trying to join the team fights.
Yeah.
We were mentioning, where's the SOD? Where's the SOD coming out here? No, he was really hyper-focused on one thing. And then when he did join the fights,
this one.
Boy, oh boy, he looked so good at it.
Yeah. It's clear that Shizu he knows his timers. They know AP Bren really knows when to pick their fights off. And again, it's all gonna boil down to the comfort picks of AP Bren. If you're going to go back to game number 1, the first pick Joehead. This time, AP Bren red side, they go instead for the Joehead and the Badang, and it paid off a lot for AP Bren.
Yeah, and look at this. Where's Shizo? He's just Manju Minue. He's playing it safe. He played to, as well, not to die.
Not to die.
Yeah. We have a word in the Philippines here for wall. It's pader. And Dare brought down the pader perfectly. A triple kill for Shizo leading up. The rock wall brought out by the Badang was perfect. Massive taunt by SuperYoshi, but at that point, there's no one else to follow up. He even got the wall onto Luis to open it up in the final push. And Shizo just focused. Again, y'all laughed at me, I'm pretty sure.
He's literally pader, bro.
Yeah, when I said that the condition is simple. Just don't die. And what happens? The ones who didn't die were rewarded very well. James Panks didn't die in game number 1. Shizo didn't die in game number 2. What happened? AP Bren sweep win.
Apparently, that was the solution to AP Bren's problems here, right?
Yeah. And they made it look easy, honestly.
I like it. And Pader is already trademarked by Renmars, just so set the record straight. He literally is Pader with that Badang.
Yeah.
And that's, for me, I can't believe we didn't pick that up sooner.
Imagine three iconic Badang plays for Dare in 4 weeks.
His Badang walls, his surprise flicker entry sets with the fist break into fist crack. Because in the Lord, he was able to get Luis and Jove Skirt, dude. Excuse me, not Jove Skirt. Keka, no, that's his teammate.
Yoshi.
SuperYoshi. Thank you.
Yes,
his teammate. He got SuperYoshi and Luis.
All right.
And that's essentially the front line of Omega gone. That it was so easy for James Banks, even Jove Skirt, to go around the wall of the Lord so that he could just free hit from there. James Banks was in safe retry, and then Shizo coming in at the right time as well. He's the rich guy from BPI.
I mean, you were 1v1ing towers nonstop. I would be flabbergasted if you didn't get rich guy.
You know the two most silent gold laners?
What?
Both hate turrets. True. That's Shizu and that's Super Marco.
Super Marco, right.
Shizu being the BPI rich guy. Turrets gold 990.
That's a lot of turrets.
Yeah.
A lot of turrets, I gotta say.
That's a lot. Almost close to the kills and assists goal that he got.
That's how focused he was.
So it's really impressive that he was able to actually pull this off. And again, if you go solo, there's always that chance that you're gonna get hunted down, you're gonna get solo killed, picked off. We didn't see that. That just means he's just really aware and he works well with his team to really get the info on the map that makes the big impact.
And I think, again, most importantly, Shizo timed his entries very well. He wasn't forcing it, and the times he decided to enter from the mid to the late portion of a team fight with the Spear of Destruction, it was at a good time, and it was in a very good location that he'd just be able to free hit and, in relative safety, be able to deal damage.
And I reiterate, he did not die.
He did not die. Right?
So, apparently, that's an important thing.
You guys thought I was kidding with the keys to victory after that? No, just don't die.
Just don't die, guys. I wonder who was dying with these mic checks, though. I want to hear what their comms was like.
Go, go. Granger. Pablo Granger,
That was a perfectly cut out scream from there after finally getting their first series win.
That was perfect.
Congratulations.
Their first mic check.
Yeah, the first time we got to hear them
Finally.
From a win. And they were locked in on Jome in that one. At the beginning of the very first clip, it was just them screaming, Granger.
You just say punch him
Yes.
at one of the moments. Yeah, it's really funny. Well, what are you guys? If you saw the skills that we saw here, are you ready to test your skills and show us what you got? Because right now, MSL Collegiate Cup Season 2 is nearing.
It's the premier collegiate league for aspiring MLBB pros featuring student athletes from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Basically, the whole Philippines. You can join now by heading to monton/ph.org/MCC for more information.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
That's correct, Renmar. What a deal, what a deal.
It's a good deal.
But, and also, if you guys keep asking us, like, how do we turn pro? That's basically it.
Yeah.
Right? A big community shout out, by the way, for the people who have been commenting. James Panks, please win this. That's from Joyce and Salvador.
Yeah, and your request has been granted by James Banks with a 2-0 sweep.
A very commanding win for that one. I don't know if that the lady in front might have something to say about the little heart there, but you know what? probably good for you to just congratulate and smile and yeah, just thumbs up. Yeah, there you go.
Super Marco, thumbs up.
Just like Super Marco. So always follow us on social media. Make sure that you're heard. Make sure that your comments are seen, and maybe we might show it here on the screens. Yeah.
But you know what I want to see?
What do you want to see?
After this day, what does the standings look like right now? Because so far TLPH solo first, right? Because they won 6-0.
Yeah. Ooh, look, AP
Wait
Bren.
a second.
Wow, AP Bren! 2 steps up.
Good for them.
Wow.
That game win looking good.
8th place, no more.
Yeah. So if our playoffs started today, they would be
They had
play-ins. Yeah.
Okay, so people are probably wondering why isn't Twisted Minds over AP Bren? AP Bren lost at Twisted Minds, or I don't think we have we seen that series? Oh, we have. It's because AP Bren beat Omega. Omega. Did they beat Twisted Minds?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, they beat Twisted Minds. So that's why AP Bren is above Twisted Minds and Twisted Minds is at the bottom. Because Omega beat Twisted Minds, AP Bren beat Omega.
And in fairness for AP Bren, they also have a lot of like 1-2 losses.
Yeah.
They're above on net games.
Yeah. So people are looking at the numbers first, but remember, head-to-head result goes first. So it's match point, head-to-head, then that's when you start taking into account the net game wins.
Oh.
Yeah, we've been through this so many times.
So you can also say, if you can't beat them, beat the one who beat them.
That's right. Good one.
Exactly.
Very good, Ingan.
Good for you.
And for Fancy Laban,
proud
these are the standings. Honestly, the Bees are having a fun time today as well.
Yeah. But they're no longer. They were undefeated at one point.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
Yeah, but now 4-2. Ooh, the Mines going up. Oh! I think Kabarangay climbed up. They were struggling a bit. Sonics and Auroras, though, still having a hard time in the Fancy Laban. This is the fan tournament.
It's a big change. That's as of March 21. So if you guys think you have what it takes to maybe bump some of these points up, make sure to watch. Because the people who can join the Fancy Laban are the viewers who can watch,
Yeah,
who
who have
actually watch on
tickets.
the day.
Yeah.
You have to have tickets. If you want to be part of these teams, go over and join us. Buy those tickets now on ph.mpl.com. All right? So you can also see the players, you can see us, you can see all the matches happening right now. And as you can see, things can get really wild really quickly here in MPL PH.
Yeah, I mean, if for some reason you're only watching now, sorry, we're about to end, but it's cool. TNC put TLPH to the limit. Team Liquid still undefeated, but they had a hard time against TNC Pro Team. And now AP Bren gets their very first win. They climb from dead last to 5th? No, excuse me.
Yeah,
6th.
from 8th to 6th.
From 8th to 6th because of head-to-head matchups. Cool.
Crazy.
This season's so fun, man. I love the season so far. It's been
And
great.
do you know, guys, what's the best part?
What?
It's just literally day 1 of week 4. We have a highlight matchup tomorrow. It's TLPH undefeated versus Aurora undefeated.
Very first match. The very first match of tomorrow.
Oh my god.
And it's undefeated versus undefeated.
If you didn't get tickets for that one, too bad.
It's sold out.
Just join us on the stream. It's been a pleasure. It's Rockhart, there's Ingan and Renmar. That's it for us today. Let's throw it over to our host over there on the stage.
Panibagong linggo ang ating nakita at panibagong mga laban na naman ang naging intense. Wouldn't you say, Odin?
Oo naman, Hans, dahil kahit nasa ilalim tayo ng bagyo, still undefeated ang Team Liquid Philippines at sinabayan pa yan ng achievement ni Carl TZ in getting the second most assists in the league.
You know what? We're talking about Carl TZ. Nagkaroon din tayo ng pagkakataon na maisama ang isa sa inyo to be part of that winning moment para sa Cavalry as she not only took a walk of victory but also joined them and a bow right there at the Isle of Glory.
At patunay lang yan that the MPL arena is definitely not just for the competitive spirit ng ating mga players, but for the fans na patuloy na sumusuporta at nagbibigay ng lakas sa ating mga players.
At yung suporta na yon, especially na nanggaling sa Bees ang nag-power sa AP Bren to get a sweep and to finally mark their way into the winning column for the season.
Yan at marami pa tayong exciting things na matutunghayan this week moving forward. At bukas, ang iyong favorite day, ang Golden Month celebration.
Not only the Golden Month, but you also have a matchup between the two undefeated teams. That's Team Liquid Philippines and Aurora. Nako, marami tayong masasaksihan para sa laban na to. I cannot wait to see what's in store for us.
I'm so excited for that, Hans.
And I'm sure na kayo rin. Muli ako si Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin.
Na nagpapaalala sa lahat na walang makakatumbas sa lakas ng Pinas. Kita-kits bukas!
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
heaven for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PANAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built na kitang buhat, we hear that full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like